on the weekend. Won't pretend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why. I just don't know what weekend. Won't pretend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, Sometimes a dream is just a dream. Sometimes it can change right in front of your eyes. Ooh, you're not mine. You may never be mine, but I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine.
The sunlight beats in, shines light on my whiskey eyes, pain in every pore, and my core, there's a war. Time is a melody, lines in a minor key, and you could be here with me if you really don't mind the end of the world.
feel the darkness descending upon me. Then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. But then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
You know, we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Wave waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. He in a mic 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep the movement moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin, the veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft and get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wave waters, brothers yelling black pride. Take off cause budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it french fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch. Cause I'm off the clock. I clock miles though, and I see them Angela Davises wanting miles though. That's why I keep it stepping with the samurai precision. I'm trying to change the color, David Banner, my decision. Blow it up and make it all green and break it all down and share it with the team. So I ain't got time to sing Kumbaya till I'm cooping two-seater, just blew by y'all. Travel at a high speed, it's me, you in my rear view. Still wanna sing, but honestly I can't hear you. Unless you talking as loud as the bass hit. It's Krilla and the boyfriend Nick G.
We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe, she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. The good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. And the music factory stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far outside, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 tech, 9 y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
Keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation, I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door, the night is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving. Don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our
tonight.
cares behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
Dancing
one.
to and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light.
and the sound of the band,
If you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little slower,
music might stop.
if we get a little
Her
closer,
heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too on the weekend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know what we get. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine. If you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, sometimes a dream is just a dream. Seize in the moment, fight till the end. I was born to be champion. It's a war, it's a war. Got that fire in my bones. Gonna knock you down, hit your hearts. Gonna knock you down, hit your hearts. Hit you where it hurts.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Summer Split. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda, and we are embracing the summer in the term Summer Split. Dagda Pulse is back. How you doing, Rob?
I mean, it's good to be back, you know, just off of a nice little vacation, but still got a little bit of summer in our hearts, you know, got to keep the cool vibes going.
Look, it is like the hottest day of the year so far outside here in the UK, and I am not going to let that go to waste. Even if I'm on broadcast, I'm enjoying the vibes. Let's start off, though, Rob, by looking at what happened yesterday, because we had some bangers. We had some long series yesterday, and we had some surprising results, to be quite honest. I don't think a lot of people were expecting, especially that second series, to go to 3 games.
Yeah, well, I think for Rare Adam versus OMG, I think Rare Adam happy to pick up their first win of the game, or first win of the split, but honestly, I'm kind of looking to see like how Ultra Prime was going to fare up against BLG, and it was super scrappy, super messy, but like BLG eventually had to like come out on top, especially in game 3, we got to see the Kazakh come out from Weiwei, which was pretty exciting, but yeah, it kind of, this was a bit of a, I wanted to get a feel of how Ultra Prime were going to sit, because obviously Admin Zoom looked like Krylan had a pretty decent time, but unfortunately just not able to take down BLG.
Yeah, felt like a tough one for them, but today we've got some absolute bangers. We've got some bangers coming everyone's way. EDG versus JDG to start us off. That is our match of the week, and it should live up to such a reputation as well. The world champions against the top 4 team that have been on fire so far this split. And then we'll jump into RNG returning MSI champions up against a struggling FPX to see what our MSI champions have up their sleeves, whether or not they're going to be able to maintain form after working through the break.
Yeah, I think that's the big one for me, is kind of looking to see, like, how does RNG slot in? I think overall, you know, the meta hasn't changed massively from MSI, so I think they should be relatively okay. But I think as well for FPX, just trying to see if they can get back on the horse a little bit.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. That's our second series, though. First off, forget the second series. Let's talk EDG JDG, because this one, you already know, is going to be amazing. And I want to go from a narrative point to start us off. I want to talk about how EDG are reforging history. EDG's schedule to start this split has been exactly the same as their schedule would have been for spring playoffs. They started against FPX. They then went against Weibo. They actually lost the series against Weibo, and then Weibo went on to face JDG. Well, they've started this split up against FPX. They've won that one. They then went against Weibo. They've won that one, redeemed themselves, and now they're the ones to go forward against JDG. So we get to see how far this version of EDG would have made it through spring playoffs.
And I think you hit on the key word there, Munch. It's the redemption arc for EDG, right? Trying to see how this team can kind of right some of the wrongs we saw from them in spring, some of the wrongs we saw happen to them in playoffs where they did end up falling to Weibo, and trying to see if this team can actually like put themselves forward as one of our top teams and try and go to defend their title at the World Championship at the end of the split. But I think we've kind of been seeing EDG start out on the right foot, right? It feels like we're getting back to what made them so strong when we look at them last year going in towards the World Championship, with them being able to find like skirmishes around early objectives. JJ seems to be a lot more comfortable. Flandre bringing out some kooky and funky picks on the top side. It feels like we're kind of getting back to what made EDG such a powerhouse of an LPL team.
Yeah, it's exciting to see, and JDG will certainly be a challenge for them. We can take a look at some of the clips of EDG over their last couple of series facing Weibo and FPX, and actually the bottom lane especially doing pretty well.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one, right? Like, we've seen Viper and Mako really step up. I think Mako, at least coming into MSI, kind of done a little bit of a wraparound in his champion pool, kind of going, hey, look, instead of going towards these big tanks, I'm going to start looking at things like the Lulu and these kind of things where I can maybe try and find some options to run things like Lulu, Yumi, and our compositions as EDG. But I think Mako definitely looks a lot more comfortable on these big tank players where he can try and go for these 2v2s with Viper on the bot side, and they've been such a potent duo in that bot lane that lends itself in towards, hey, let's try and find these big neutral objective fights where we can pop the hell off. And it feels like EDG at the moment are looking stronger than they did in spring.
Yeah, they certainly are. I'm excited to see EDG up against the top team. I can't actually see the screen that well with the sunglasses on, so I had to take them off for the B-roll. But they're up against a tough opponent here because JDG, they have been pretty clean. But the thing is, like, they've not been that clean. They've been mostly clean. And with JDG, it does feel like they're sort of bitting and bobbing a little bit. Some of the games, exceptional. But, like, for example, game 1 against LGD, leaving a lot to be desired there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think JDG, the biggest problem is that they always play the game as if they're even or ahead. So regardless of what kind of shenanigans have happened in the early stages, they're going to play aggressive. They're going to keep trying to look for picks. And that does work, at least in a certain respect, when you are ahead. But when we see these games against like LGD, where they start to fall behind in their first series as well, when they try to make these picks happen, it's not really working out for them. Instead, they're the ones that are getting caught out. And I think that's the biggest problem for them, is that they don't always have the opportunity to try and push in towards objectives and play as aggressive as they want to, because they've fallen behind in those early stages. Now, I will say when they get ahead, they look absolutely incredible. Like, it's very methodical, very clean. They are very good at finding those moments to get these fights and working in their favor. It's just a case of trying to keep control of the early stages and find those fights at neutrals that make all the difference.
Yeah, and like, you see these kinds of fights where the JDG squad is completely separated. They've gone too deep in LGD, able to punish them. But I just love that, like you say, they just go forward. It's kind of like that old MLXG copy pasta, but an entire team of it. JDG just consistently want to fight, and it's so exciting to watch. And I feel like EDG is the kind of team that in the early game will be able to match that kind of aggression, will be able to match the mechanical prowess of these players, and hopefully should lead to a bit of a bang.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like this is going to be a massive case of we're going to find a ton of these fights in the early stages, and it's going to be a case of who kind of gets control of that in the early game is going to be the team that comes out on top. It is all about those early fights.
Yeah, it certainly is. And one of the things that we're expecting to lead to some of those early fights is, we often talk about neutral objectives in League of Legends, but today we will have no neutral objectives. Today we're having contentious objectives because both of these teams absolutely love to focus on the Drakes, on the Rift Heralds, and on the Barons.
Yeah, and what we're looking at on your screen is the stats from Spring compared to the stats coming in towards the summer split thus far. And you can see EDG find a little bit more control over those dragons, which is, as we said, one of the big things that they fought for in summer 2021 leading into the World Championship was all about those dragons, using them to stack, using them to find those team fights in the later portion of the game. But as you can see, the Rift Tower control has kind of taken a dip. Whereas when we look across at JDG, these were a team that very heavily focused on the Dragon in a similar boat to EDG to find those late game fights. But what we're actually seeing instead is that EDG have started to shift their focus up more towards the top side of the map, where they're using Rift Herald to find these 4v4, 5v5 fights, and then try and get these big early advantages that they can then leverage in the mid game to find these picks. But it doesn't matter whether we're looking at Dragon or whether we're looking at Rift Herald. It feels like both these teams are going to be looking for fights across the board, and that's what I'm very excited for.
Yeah, it feels like scraps galore going to be coming on through, but also we have two of the best junglers going up against each other, right? JJ versus Kanavi is always going to be an exciting matchup, and you can see here some of the scraps we've been seeing recently from EDG when it comes to these neutrals.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing for EDG is they've started to go towards picks that lend themselves towards that, at least in the jungle role, right? Where you're looking at JJ going towards things like the Lee Sin, the Vi, these things that can find early skirmishes and use their ability to have good early fights towards their advantage. And I think when you look at JDG as well, we're seeing a very similar story. Kanavi honestly looking excellent on the Wukong. It's been one of his best picks so far. And finding these fights where they can set up around the neutral objectives to get these early leads that then lead to these late game team fights that both squads are trying to lean towards. So I really do think that this game is going to be very much a case of who finds the success around those early objective fights, and then how they can leverage that in the mid game to either look for picks or find further team fights later on in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, and I do want to kind of move the conversation forward a little bit to what we're expecting from draft here, and I especially want to quickly hit on the top laners before we actually get into the draft, because we have two kind of weird top laners here, Dagda, when it comes to the picks that they like to go for, right? Flandre with all kinds of wacky picks, like last split, he was playing Annie top, brings out things like the Vladimir all the time, like a lot, he's willing to go for some of the wackier picks, and he's up against 369, who, I mean, let's be honest, he has a champion pool of his own. It's not necessarily the widest champion pool, but he has a couple of champions that he just always wants to play. Kennen, the standout. Gragas up there as well. It feels like we have two quite different top laners, but similar in that they're both a bit out of the norm.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think even when you look at 369 as well, like, he's been one of the people bringing Set to the forefront as well. The Ignite Set as a counter to things like the Gwen. Like, both these guys have their little kind of kooky champion pools that they're willing to bring out as counter picks. And I think that's where it's going to get super exciting between the top laners is like, hey, look, how do you try and, like, outmaneuver your opponent? Because I think you can definitely agree that, at least from 369 perspective, he hasn't been so much a case of like leaning into some of the split push styles that we've seen coming through. Like when you look across, say, like FPX, right? Willing to blind the Fiora in two of their games because they want to shell out who to be on that kind of split push oriented style. Same when you look towards people like Ala going towards back things like the Jax. 369 is definitely more of a, hey, I'm going to go towards a team and team fight oriented pick. That's why we're seeing things like the Kennen. It's kind of his answer in a lot of situations. So I'm curious to see if there's going to be a way that Flandre can kind of manage that or come out with some answers to it, or whether if 369's on red side, he's actually going to be bringing out some of the crazier picks that he has.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think counter picks galore is going to be the name of this series. I think red side, pick 5 is going to be top lane pretty much every game. Now, I know that's not the craziest prediction ever, because that's true of almost every series in League of Legends. But I'm going to say it and pretend like I'm being really intelligent about the situation. So we'll have to see if the top lane counter picks are going to come on through. But one of the other things as well, Rob, if we go to the other side of the map, is we have Hope versus his old team. We have Hope versus Viper. Hope versus his replacement.
So
man, that bot lane is so exciting.
Oh, I'm so ready for this. I'm so excited for Hope versus Viper. Like, for anyone who doesn't know, back in 2020 in EDG, Hope had kind of gotten his footing in on the team and was honestly looking pretty good. But in 2021, then EDG brought in Viper, then replaced him on the squad. And I don't blame EDG. I mean, Viper, honestly, I think a lot of people talking about him as the best AD carry in the world. Like, it's kind of hard to not argue, hey, you should play Viper. But it was always kind of a little bit of a sore spot for us on the casting team because a lot of people, myself included, were very much looking forward to seeing Hope kind of take on a mantle and become a strong AD carry in the LPL. But because he ended up sitting behind Viper, we didn't really get to see much of him. And then he ended up kind of moving about between some teams, but now has finally kind of found his home on JDG. And it's really exciting to see how he's now started to come up and make a name for himself properly on JDG. And now to go up against Viper as well, the guy that kind of took his spot. I'm hoping that Hope can give us a little bit of a bout in that bot lane and make sure there's going to be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I couldn't quite see who it was because my sunglasses aren't letting me see that much. But I think it was Mako wearing some gorgeous cat ears for today's game. He's dressing up as well. He's feeling the summer vibes. It's going to be a good game.
I love that he's like picked Yumi just for his cat as well, for his EDG skin. It's like, it's so cute and adorable. It's so nice.
It's adorable.
So
EDG skins are out, by the way. If you haven't got them already, the EDG skins are available. So go grab them, buy them in the store, because part of that goes to the players and they deserve it. They played an absolute blinder at Worlds. I'm so excited to see if they can keep that up though. I want to see them at Worlds again because they kind of disappointed in Spring. It has to be said. This EDG wasn't really the one we expected. Like, only making it to the second round during spring playoffs, bit disappointing. I'm hoping for summer they can bring it back. But Dagda, we're already into Champ Select. It's JDG on the blue side, EDG on the red side, Gwen, Lucian being banned away, Senna being banned as well as Brawl.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Senna gone. Like, Viper has looked pretty damn good on that thus far, 100% win rate on it, and it's been paired with that Tam Kench from Mako, which has a 13 KDA at the moment. So definitely a strong pick for the EDG bot lane. We're going to have to see as the rest of this goes on what the game plan is going to be.
Yeah, I am curious how the two teams are going to approach this one, because it feels like different teams in the LPL have had vastly different approaches to drafting and to what champions are important in the current meta. Talia taken off, very flexible pick, can be jungle, can be mid. Generally, it's been mid so far in the LPL, but I'm excited to see a little bit of jungle. And, you know, players like Kanavi, players like JJ, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them go for something like that.
Yeah, my big one looking here, though, is if you don't ban the Wukong, that's going to be grabbed instantly by JDG. Yeah, they are going to ban it away. I think Kanavi's been so insane in this pick. We actually saw him in his last series, like, invading on the Wukong early to get these early 1v1 kills on the opposition. But he's going to move his way back over towards the Viego, who's kind of come out as, like, the big pick in this meta at the moment for the jungle, but it's usually answered by something like the Lee Sin, which I wouldn't be surprised to see Flange pick up here, and probably pair with the Kalista. Maybe they want to grab the Renata early as well here for EDG, and then go into the Lee Sin afterwards.
Yeah, we'll see what the second pickup here is. This will be the first game of Kalista for Viper of this year, so we'll be excited to see how he performs. But, you know, this is Viper we're talking about. I am very confident this guy's a great Kalista already. But it will be the Lee Sin, in fact. And JJ, so far, 3 games on Lee Sin, 100% win rate, 15.5 KDA so far this split on Lee.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see JJ kind of going back towards these picks. It felt like things like the Hecarim and that, when he saw them in spring, didn't really suit his playstyle. So to see him kind of going back towards these early skirmishers where he can play that bruiser style, I think is going to fit him a lot better. But looking across the JDG, looks like we're going to see Hope just go back towards Ezreal, kind of opt out of this laning phase a little bit. And just because of how potent that Kalista is, oftentimes you just kind of see people, like when the Lucian's taken off the board and that, you just don't really have an answer to match toe-to-toe in the lane against the Kalista. So Ezreal starts to rise up as a, hey, I'm just going to farm up and play for the mid game instead.
Yeah, it's a good answer to the Kalista, but it's also like Hope's go-to by a country mile this year. 5 games on Ezreal so far. This is only his 7th game. So this will be his 6th game on Ezreal out of 7 games. It is going to be Yagao going with the Ahri. So now, Dagda, what kind of support are we expecting? Is it the Renata? Or we see like a Nautilus maybe from the Mako?
I'm wondering if they just go towards the LeBlanc for Scout here, like try and get the good matchup in the mid lane, especially since you got JJ there. Maybe you just want to take the counter pick and try and play towards it. I mean, the Veigar here, the other answer, because you kind of want to make sure that Yagao isn't getting this free matchup on the Ahri. And it's going to be the Lissandra coming through. So yeah, going for the counter pick here. And I like this because I think Yagao has been one of the few people we've actually seen still going towards the RE pick. I still personally think it's quite strong in the patch. I think you can do a lot of with like having that ability to push, still roam relatively well, and even like looking for picks in team fights and just being a nuisance for the backline in team fights and mid-game opportunities is just such a nuisance for the enemy to deal with. The Lissandra, though, can push relatively well against her, can lock her up, which is where now Yagao is going to have to play a lot safer in these fights.
Alright, well, Alistair taken off of the board now as EDG start to focus on those supports. But neither team picking up a support in this first round means that if both go for the support bans, we could get a pretty interesting bottom lane, because Braum's already taken off the board. The Alistair is gone. If we get things like the Nautilus being taken off, we'll go full Enchanters basically, but it will be Flandre targeted here with a Vladimir ban.
Yeah, I feel like if we end up going for the full Enchanters, it kind of favors EDG, right? Because we talked about the Renata, like such an insanely strong pick with the Callista, because Callista then gets the W on top of her, gets to just keep going forward, she gets to stack up more Ren stacks, and then almost inevitably she'll end up restacking off of someone and getting her keeping herself alive off the W from Renata. So we'll have to see. Yeah, going to be the Alistair and the Leona band away, just things that basically can do well when Braum is taken off the board. So I do like this. And also I think just from Missing's perspective as well, he's done best where he's able to have these more engage oriented champions that can link up with Kanavi in the mid game. So trying to remove some of them is going to be great. But I think if we end up with the Renata here for EDG, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Yumi come in for Missing instead. And then you've still got the same kind of thing where it's like, oh, well, an Enchanter that provides engage can just sit on top of Kanavi if he wants to and like set up well.
This has been banned so much this split. The Karma Ezreal. You think of Ezreal as a really weak lane, but alongside Karma, you have so much poke in that bottom lane. I'm excited to see this 2v2 from Hope and Missing down at the bottom side. It'll be the first time that they're bringing this duo to the Rift, and we'll see how they're going to be able to pull it off. But a Gangplank being hovered here for the top lane here for 369, that would be blind.
Yeah, I think you need something here as JDG to try and create space for your team, right? Because you're looking at like, okay, we've got an Ezreal and a Karma who kind of want to play at range and poke. Ari can kind of work well if she's trying to use her range, especially against how short range EDG are. And I think at the moment you could either go, all right, we're going to go for Sion and try and match the all-in potential of EDG, or go for the Gangplank and try and play this kite back style. And it looks like that's the plan here for JDG, is like try and create distance with the Gangplank ult and then use all the poke that's in their kit to go against that.
Yeah. And Flandre is going to go for the one pick that everyone in the world knows him for. Everyone at Worlds certainly got to see Flandre's Graves plenty of times. Definitely not one that he's shy on. But here we have our two compositions. Like you say, JDG, it's a matter of playing at range. It's a matter of kiting back. Whereas EDG, I'd say it's pretty much the opposite, right? They want to go in.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is exactly what they're going to be trying to utilize, especially at neutrals, right? Having Scout come in from different angles, having Mako being able to be flung in by Viper, like have JJ try to look for these kicks. And the thing is as well, like once you can isolate one or two targets, because you've got the hostile takeover coming in from Mako, it's very easy to toss that over the team and make sure that you're able to pick off one or two people, not actually end up falling down to JDG. And kind of making sure. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. I was looking.
Unbelievable. Is it not summer anymore, Rob? Is it not?
But yeah, the make sure that you got the pick potential that you want to then move over towards these neutral objectives.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The neutral objective's going to be the name of the game here. And to be honest, I feel like EDG have done a good job drafting themselves some advantages in these laning phases. I mean, the bottom lane especially. I'm not especially sure how Karma Ezreal versus Kalista Renata pans out. I feel like there's an extent to which that could be a skill matchup. How much of the poke lands, right? How many opportunities for an all-in does the Kalista get for herself? So we'll have to wait and see. Certainly early, I can imagine that Karma Ezreal might actually get priority in that bottom lane.
Yeah, you definitely should get priority just because you've got the Karma's Q is on such a shorter cooldown than the Renata's E. And you've kind of got the ability to just continuously shove it like the ultimate and stuff. So definitely think level 1, level 2, they should have that push. The real question is like, how much poke, as you say, can you land? Because if you don't end up having that opportunity, there's always the chance to set up for dives, especially with JJ on something like the Lee Sin.
We'll have to wait and see. We're on to some of this Rift Dagda for game number 1 between JDG and EDG. And this is such an exciting series for me. You can take a look at the AD carries. Their stats are on the screen. It's Viper versus Hope. Hope against his old team and against the player that replaced him on that team. And when you look at them statistically, you know, Viper leading the charts when it comes to his damage per minute. He's up there with KDA as well. But when it comes to the jungle proximity, it's actually Hope that's getting more attention from his jungler and yet still has worse stats.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's a case of like Hope has oftentimes got these this pressure down towards him in the bottom side of the map to help unlock Missing from the lane. Because as we said, like when JDG are trying to get the ball rolling in the early stages about getting these ganks off and then using Missing and Kanavi to start getting deep vision in the enemy jungle. So after that, Hope is kind of left on his own to start to farm up. Whereas when you look at Viper and Mako, they are very much trying to find these aggressive trades in the 2v2, which is why we're seeing such a high damage per minute. And even then when you look at like the way that EDG like to operate in the mid game, it's much more about, hey, we're going to start trading heavily in the mid lane, then look to move in towards the dragon and getting ourselves set up for these objectives. So Viper tends to be in the forefront a lot.
Yeah, definitely true. And like you say, the dragon, that's going to be one of the crucial things for both of these teams based on what we've seen so far this split. But one of the other interesting dichotomies of these two teams is that actually they have a similar way of finding advantages, right? They both rely on finding advantages through the lanes, winning early skirmishes, and then snowballing. And it feels like we could end up in this situation where if they're both reliant on that exact same style, we could end up with fairly one-sided games as Kanavi wants to start things strong for the bottom lane. He wants to shut Viper down. Mako trying to escape the slower land from Missing. A chain there as well. Kanavi wasn't sure if he wanted to commit to this one. And the rest of the team moving away. The stun comes in onto Mako, but I don't think they've got the damage. Hope goes forward, though. Yes, they do have the damage. I eat my words, and EDG eat the dust. In comes JJ to try and answer. Finds one, and it's actually an even trade.
I mean, both AD carries go down, but it is going to be the kill going over towards Hope. You'll have the push coming through here from Kanavi in the bottom side of the map as well to make sure that this wave does crash. So all said and done, a slight advantage for JDG's bot lane, but JJ will have the advantage in that jungle matchup as Flandre taken very low in the top side.
Hey, he's not having a fun time in this lane for now. As Gangplank, the early game did get buffed up fairly recently for him. That passive got a big old stack on it. So Flandre needs to leave because 369 is the kind of player that will flash for a kill like that. So I think Flandre going to go for the reset here, and rightly so, as Kanavi moves into this mid lane just to make sure Yagao can get a reset off himself. But Missing's here too, and Scout forced to flash. Root will land. I don't know if they've got enough follow-up, but with the charm coming on through, with the damage out from the whole squad, Missing finds the kill.
And this is what we're talking about, Missing and Kanavi linking up together to make plays happen, but the 2v2 boss.
Oh, Hope has to eat away. I think he's got out with that one. Mako can't quite find the handshake, so he's safe.
Yeah, I mean, just nice play in the early stages from JDG, right? Getting the play in the bot side from Kanavi, that means that after they get to push him, but you get Missing able to roam with him towards the mid lane, and you'll see it here, right? As we get this play in the bot side, Kanavi kind of looks like he backs away here into Fog of War, so EDG think they're safe, but Missing again just about gets the tether. They get the stun onto Mako, and Mako unfortunately just flashes that little bit too late, so Hope is able to follow and get the damage that he needs down. Viper as well, very close to go down. Hope just barely misses the Mystic shot here, so doesn't get the double kill, but JJ at least able to respond.
Nicely done here. And it means that we're actually still in a very even game, but we're in an exciting game. But look at the difference between the AD carries right now. Sure, Hope got himself a kill. There is a 20 CS lead for Viper. They want to try and deny some of this that's underneath the tower right now. A handshake will do something, but Hope looks like he's able to sweep up most of this. As EDG desperate to hold on to their lead, but a route onto Mako. No summoners in this bottom side. Kanavi's here once again. Mako gonna go down for the second time this game already.
Yeah, I mean, just nice job here from JDG to get that, even giving the kill over to Hope as well. And I think that's much needed because, as you said, like, massive CS advantage over towards Viper, because even though you did get the crash from JDG in on the bottom side for that big wave, Viper managed to get there and pick up the wave. So being able to answer that back slightly with the kills for Hope means that he's got a little bit of a buffer there for what is the CS differential in that bot lane.
I mean, at this point with 2 kills, it's probably more than a buffer. I'd imagine he's got a lead, which is important on Ezreal as well. Because remember, when you're buying a tier early in the lane, you're generally pretty weak. Because Yagao has to cleanse, has to flash, he'll survive. And now Kanavi moving on in, but Scout is 6. I don't think that's a fight they want to take, and yeah, they're going to back away.
Yeah, and I like the way we're kind of seeing the difference in the 2 jungles here at the moment. Because you're looking at like Kanavi, right, who, if you look at his CS lead, has given up his CS to make sure that his lanes are, especially that bot lane, is going to be going okay. Whereas when you look at JJ, he's been trying to find these moments where he can continue to clear and get up towards the level 6 mark. But realistically, I think this is where we have to see JJ actually start to have a bigger impact. Because you are on the Lee Sin, Diego is going to outscale you. And right now, Kanavi, he's even going topside as well.
Kanavi just will not stop. This time it's Flandre on the cards. Flash available for Flandre. A cannon barrage to start it off. Flash, ult, both used. Flandre low on HP, and there's the Blade of the Rune King from Kanavi to finish him off. Kanavi is in charge of this game.
Yeah, it's such a well-orchestrated gank as well. Like, 369 getting that ultimate down sets up so nicely for Kanavi to actually get the kill. And now you've got 4 kills already that Kanavi has orchestrated across the board. And I mean, JJ's, yeah, he's getting invade, maybe steal away a red camp, but look at the gold difference. It's already swinging heavily in favor of JDG.
It's insane right now. Like, JJ, you know, it's not like he's played bad. It's just
Oh,
Kanavi
Missing.
playing out of his mind,
Missing.
but Missing has been found. He's only level 4 as well. Gets a... Oh, wait. Actually, flashes over the wall. Can he get away with this one? Oh, my days, he does. That was the Dragon Rage use and everything.
Yeah, I'm going to need some missing pings on that one. The fact that he managed to get out of there is absolutely insane, because I thought he was just doomed, right? Scout had the lock up. I thought that was it. Now, JJ...
He's looking for revenge.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to get much. He gets a Q1. We take those.
Yeah, you show him, Missy. That's what us supports need to do. Put the jugglers in their place. I gotta say, like, this has been really well done by JDG. Apart from Missy, like, nearly getting caught out there, actually, like, moving in to support the jungle, making sure he's getting the vision control down. And, like, you can already see the wards that are littered in that bottom side, right? They knew that the only real answer from JJ was to try and make some sort of invade on the bottom side. So they do lose the red, but they don't lose anywhere near as much as they possibly could have.
Certainly not. As, we can take another look at how Missing got out of this one. So he was trying to get vision. Didn't know that they were on the red buff, right? Just kick back. I thought he was doomed here. 3 levels down on Scout because he's a support, but bit of a whiff on the W for Scout.
I think what they were trying to show us there is that because Scout had used the Ice Claw in the mid lane, he didn't have the cooldown to get over the wall to follow Missing. And that's why, even though he tried to hit him with the Ring of Frost, Missing was just a little bit too far out of range.
Nicely done there by Missing to manage to survive a arguably unsurvivable situation. And Kanavi is going to take the advantage that he has and convert it into a Drake. Now picking the mid lane though, Yagao is gone. He gets no chance to play League of Legends in that one. I mean, Scout gets himself a tower plate as well.
And finally, we're getting the EDG answer with another kill, because this was looking a little bit worrisome. We talked about at the start of the day, you know, JDG, the way they like to play is, look, get these early leads, use that to snowball through objectives, use that to look for picks, and you need to try and slow down the tempo that JDG are picking up here. And the best way to do it is to pick off Yaga in the mid lane. Now you can start to get a little bit of a more control over the mid, maybe look towards this Rift Herald as well, because that is still sitting on the top side of the map. You do have a strong bot lane, you do have a Scout who's pretty strong in the mid lane, but you still need to wait for that ultimate on the Lissandra to come back up.
This lane does not look fun for Mako. I'm just watching him get harassed down like crazy. Missing, getting engaged upon. That's the Fate's Call used already. Hostile takeover as well, but Hope is just walking away. Actually just ease over the wall. Cannon barrage to disengage as well. EDG using a lot there, but not able to find much. And now Hope re-engaging. Missing, push sideways, but doesn't find the stun. 369 now looking for Flandre. Cannon barrage on cooldown, but when you've got Kanavi in the wings, you might be able to find it anyway. Ult already used. There's going to be the stun coming on in. Can they find the barrels? Can they find the Q from 369? They don't even need it because Kanavi is doing it all himself.
Oh, Flandre saw Kanavi walk the whole way up, but tried to get the push in the wave and ends up paying for a bit of its life. Too much damage on this Viego, and also 369 managing to get that barrel at the start just slows him down. JJ, knowing that Kanavi is as low as he is, will start up this Rift Herald and should get that back for EDG. But, I mean, this is running away. Or JDG, at least, are running away with this game right now.
not JDG, Kanavi is running away with this game. And I don't understand. He's managing to camp top and bot at the same time. How is that possible, man?
Look, Kanavi, we've talked about him being King Kanavi, king of the jungle for a while, and it's good to see him kind of coming back into fruition, especially as you kind of get to see these like carries coming back into the play, right? Like when we looked at 2020, when JDG was at the peak and when Kanavi was the big carry for this team, is because it was carry picks in the jungle, right? Like we looked at like the Silases and these kind of things that he looked to bring to the forefront. Now we're starting to see things like the Viego, the Wukong, these things that can actually provide that carry damage, and we get to see Kanavi popping off once more.
And we also get to see Orcs' favorite thing, a Herald in the mid lane. Also Scout, the one to pick up the Herald there. So he gets all of those plates himself. That's 3 plates that Scout now has. But also, for the following Herald in 5 minutes, they can just slam that mid, finish the mid tier 1. Very nice situation for EDG if they can make it happen. Navi, though, finally wants to make a trip to the mid lane. They found the 1 pick earlier on, but looks like it won't be repeated for now.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to make sure that he can get vision control here on this bottom side, because 2 minutes into the next dragon, like if you can continue to stack this for JDG, you end up in a pretty nice spot, especially if you look at like where Hope's going to be as he starts to pick up more of his items. Yagao as well has the Everfrost completed. This is where you can kind of see JDG, if they can find the 4v4 with 369, kind of keeping Flandre busy on the top side, they actually could potentially find some moments to force fights with that Gangplank gold leaning the advantage in their favor.
Yeah, and so far, 369 has been very liberal with that Gangplank ult as well. We've seen it used like twice so far this game, maybe 3 times. Very willing to just drop that on a fight as and when needed. Not like my Gangplanks in solo queue, I will say. 369 gonna go for the Gromp. He knows Flandre's here. Oh, Flandre! Very nicely done. Just ults over the wall, steals the Gromp away. 369 gonna be livid. He's gonna be furious, and now he's gonna get all in. Kanavi's here. This Flandre has to back away. He realizes something's going on.
Yeah, and I think it's a good shout from Kanavi and 369 to back away, just because actually in the 2v2, I still don't think they're strong enough on that top side to win out. Just with the amount of burst damage that comes through from JJ and Flandre, you need to wait a little bit longer before these Gangplank barrels are really hurting enough to try and take that 2v2.
Yeah, we're going to see the True Shot Barrage on the side, but doesn't achieve all too much as Yagao desperately trying to maintain some control of this mid lane. He has not had priority ever this game, and it's not surprising against Lissandra as an all-in on the bottom side. Hope knocked up, forced to flash here. The hostile takeover going to go wide. There's the cannon barrage we talked about, but in the meantime, in the jungle, JJ finds a shutdown onto Kanavi, and Yagao is next on the chopping block. There's the Sonic Wave. Dragon Wave not available here, but the slow is there onto Yagao. Can he find another Sonic Wave? The answer is obviously yes. JJ making it happen on Lee Sin.
Great job from the mid jungle of EDG, getting the invade on the bottom side, right as Viper and Mako are going aggressive. So just as Kanavi's trying to show up again on this bottom lane to try and shut down any sort of play from Viper and Mako, you actually have the support from JJ and Scout to turn that one back in EDG's favor.
And Hope and Missing know that Mako is recalled. Even with JJ here, they know JJ is here. They saw him in the Dragon Pit. They still stay. They still keep pushing aggressively. That is confidence right there from the JDG bot lane.
I mean, I think EDG would like to try and go for the dragon, but they're just not in a position to try and go for it. But you see here, right? Kanavi, I think this was a little bit silly, right? You don't know where JJ is, but you should have an idea with the amount of vision that JDG have set up on that bottom side. And it just means that you end up with Kanavi getting caught out. Yagao tries to answer the call for help, but he only ends up getting caught in it as well. Still, though, JDG will pick up this dragon on the bot lane. That's their second dragon now. And it's kind of the only big advantage that they have at the moment is this gold lead is swung back to dead even.
Yeah, it feels like, well, they do have that advantage in the AD carries at very least. As Hope's still going to be a little bit ahead in gold. I assume... where did our gold crack go? I missed that. That was so good. Why do we not have that? Yeah, I would assume he's ahead in gold at this point. This is against 0-0-1. Is an attempt up on the top side as well. Flash for flash there. But I don't think the kill actually ended up going down.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking to see how JDG can try and set up properly now for these next few minutes. We talked about before how JDG traditionally like to kind of link up Kanavi and Missing and look for picks. But I think they have to be so careful here because JJ has a ton of survivability, and just the amount of wiggle room he has because he's a Lee Sin and his mobility, it's going to make it hard to lock him down. Scout can also buy a huge amount of time, so I don't really feel like we're going to see the same kind of stall come out from JDG. It definitely feels like having Kanavi again continue to try to play for his lanes, try and make these kind of extended laning phases continue, so you can then look towards, okay, well, we can get bot pressure, look for Dragon, or maybe look for the next one.
Ooh, Mako tries to make it happen with Flash there. A charm now onto JJ as Kanavi moves in as well. Great dodge from Yagao, and JJ forced to flash. It was JJ trying to make the play, and he might answer with his life, but Scout comes in from the bottom side of the fight. Yagao, no Spirit Rush charges remaining. Orb Deception will connect. Charm goes slightly wide, though, with missing here. That'll all be disengaged. Mako moving over, trying to get vision control. Drake not up for another 3 minutes as Hope actually ease in. He'll be knocked up by the Fate's Call, and all of the CC lay it down. Ezreal doesn't get to move. And EDG find their pick. Flash out from Scout means it's a 1-for-0, but Kanavi answers, predicts the flash. Beautifully done, but there's no follow-up from the rest of EDG. Now 369 in, flash charm onto JJ, low on HP, but not quite going down just yet. He goes back in, tries to find Yagao, but only finds his death as Scout flees in terror.
Yeah, I mean, he ends up giving Kanavi Lee Sin as well, but cannot find the Sonic Wave. Now still looking for a bit more, but with EDG safely under their tower, they will just turn their attention to the bot side.
Oh, Viper. Oh, no, Viper.
Wait,
Can he
missing!
turn around? Oh, Viper! Finds the kill onto
369.
missing.
Oh my
It's
God.
a complete bunch from JDG. Kanavi chased down by Flandre. 369 with nowhere to go. And it's 2, just like the number of barrels on Flandre's shotgun.
How do people not remember? Towers hurt. Towers do so much more damage now, and you can see it there. Kanavi gets caught out by it. Missing then ends up tanking. He gets caught out, and that's a disaster for JDG. The green in their eyes ends up giving so much across to Edward Gaming.
Oh, it looked so good for so long, but overreaching, overstaying, overstepping, and that's exactly how it started as well.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Hope here goes very quickly to Nope as he realizes he's actually got himself caught out and already used the flash in that bot lane place. It didn't have any way to escape. And here, it actually goes super well, right? They get the 369 coming in. Flandre still on the top side, doesn't have his TP up, so they know they've got the health bar advantage in this fight. And as you get JJ picked up, it's like, oh, Kanavi thinks maybe I can get the Sonic Wave, maybe I can get the picks. Viper is alone underneath the tower, but just remember, look how much damage ends up coming through from this tower. So 2 shots already to Kanavi. Missing literally can only tank 2 shots before he goes down. And 369, the damage is just ramping up so spectacularly under this as Flandre gets his TP and gets into this bottom side at the perfect moment.
Good effort from 369 at the end there. The triple barrel backwards onto Viper. But we've already got another fight. Mako the target here as Yagao finishes that one off. And it's a charm as well onto Viper. So JDG, they mess up one play and immediately rectify it here. Yagao looking for Scout as well. The Spirit Rush in, but the charm tries to predict the dodge and it goes a little wide instead. The stun does land from Kanavi. I don't think there's any follow-up here. The Claw of Doom from Scout to pull himself to safety.
I think JDG got what they wanted, though. Rift Herald in their back pockets. I believe they got it there. So that's why we're having that whole fight. No, actually, it doesn't look like it. No. Oh, JJ got it. Yeah, so, I mean, look, you still get the fight afterwards. You're still trying to even up some of the mistakes that happened in that bottom side. But I think now that you've got, like, top tower gone, mid gone, bot tower should be able to take in fairly easy by Flandre. You're going to start to be able to answer up some of these tier 2s for EDG, but we're just going to get a replay here as Kanavi enters into the brush. They try to get the pick on towards Mako as EDG had just taken the Rift Herald, but yeah, they're just caught out from no man's land with just more members of JDG in the vicinity.
Drake is on the map, and it would be so point for JDG, so you know both teams are going to fight for this one. 5v5 on the cards here, Dagda. What are we looking for?
More blood! I want all the blood! This has been such a fun game, and now EDG starting up the dragon. JDG, keep your eyes on Hope. Can he be the carry in this fight?
They're just going to take it, though. EDG getting this Drake scot-free here. JDG not willing
All right,
to go
screw you
for
guys.
5v5 for now. Dagda, I feel like you kind of cursed that one. I was looking at win conditions. You said they were going to fight, and immediately they're out.
They're just jerks.
the
I can't
first
believe
time
they do
this
this to
game
me.
they don't
Yeah. But look, at least it's a nice win for EDG, right? You end up getting the dragon for yourself. You're stopping the stacking. And honestly, when you're looking towards the amount of burst damage on EDG's side, these Inferno stacks are going to mean so much for them. And if they could get that soul, it's going to mean a lot as well. So I think for JDG kind of realizing, hey, look, we don't really have vision control here. We don't know where EDG are. And remember the win condition we talked about for JDG, like hiding back, making sure that EDG can't close that gap. Well, that becomes very hard to do if you haven't already established yourself at that objective.
I feel like we're getting an unofficial fight night for ourselves here, David.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
We're just getting an absolute brawl of a game. And even though, like, the kills, just under 1 a minute, which, hilariously, in the LPL, not that crazy. But I feel like there's been a lot of action that's led to not many kills, but it's been big, big moments. And the next big moment, I think, is going to be when JJ looks to place this Herald down. But they already got that mid-tier 1 that they set up earlier with that first Herald, so they can use this Herald for pressure elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I'm just surprised to see the amount of presence EDG have over towards this Baron, though, because I was about to say, as you can see, Scout now moving back up to the top side, like, he's going to start pushing it out. Oh, Mako!
Ooh, Fate's Call used to save Mako's life. Will just be used defensively, though. No re-engage on this one. It's JDG just basically A-rabbing at this point.
Yeah, but it works for JDG, right? Like, EDG are the ones who want to try and spread out to use their Scout.
Scout trying to get onto Kanavi, just takes a huge amount of poke damage in return, though. Kanavi maybe with a re-engage here. Just going to get vision control once more. Full vision control for JDG on the Baron, but I don't think that's something they could start.
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? EDG would like to try and push sides to pull JDG around the map. Then you place Rift Herald, and that's how you create the numbers advantage where you can actually use the Rift Herald correctly. But for JDG, they're actually perfectly happy to just be sat in mid here, because if they're 5v5 A-ramming versus JDG, you don't get the opportunity to use the Rift Herald, but you can see, right? JJ, it's about to time out. He'll just plonk it in top. Well, I was going to say plonk it in top lane because it's about to go, but yeah, it's actually worked out for JDG now where you don't get to use this Rift Herald as you'd like as JJ because JDG just matched you 5 versus 5.
This one thing I do want to just quickly mention while we've got a lull in the action here, and that's the Flandre currently almost 50 CS up in the top lane. After how that early game was going, after it felt like 369 had a huge lead, or at least a huge pressure lead in that top side. It's a big CS advantage for Flandre now, but look at 369 and Kanavi. They see the Herald go down bot, and they are playing the waiting game. The barrel in the brush, ready to go. Flandre moving in, unawares of the situation. He's going to get pounced on, but he dodges away. Ults backwards, and Kanavi's the one in trouble now. Flandre surviving. There goes half his health. 369's got some damage, hasn't he? As he charges forward, but Flandre survives. True Shot Barrage across the fight. As JJ finds one, and Kanavi on the wrong side of the map, and he's got 5 players chasing him down. And that's a beautiful cue from JJ. As Kanavi actually gets some healing, but it's not going to be enough. And EDG, what a counterplay.
And they get the terror push to the bot side as well. The Rift Herald actually managed to hit, so EDG get the kills, they get the play, and now do they get the chance to defend their mid lane turret as well? And looks like that's a yes. EDG winning across the board.
I can't believe the presence of mind from Flandre. Like, he was so ready for a play to happen there. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that one where you get to see how quick Flandre is on dodging everything that suddenly comes out of that.
Yeah, I mean, that was insane. Flandre is an absolute beast. And this is what we're talking about, right? Getting Flandre back to business. Getting the Flandre that is the world champion back on comfort. And you can see it here, right? Manages to dodge away the stun, the barrel, the damage from for Flandre onto Kanavi as well is absolutely insane. But it does get responded very quickly by 369. But more members of EDG have to show up faster. Scout even TPing in as well. It gives everything to EDG. You can see like the call from JDG to move in towards the mid lane is just a little bit too late, right? They don't have the minion line there. It's only just been brought up by Yagao, and they're not able to respond with any sort of pressure on them.
And the crazy thing is, if the stun hits, he's dead. If the barrel hits, he's dead. If the Viego will hit, he's dead. Like, if he fails to dodge any of those abilities, he goes down, but he manages to make the play. Now Drake coming up, 10 seconds. It's 2 for 1 on Drake so far as Scout. Uses his Zhonya's, keeps himself safe here. Fate's Call coming out from Viper. Won't find a re-engage.
Scout going to be forced to reset though, and Dragon is on the map. No TP available for the Lysandra, so nice job by JDG as Yago!
Oh, the flash charm, that's going to be Flandre going. Didn't dodge that one, did you, mate? That one was important as well. And now onto the Drake they go. But look at the pings from EDG. Could this be a Baron attempt? I feel like that would be dicey.
I think they're just trying to bait JDG into the area, because as we said before, right? Like, this is where you want to try and close the distance, but that's the thing! Viper doesn't spot the ward, so JDG know they're safe. They don't have to worry about the Baron, they don't have to face check anything. And oh, Viper...
Kanav is still full HP. I can't believe nothing hit him. It looked like he was in trouble. I guess he wasn't. 369 in the meantime, just pushing out that bottom side and now can start to collapse. They're looking for a blue buff. Yagao is here over the wall as well. Everfrost comes out from Scout. There's a cannon barrage. And Scout gonna get chomped. Oh, he still gets the claw out, but the barrels are here. There's the damage. And Scout, he keeps himself safe for a second.
What?
Oh, pushed over the wall!
What?
This man is unkillable.
How the hell did he survive that? The fact that he managed to get that flash over the wall is absolutely insane. No hope. Oh, playing with fire there as Viper and Mako were eyeing him up, but with Arcane shift to the safety of his team, that means that nobody out of all that will actually end up falling.
No, but
Never mind,
there's a
never
chop
mind.
from Yagao. Yagao did not have the greatest laning phase, but he has been on it with the charms now.
And that's something that we see a lot from Yagao when he's on this Ari pick, is like, he'll just hide in bushes, try and look for picks, spot like wards in weird places, just so we can see if he'll maybe get one person out of position, and he ends up spotting out Mako there, so nice job from Yagao to get that pick.
Really nicely done there, and now still a gold advantage for EDG, but soul point for JDG crucially, and that gives them an in, that gives them a window. And look at the build from 369 right now. 3 items on that gangplank. He ain't getting any weaker this game. Feels like he's on the cusp of getting to the point where just one good placed barrel is enough to win a team fight.
Yeah, he is very scary. And look, I think there's a lot of people on both squads that are quite scary, right? You've nearly got 4th item completed here for Flandre. He will hurt if he gets onto any of these squishy members. Yagao as well, getting that Horizon focus means that he's going to be very good at that single target damage. And I think it kind of says a lot about what JDG are looking for, right? Like, they know that it's about a case of, like, one person on EDG will have to overextend to try and find these fights. So if we can burst that person down, separate out EDG using the cannon barrage, that's going to be our win condition, and I think the itemization is just really smart from Yagao to kind of facilitate that.
One of the crucial things about this EDG composition that I'm really liking is the amount of, like, invulnerability that they've got for themselves. First off, things like the Lee Sin, just very slippy in general, but Mako can face check because he's got that Fate's Call available. You've got Scout, who has both the Zhonya's and his ultimate. It feels like there are limited options when it comes to trying to find picks for JDG.
Yeah, and I think that's the big problem is, like, as you say, not only do you have to deal with all that, you've also just got the W from Renata as well to keep people alive. But,
yeah.
Now, EDG trying to bait over towards this Baron. There's a lot of vision here for JDG, but has been started, and JDG are taking the bait.
EDG just going to go for this one. Just looking for a fight, you'd imagine, as 369 staying in the bottom side. Not going to TP just yet. JDG, it feels like calling the bluff of EDG, but if you don't go in, I'm not sure it is a bluff. There's a cannon barrage, 2k on the Baron. They're just going to... Oh my god, Kanavi gets it. Can you believe this, man? It's going to be JDG looking for kills as well as Viper's over the wall. Yagao follows, turns golden with the Zhonya's 369 damage onto Flandre as the rest of EDG getting chased down and cut down. Yagao will follow over the wall. Another great charm as it's an ace for JDG and a Baron to boot.
How the hell did Kanavi get that steal? You have a Callista, you have JJ with the smite as well. Like, that was absolutely insane. And now JDG have Baron, and there's a minute until Inferno Soul. This is so easy now for JDG to pick up this objective.
And Dagda, what a game this has been. Every single time you expect something to happen, it's outplayed on both sides of the board. It feels like everything is consistently just being flipped on its head. This time, it's Kanavi to come in and get the Miracle Steal, and it nets not only a Baron, but towers in the mid lane, a tower up in that top side as well, and an advantage now for JDG.
And I thought EDG played this really well. Scout buying space, but yeah, 255 HP. JJ smited, Callista ran. I don't know if Callista got the rend, but it just looked like mistimed on their side. And EDG, because they've invested so much space into the pit and it's all gone sideways, and it's just getting caught out beautifully. Like, it actually looked like it could have been alright, but we're back to live, we're back to Dragon, and we're back to seeing how JDG can try and set this up. Because again, barrels for 369 are going to hurt, but can EDG close the gap properly with Scouts?
This time, no side lane pressure on either side. We're fighting. It's 5v5. Everybody in the pit because it's sole point for JDG. If they can get this smite, if Kanavi can find this Drake, it will be Infernal Soul. And with a Gangplank, with an Ezreal, that might just be curtains for EDG. 7k on the Dragon as it's pulled out of the pit, and EDG, they desperately want to fight for this one. 3k, are we actually just going to flip this one? The answer is yes, and JJ finds the smite for himself. Walks away with a little bit of HP, but that charm, again, Yaga with these charms, and Kanavi once more on the fight as well. EDG being corralled here, 4 men strong, but they're outnumbered, and another charm lands. Barrels come through from 369, but JJ trying to answer, it's one. It's a triple kill, comes for 369. Flandre goes down for the quadra kill, and 369 charging JJ down. He wants himself the Penta, and Missing's there to give him the movement speed. The blast cone ain't enough, and 369's rolling only 9s today.
The pentakill for 369, completely corralled into JDG. EDG will fall. Kanavi the only one that fell in turn. And now JDG can start to push in towards this base as well. Hope has got pushing mid. You got Yagao who's going to clear at the bot tier 2 as well. That was JDG now at least getting the kills, but the dragon was secured by EDG.
Yeah, JJ just like winking over his shoulders like, got the dragon though, didn't I? Yeah, I can't believe we flipped this one. I cannot believe that was a flip at the end. Kanavi Smite leaving it on 60 HP, I'm pretty sure though.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, at least in theory, you should have the advantage for EDG when it comes towards these smites, right? You got the execute for Lee Sin, you've got the smite for, you got the Ren damage as well that come through from the Callista. I just don't know what happened at the Baron, but here, I mean, there's not much to talk about, right? EDG realized they've gone too deep, and JDG have so many tools to actually chase you down. Like, the same tools that are good at helping them disengage are the same tools that are going to help them to close the gap. You can see just there, pentakill for your man 369.
And, you know, I'm rewatching that clip. And it's not that 369 plays badly or anything, but it's not an exceptional play. He's just walking forward, Q on one, collector, Q on another, collector, Q on another, collector. Just bopping everyone one by one. Beautifully done there. And then now, JDG, if they didn't have an advantage before, well, they're 9,000 gold up. That'll do it. That'll certainly find yourself a lead. And with a Callista on your team, it feels so bad when you fall this far behind in gold. Callista just feels useless.
Yeah, and I think that's the big problem that they're now going to face, especially when, like, Vision Control can now be easily established for JDG. It's so much harder to find these flanks and picks. And now, as you look towards, like, Baron in a minute and a half, JDG already have good Vision Control on the top side. They got the wave shoved in. I mean, might even just try to look to open up this base with Hope. But do have to be careful of some of the engages from EDG.
Yeah, Hope trying to get some damage onto the tower. It's low, not quite finished off, but now that they'll get some pressure down in the bottom side from 369 as well, should be able to finish this tower off in the mid lane. Kanavi playing bouncer in between the lanes here. 369 does have to be cautious, and Flandre will clear that wave out. So, does feel like a bit of a struggle here for JDG on the siege, but they can keep it going all day long.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to crack open the base. I just want to highlight, though, just what we have. Or maybe don't have time?
I don't think we have time. It's a charm onto Scout. He turns golden at the last second, but won't get him much on that one as Mako just walks into Hope's ult. He gets one shot. The rest of the team jump into the meat grinder. They get Hope, but at what cost, Dagda? At what cost? And they finally knock down 369, but he's got a GA. One more Q and finish Scout. He's got that collector, remember. And I think that one might just be good. The Scout walks away with his life, but the mid inhib at minimum.
It cost them everything, Marge. Everything. And now JDG will be able to pick up game one. You can see the TP interrupted as Kanavi will add another kill to his play. Kanavi having a fantastic game, sets up the win for JDG.
You know, that stun there for Scout, it was a heartbreaker. That's going to be game as we see JDG. Started off strong, started as they mean to go on. But what a game one. Because that EDG certainly did not play badly, right? That was a close one through and through.
I loved that game. That game was so much fun to watch. Like, you end up getting a ton of early game kills, a ton of early pressure. Kanavi seemed like a man on a goddamn mission at the start of this game, getting kills top, getting kills bot, and just kind of trying to set up for these early successes. But EDG did a really good job in the mid game of fighting back against that, but they just weren't quite able to get the ball across the finish line. Especially you can see with that Baron, that was kind of the deciding factor there.
Yeah, felt like a tough one for EDG when it came to the Baron flip. You know, JJ won the smite fight on the Dragon flip, but that wasn't quite as important, was it? And also they ended up getting aced on both of the fights. So yeah, maybe the smites weren't as important as I'm alluding to. Maybe the team fights that followed were. I just want to quickly mention Yagao's charms this game, man. Like, did he miss a charm? I'm not sure. Like, during these fights, it felt like every single time Scout's trying to get his Claw of Doom out of the fight, every single time Yagao finds the charm.
And this is why I'm kind of surprised that we don't see more teams trying to pick up the RE, right? Like, I think she still has a really good spot in the meta at the moment where she can look to set up these picks. Great in team fights, great at just playing Disruptor a lot of the times. And her damage is pretty damn good as well. And even if you don't, like, even if you just get the charm, you've still got the Everfrost there as well. Like, there's so much built into her kit that I'm surprised that we're still not seeing her as much as we are. But I think in this one, like, even just the... I think Yagao kind of understood what his role was in this. Like, even the build that he decided to go with the Unsealed Spellbook rather than going for the Electrocute, he kind of was like, look, I'm not going to go for the 1v1 in lane. That's not really what JDG as a whole we're trying to do. Instead, opting to go, hey, look, I can take an Exhaust, I can take a Heal, I can take a Cleanse when I need to. And having just a full artillery of Summoner spells on Axis meant that he was able to provide some really clutch moments in this game.
Yeah, and actually surprising amount of damage for an Ahri. Like, quite often we see Ahris with very, very low damage. But I'm just saying, Yagao loves playing Ahri, Knight loves playing Ahri. They both went to school together. They were best mates back when they were younger. I'm just saying, maybe they know something everyone else doesn't know right now. But let's be honest, when it comes to predicting the MVP, it's going to be 369. Look at that damage coming out from him. Had a fantastic game. And also got a pentakill. Like, let's be real here. He's grabbing the MVP.
I mean, look, I think 369 definitely had a phenomenal game with the ultimates, with the fact that he got the pentakill, but I really think there's the control that Kanavi was able to show in that early stage. Honor, like, at least he'd be my MVP for this one. I think the fact that he got, like, so much pressure down to that bottom side really turned around the ability for Viper Mako to really take over that bot side, because you can see already, like, it was starting already to swing with Viper Mako, even just from level 2, level 3. So the fact we got these early ganks from Kanavi just stopped that potential from ever snowballing and gave so much more opportunities to Hope and Missing to actually be relevant in this game.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely agree with you. I think Kanavi was the most valuable player on the side of JDG in this game. I'm just saying that the graphic is going to go to 369.
Yeah,
that's just
bigger number, better person. That's the way it works. Look, this is my third year in the LPL. I know how this works, but it's just a case of I want to put in my 2 cents before it gets dashed, all right?
I will say, Missing had a hell of a game as well. Missing, great during the laning phase, manages to get that miraculous escape during the mid lane, consistently ganking as well. Like, he was constantly moving around the map and making things happen. So I feel like the whole JDG squad having a good one in game number 1, but we'll see what EDG still have up their sleeves. Both these teams are 2-0 in the standings right now, and I'm sure EDG don't want to let that go without a fight. We'll have to find out after the break.
Is written by the victors, and for the LPL, that history has been written by Edward Gaming, an organization that has reached the pinnacle of League of Legends in every metric. 6 LPL titles, an MSI championship, and your 2021 World Champions.
They've actually done it! The LPL is back on top! They made it all the way!
Every time they seem to have slipped up, they return with a fire in their eyes and remind the world who they are.
And win back all.
And yet, without nearly as stacked of a resume, JDG continues to impress. Led by their superstar jungler and a bot lane that doesn't seem to miss, JDG is primed to ramp up and blow past the competition. And with a roster this stacked, they might just do it.
Break us when we rise.
The LPL are kings again!
Herald will disappear, but plating given over to Angel as he moves over. Still confident here in the strength of Viper as SOFM gets tagged away. Sonic Wave's there from JJ, the kick backwards as well. SOFM has his ult to get out, but he's on the wrong side of dodge. True shot barrage. Man, there you go. You get the Korean sniper from Viper, the 3-0 start that every Ezreal wants. Meanwhile, the Shy dealing with Viper. This bird trying to go to an egg, but it's already happened. Viper secured it. He gets another double, and EDG somehow come out clean.
I think EDG are going to look super good. Viper was the best AD carry in LPL, even if he didn't go. Probably the best AD carry in the world in spring.
Viper and Mako, baby, they're doing it again.
When we rise, we run on the edge and across the flames.
That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh ho ho! Hope with the slam down. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into night.
That was Hope breaking the ankles of the top esports bot lane.
We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same.
Oh my lord, that damage.
Literally just dead. Konami goes into the backline. Heroic entrance comes in as well. Righteous Judgment not going to do anything, as it's another fight white for JDG.
Absolute massacre on the Rift. The damage coming out. That will be a convincing finish to this series. A stompier game than we saw in the previous two. This is a heated rivalry, and JDG absolutely have the edge today.
Sunlight we shines light on my whiskey eyes, pain in every pore, and my core there's a war. Time is a melody, lines in a minor key, and you could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The darkness lives strong, a trait I don't wish on anyone, but there's life under these roots, something more. Time is a melody, and mine's in a minor key, and you could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. Time is a melody, lines in a minor key. You could be with me if you really don't mind the end of the world. The end of the world.
You know, we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Way waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. He in a mic, 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep the movement moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin of veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft to get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wait waters, brothers yelling black pride. Take offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep, get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters in the pin cushion. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it french fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch. Cause I'm off the clock. I clock miles though, and I see them Angela Davises wanting miles though. That's why I keep it stepping with the samurai precision. I'm trying to change the color, David Banner, my decision. Blow it up and make it all green and break it all down and share it with the team. So I ain't got time to sing Kumbaya till I'm cooping two-seater, just blew by y'all. Travel at a high speed, it's me, you in my rear view. Still wanna sing, but honestly I can't hear you. Unless you talking as loud as the bass hit. It's Krilla and the boyfriend Nick Gia.
We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
There it is. Beautiful, beautiful Shanghai. And you know, it's looking like a cloudy day over there in Shanghai. Here in the UK, it's the most glorious weather you've ever seen. It's the summer split, and we're dressed for the occasion. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Dagda. And chat, I want you to spam who you think the MVP was for that last game, because we're going to have a bit of a surprise for you, let's be honest. It is not the player you thought it was going to be. I can guarantee it, because our MVP for game number 1 ends up being Yagao. I mean, like, he played well. The jobs were good, but you know, Konami 369 got a penta. Missing played out of his mind. I'm kind of surprised by this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, Yagao apparently just too much of a charming person. They had to give it to him. I agree. I think there was about 3 other people I would have put probably slightly ahead of him. But look, Yagao, I think, definitely did have a good game. As we said, like, the charms and team fights were on point. Like, being able to actually find consistently good engages. And you see it here, right? Like, picking up Flandre, managing to get, like, Kanavi on a couple of those clipped charms as well. Like, the pick opportunities that Yagao brought to the table were really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, he did, like, I'm not trying to take away from the fact that he did have an amazing game for himself. Like, consistently performing exceptionally on this Ari. Like you said, he's one of the players that's still willing to pick this pick up and showing the value there. Like, him and Knight, kind of the two that stand out to me as the big Ari players. But again, he just couldn't miss. He just couldn't miss a charm. As I'm going to have to knock those back down. We're going to go into game number 2, Dagda. What do you expect it to change up here from EDG? Because it felt like the early game was fairly reasonable. I'm just going to pretend nothing happened.
Yeah, cool guys
are
where
looking
those glasses,
explosions.
where those glasses are positioned on your face right now, because they definitely did not slap back in to a comfortable position.
Almost pulled it off. Almost pulled it off. Like, I'm not a cool guy naturally. I have to try very hard. and I fail miserably. What are you expected to change from EDG here for them to look for a win in game 2?
Yeah, I think it's just finding something for JJ where he could contest Kanavi in the early stages. I think if we went into a bit of an easier early game for them, I think Viper and Mako could have got control of that bot side of the map. You could have actually seen the early skirmishes go a little bit better for EDG as well. I think that would be the big one that I'm looking at, but we still see EDG opting in towards the red side, so JDG still have the opportunity, if we do see the Wukong banned here by EDG, to go back towards the Viego first pick, because nothing here has changed on either side.
No, feels the same so far, except the Nautilus being taken off, which did get banned just later on in the draft. I believe it was the Wukong that they banned in game number 1.
Yeah.
Which does mean JDG could go for that Wukong, but I don't know. I think this is a bait, JDG. I wouldn't do it if I were you.
I definitely do. Wukong is so damn strong in this patch, and unless JJ has some sort of pick that he's ready for, like, you've got good early dueling, you've got good skirmishing, your level 6 is so incredibly strong, it sets up for great team fights. Like, Wukong just kind of is a one-stop shop for everything you want out of a jungler right now.
Now, I've heard whisperings that things like the AP junglers can be very, very good into the Wukong, so maybe JJ has something up his sleeve, but that doesn't really strike me as JJ's style, necessarily. Is Viper going to take this Ezreal away? So we're going to go into a very different game. Just do it! JJ, look at it! God damn. It's so hard. It's Viego. It's always Viego! I'm so sick of Viego!
Yeah, I mean, look, this is now the new Jinx of Helios, right? It's like Viego, Wukong, and if they're both gone, we get a Lee Sin. That's basically the way this is going to go. But Ezreal locked in means that you are going to get the hope to go towards the counter pick if he wants to in the Kalista, which is what we saw a lot at MSI. But actually going to go back to the Jinx. That's not something I expected to see.
No, very late game. I will say, leans into Hope's classic style. Like, when we think of Hope in 2020, it was all about these late game AD carries. It was like the on-hit Varus he did exceptionally well on. So I can see Hope being a very good AD carry on the Jinx, but Jinx right now, the early game got nerfed quite a bit. But I suppose against an Ezreal, you're not that worried about it.
Yeah, it's just more so a case of, I think the Kai'Sa fits so well with things like Wukong, even the Leona, if you want to pick it up, right? Like, that backline dive access is so strong. And even when you look at, like, the Braum and the Nautilus both gone away, it just kind of lends itself to a nice, easy setup for the Kai'Sa. But either way, you're still going to have good team fights with the Jinx. You just won't be able to facilitate as much of the dive as JDG has kind of set up for themselves already. But on the opposite side for EDG, we'll have to see what the ban is going to be. I think Yuumi, honestly, I mean, Mako would get to play his own skin. I don't see any problems with this here, you know? I think this is just a good pick.
You've got Mako on his own skin. You've got JJ on his own skin as well. Are we going to see... Wait, did Flandre play his skin? He did, right? We didn't even notice last game.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, we're idiots.
Yeah.
I don't know if he played his skin. Did he play his skin?
I think he did. It was black and white.
Maybe it's the sunglasses. Maybe I couldn't see it properly.
Ah, maybe. You're too shaded. That's the problem. We've got 5 seconds on the first ban here for EDG, and they will take the Lissandra off the board. I wonder what Scout's thinking of picking.
I mean, maybe we're going to get the Ari takeaway. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like the LeBlanc taken off the board as well. Yagao, very, very good on that LeBlanc. Even just the respect ban as well sometimes comes through for the Zoe, because we both kind of know Zoe has for the longest time been a big pick for JDG. We've seen it banned against them at 17% of the time as well. So not too high on the priority list, but definitely something that could be a potential ban here for EDG.
Flandre getting the Vladimir respect ban once again. That seems to be a fairly consistent theme that we're starting to see against EDG. Flandre brought the Vlad out once or twice, and ever since he's not been allowed to play it. So showing his stuff up in that top side, showing that he needs that respect. And now, like you say, could be a second mid lane ban to set Scout up for an Ari pick.
Yeah, and I think just JDG are kind of going the right route here. That actually going to be the Twisted Fate ban, but getting rid of things that can kind of create issues for the backline in the fight are actually your best bet. So maybe you honestly just ban away the Ari here, because I think if you're looking at like, okay, well, Wukong's going to go forward, Leona's going to go forward, Jinx at the moment is going to be kind of left on her lonesome, and if you end up with something like a Vladimir that could actually like duel her in the backline, that could be an issue. Ari provides the same thing, so that's why we're seeing the Ari ban come through now.
Yeah, I think Scout leaning towards maybe a little long Twisted Fate ban, but actually just going to go straight for a Zoe here as the blind pick in that mid lane. Now, historically, one of the good picks into the Zoe has been that Orianna, but it's not necessarily a pick that I necessarily think of Yagao for. Certainly would lean into the scaling with a Jinx and potentially a Gangplank coming through.
Yeah, I think Gangplank works really well here and just like helping again to close the gap. Good threat towards the back line, so you can kind of like have that extra cannon barrage on top of the dive coming through from Wukong. So I think right now it's looking pretty damn good. Yagao as well, going to go towards the LeBlanc that we're talking about if he wants to. Or, well, maybe swapping over towards the Azir for the late game. But I think something that at least can either like play backline alongside this Jinx is going to work out well, or facilitate the dive potential that works with the Wukong. So LeBlanc, or even if you want to look towards the Azir, could both work out here.
So LeBlanc locked in here for Yagao. This will be his second game of LeBlanc of the split. So far, an infinite KDA on LeBlanc. Didn't die in his first game. 100% win rate so far. So, you know, that's only based on one game, so I don't want to get too excited there. But powerful pick in the mid lane for the side of JDG. And now over to EDG, because they need to figure out what they can take against 369's Gangplank, because the Graves didn't seem to cut it in game number 1. The Riven is actually locked in. I assumed that was just a bait.
No, I mean, we've actually started to see Riven like creep back into the meta. Because you're able to get so many gap closes against the Gangplank, you can struggle with it quite a bit. You tend to take the Flash Ignite in this lane as well, so you can actually have that all-in potential. And if JJ can get up to that top side, I think it's going to work out great. I think the only issue for Flandre in this is like how much CC there's going to be for these team fights, right? Like the Wukong lockups are going to be able to disrupt them. The CC coming through from missing as well is going to be an issue. And unless you actually manage to hop onto the backline and get on towards Hope, there's not going to be a huge amount of damage that Flandre can really make stick to key characters in these fights.
Yeah, we'll have to say. I will say that the Zoe, Ezreal, and Yumi, it's giving me flashbacks of 2020 top esports. Oh no! What have I done? I forgot my shades.
Oh no!
I swear, when you're like, you had a very serious expression on as we cut to camera with your aviators on. You look like a 80s
like
California cop, you know, with your shirt on, like Starsky and
Miami
Hutch style.
Vice is over here, you know?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it kind of giving me flashbacks to Top Esports 2020 with this Zoe Ezreal Yumi comp. Feels very like long range, poke them down, bubble into true shot barrage, this kind of style of play.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. And like, if you can actually come out ahead in the early stages here for EDG, I think you're in a relatively good spot, right? Because then you can actually use your long range. You can look to get the poke from Scout, from Viper to actually have hit. But the biggest problem that I see is like, if you actually start to fall behind here and Kanavi can make some magic happen like you did in game number 1, suddenly you don't get the opportunity to try and like play at range in the same manner that you did. And that's where I think a lot of the issues can start to creep in for EDG.
I have to say, I'm excited for Flandre bringing out the Riven. One of the things we said at the very start of today was, look, Flandre 369, interesting champion pools. Flandre especially, a lot of counter picks up his sleeve. We've seen his Vlad. We've seen his Annie. Now we're seeing his Riven up against this Gangplank after the Graves game. Not really working out for him in game number 1. And also, JJ having this Viego in his pocket. Obviously, has his own skin on this champion. Like, we know how good JJ is on the Viego. I want to see him carry. I want to see him back on top.
Well, we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to manage it. I think the big one here is like Wukong, very, very strong in the early stages of the game. Can make it a bit tough for the Viego to try and make it happen. I'm trying to see. That is the EDG skin, isn't it? Yeah. So we got Scout on his skin. We have Yumi on it for Mako, I'm assuming. And then
wait a second. We just need Viper to play Aphelios in game 3. We need EDG to win this game, then Viper to play Aphelios game 3, and then all of the EDG skins will have been played in this series. That would be just beautiful. I don't know if they're willing to do that. Aphelios is not in the greatest spot right now, to be honest, but hey, it's doable.
I think I'm wrong. I don't think it is EDG's Zoe, because it's blue and white, isn't it? And that's more of like a ready color in the mid lane, so it could be wrong.
I genuinely don't have a clue. I have no idea what that Zoe skin looks like.
We are the worst LPL guys. We're supposed to be supporting these guys, and we're like, I don't know, maybe it is their skin. Who knows?
Look, I support them. I've bought the skin.
All right, no, it's definitely not.
I'm pretty sure it is.
It's definitely.
Is it not?
No, it has blue and white hair, so no, it's not. We baited you all. And now Twitch chat is probably just screaming at us.
Yeah. You brought it up, not me.
It's the sunglasses. It's the sunglasses. Blame the sunglasses, you know? Yeah.
Everything that goes wrong this cast, it's the sunglasses, okay? JJ, hey, he's got his own skin, though. Wait, aren't there chromas? Maybe there's a chroma. Let's move on. Let's move on. Kanavi pathing towards the bottom side here, as is JJ. We could have a bit of a tussle around this bottom lane early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got a pretty strong engage here for Hope and Missing, but honestly, I think it's just really hard to actually try and lock down Viper and Mako unless they make some sort of big mistake. So you'll get push and you'll try and like keep up vision control on this bot side so Hope can look for plates, but other than that, I just don't see them really looking for too much unless they can get Yagao out of lane and try and link up for some sort of like 4-man dive, because realistically, Hope just doesn't have damage in the early stages to try and match up against what that terror damage can do.
JJ looks like he wants to try and make a play happen up in this top side. 369 pushing in, wants to get that barrel off and finish the wave off, but Flandre very good at starting a fight on this Riven. 369 already half HP and being chased down the wrong way in this lane. He's gonna go down. There is no way you survive that one. And once again, the Viego gets off to a flying start. This time though, it's for EDG.
Yeah, good guy Flandre as well, giving the kill across to JJ there, going, look, no, we get you off, but it is going to be answered on the bot side.
Dive in the bottom side as well, which is rare on this patch. Viper 1 HP and Missing
Oh
survives.
my God.
As Hope gets the reset, tries to flee. Kanavi in trouble here. Scout's gone in, but Scout's low on HP, and that's a double kill for Hope on an early game Jinx. That is a nightmare for EDG. At least Scout gets one. At least there's some answer as Mako on the Yumi looking for a solo kill onto Hope. Can he actually get this? I don't think so. Hope chases him away.
I mean, still though, JDG getting 2 kills off that. Not quite able to connect with the zap as well, but we'll get to crash this wave. You get the full free reset for Yago in the mid lane as well. JDG, I mean, answer back so well.
Yeah, wow, what a banger fight. Just 4 minutes into the game, we need a replay of this one. So start off, we see JJ going for the play on top side.
Yeah, and just a nice moment here, right? I think 369 just completely caught out, didn't get the push in on the third wave, so you end up with JJ just in a perfect position to actually get that kill on the top side, and then we swap over the bottom side. Like, Missing, I don't know how he managed to survive this. Like, the fact he's so close to going down, that auto attack from Viper nearly kills him before he flashes away, and then with Scout TPing in here as well, you've got Viego for JJ holding the wave, so they think, okay, we can turn this around, ton of damage coming through, but they only get the 1 kill back onto Kanavi.
Crucially, Yagao didn't actually join in at all. We'll find a route onto Scout here, and the bubble goes wide as well. Scout has to flash away. Kanavi tries to chase it. They actually don't have the damage. Scout will survive.
Scout will survive, but just about the big issue that you're seeing though is like how strong this Wukong is in the early stages, right? Like, he's got a ton of burst damage, get the kill on bot side, moves in towards mid, nearly able to get the kill onto Scout. Scout now actually gonna stick around with JJ helping him to clear out this wave, but that means that JJ isn't farming, isn't getting the advantages that he wants to try and lend himself in towards that later portion of the game.
Well, he is farming, just at Scout's expense. That's going to be a Ignite drop by Scout. Obviously picked that up with the Spelthy. And Yagao just going to be farming underneath the tower. He is now level 6, so you do have to be a little cautious of Scout. Surely the recall has to come through at this point, because Yagao's all-in potential with that flash available as well is real dicey for Scout.
I think we're seeing, though, the big difference between the bot laners that we kind of highlighted at the start, right? We talked about Hope getting a ton of early pressure down on this bottom side. Again, Kanavi sitting around in this bottom lane. And Viper and Mako aren't really able to deal with the amount of pressure because JJ just isn't responding on this bottom side. And now with 2 kills towards Hope, the Jinx starting to scale, she's going to be able to start looking to take turret plates with the Noon Quiver already picked up. Like, you need to try and shut down this bot lane as EDG.
Certainly do, and you can see 369 channeling a recall there. He knows that JJ's up on this top side of the map. He knows he's not safe to stick around, so gonna play it safe. The wave pushing towards Flandre, which is perfect for EDG's top laner. He'll be able to just keep that as long as he wants. He might even clear it. We'll have to wait and see what he chooses to do, but Drake gonna be taken here by JDG again. Starting off with these Drakes, this is what we saw in game number 1, managing to repeat it for game number 2, but looks like Flandre is gonna go for that freeze we talked about.
Yeah, and I think it's a good spot for Flandre to try and do this, right? Because Rift Herald is going to be open a little bit. If you can, like, stack a big wave in that top side, create a slow push, then you can actually try and contest this as EDG. Because, as you can see in bot lane, Hope and Missing have already pushed in that wave. They're looking for the reset. They'll return to bot side, push in one more wave, and then we'll start to rotate up towards this this Herald as well. So, I think this is where you're kind of seeing, okay, Flandre, with this control, might be able to stop 369 from interacting with that Rift Herald and give a bit of respite to EDG.
JJ wants to try and move in on this top side. 369 could be in trouble. He desperately wants to clear that wave, but I don't think he'll be allowed to. Flandre starts the all-in. Flash away from 369. Half HP as Flandre flashes forward. There's a more from JJ, and the ult to finish him off as well. Another pickup on that top side. 369 tried to play it cautiously, but still gets shut down.
Yeah, 369 was trying to see if he could break that freeze, but unfortunately not able to do so. Now again, we talked about EDG having control of that top side. It's going to work out beautifully for them. Now should be able to try and move across with Flandre in tow. No TP for the Gangplank as well. So they should have a numbers advantage up here, especially if they catch Kanavi.
Navi goes for a play onto Flandre here. He just wants a 1v1 on the enemy top laner. Oh my days, Kanavi. I mean, obviously, Flandre, no ult. He was low, no flash, etc., etc. But there's not many junglers that you see that would just go for a 1v1 in the top lane like that. And that means this Herald should be just a free objective now.
I mean, Kanavi just knows the power of Wukong at level 6. The second you hit that ultimate, you can do so much work off that ultimate. And look at the timing on it as we get in the replay, right? Just as that ward is cleared out of the bush, that's when he goes in. So you think you're totally safe as Flandre, but little do you know, the monkey is swinging in.
Certainly is, and he'll be rewarded with that Rift Herald. Nicely done there. In the meantime, Viper and Mako have crashed a big wave on that bottom side. Not going to get a plate or two for themselves. This 369 going to be over the moon at the state of this wave right now, because it looks like it is probably going to bounce towards him if the turret shots are going to hit. Looks like they are. So nice stuff for him, as Flandre will just have to clear that one up, and it means 369 has a moment of freedom to go get some vision for himself. Let's talk game plan though, because we're even in gold, we're even in kills. Next Drake is up in 2.5 minutes time. Dagda, are we still expecting JDG to be the ones trying to put their foot down on that Drake?
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you look at Kanavi having the Rift out of his back pocket, right? You can start to use that to create even more advantages for JDG. And I wouldn't even be surprised to see them just try and toss that in towards the Jinx in the bot lane. Like, you've already got a pretty decent CS lead opening up for Hope in that bot lane. You can see the player gold. He is by far and away the largest on JDG as well. So just giving more gold into this AD carry, letting her become that late game threat is going to be your best bet. So, and even with one turret plate already taken, a second one looking fairly likely in the next couple of pushes, I think that's your best place for JDG to put that push.
Looks like Hope and Missing are going to just shove this wave in, try and potentially find a reset for themselves. As Hope already on the pickaxe and the Noon Quiver might be close to finishing his Mythic. Kanavi moving into this bottom lane, but he is going to be warded, so nothing will come of this one. Remember, it does still have that Herald in his pocket if they want to buy priority for the Drake, but it's still 90 seconds away from that happening. It's 369. The freeze, unfortunately for him, not able to last anywhere near as long as what we got from Flandre.
Yeah, I mean, look, Flandre should be able to break this, but the thing is, I don't think you really have the dive potential on towards 369 without help from JJ, so this is now the question for EDG, right? Do you actually try and contest on towards this dragon, or do you try and get further advantages up in this top side? Because you've already gotten 2 kills for JJ. If you can maybe try and trade back some of these turret plates and get a kill on the top side, that could work out, because inevitably, you know, JDG are going to look for a dragon and to use this Herald either mid or in this bot lane.
Yeah, Viper will have priority in the bottom side, and I don't know if he has time for a reset. We've got 45 seconds till the Drake, and actually he's been spotted. We could see Hope use his ult to stop the recall, and we will. That's exactly what happened. So Viper now having to rechannel that recall. Just 30 seconds until the Drake. This should be positional advantage for JDG, especially with a Herald in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about, right? Like, the ability for Rift Herald to just buy that opportunity for you to go for the Rift. I would say, though, I mean, getting it in mid is nice and all, but I think you actually could have used it to break up in that bot lane tower and actually get a little bit more gold in towards Hope. Has got the Kraken Slayer here, though, so maybe just thinking, hey, look, if Yagao starts to fall behind, he won't be relevant.
Scout spotting it though, and a bubble goes in, but they're already on to JJ. They just all in him. As Scout goes to check, his junglers already died. Beautifully done by JDG. And in the meantime, why Herald bot Dagda when Hope can just take the tower by himself, apparently? 3 plates gone down. Viper and Mako in a 2v1, and they ain't winning right now as Hope just chunking Viper out. Missing might look for this one. Low on mana from Hope, but the Zenith blade goes wide. That'll be the end of the play. Zap goes wide as well. Here comes Scout. Maybe a cleanup. Kanavi trying to clear the vision as Hope just will not stop. He ain't stopping for anybody. As Scout moves in, looks for the bubble, will find it onto Hope. Missing, needs to block here. A lot of damage coming out from Scout, but he's too low on HP. Turns golden, but short. Oh, the timing on the ult from Hope. He only just used it to stop the recall, and it's already up to take out Scout.
Yeah, he's just giving Scout the recall back with that ultimate. Super nice job from JDG to play that one out. And Scout, unfortunately, trying to take that step too far. Now, Yagao has push in mid, and he's got the opportunity to get some more of those plates for himself with nobody being able to answer in the mid lane. But get it here in the replay, right? Like, this is just really well played by Hope. Getting the chompers right in behind Viper. And again, remember, we were talking about Hope. Like, this is a guy who wants to prove something against Viper. And, I mean, this is some of the play that we wanted to see from the new AD carry for JDG to actually show off against the guy who replaced him.
Yeah, not just beating the guy that replaced him, but beating his old support as well. At the same time, 2v1. Not too shabby from Hope. And the timing on that rocket, just immaculate there. Hope, absolutely one of the most exciting prospects in the LPL, and I really hope we get to see him at an international event soon. I hope we get to see him strut his stuff on the big stage. But it's EDG's turn to strut their stuff as JJ makes his way up towards his top lane. Perhaps an opportunity for a dive, but I don't know, we took that away.
Still though, we're seeing JDG having dominance in the early stages of this series. EDG just haven't really been able to muster anything. We talked about JJ, yes, getting some pressure in towards the top side, but this bottom lane has been slowly but steadily going out of control for EDG. And even when we looked at the last game, right, with the Kalista and the Renata, this was a lane that wanted to punish early, wanted to be aggressive, but was denied that opportunity for JDG. Now you're seeing a lane that wants to scale, and it's gone even worse than it went in the last game. This is a 3-0 Jinx, nearly having that rapid fire cannon completed. She's going to be monstrous in this game. And as we said, there's no real backline dive threat for the Jinx apart from Flandre and JJ to a certain extent, but that's easily manageable with JDG's composition.
And this is the thing, if you're going to blind pick Ezreal and say, look, we're not going to have much pressure during this laning phase, then it opens up picks like this Jinx to just scale up for free. And maybe not even scale up, maybe just win early as well, apparently, as JDG seems to be doing so. Already the hat trick on Hope. And like you say, Kraken Slayer already finished off, almost got a rapid fire cannon for himself, or a static shiv, rest in peace. We'll have to wait and see on that one. But either way, JDG, a phenomenal start, 3,000 gold lead, and now looking towards the second arrow. And you know, we talked about these two teams both love the neutral objectives. Well, EDG don't even get a look in on neutrals this game. This will be both Heralds go the way of JDG, both Dragons so far. The third Drake up in 2 minutes. I don't even know if EDG have anything in the tank to fight for it.
I mean, I don't think they do, to be perfectly honest. Like, Viper set very far behind. Scout doesn't really do well unless they can play from range. Now, has gone for, excuse me, sorry, the Leandri's Anguish, which I'm not a big fan of. I think on, oh, hang on.
Yagao's in big trouble here. Ignited. The True Vision going to come on through as the ult comes out from JJ. Oh, but he goes the other way. Never mind. Got to get shut down by Scout. Auto attacks 2 OP on this one. Good attempt from Yagao on the juke, but a nice pick from Scout in the end. And a potential window here, but Drake not up for another minute and 10 seconds. It's a pick for EDG. I'm not sure they can actually get anything off of it.
Yeah, maybe if you could try and get some vision control down, you could look to, like, find that poke with Viper and Scout, but unfortunately, you're just not really able to get that down because there's such a big threat coming through from the rest of JDG. As I said, though, should be able to just move in here and at least get some sort of vision control down so they can spot out what is going to happen at 50 seconds in this Dragon, but Kanavi still having that Rift Herald means that they can once more kind of go, okay, well, I mean, we have 2 dragons. Maybe we just give up 3rd dragon, look to use this Herald to crack up in a tier 2 mid.
Missing just going to walk in onto JJ. I don't think JJ realized that Missing's totally alone there. That honestly could have been a kill for JJ. But then again, Leona pretty tanky. Does take a long time to finish him off, so maybe there would have been a chance for replay. For counterplay, replay, what am I saying? Scout going to TP in. We got a Drake in 20 seconds. We said EDG probably don't have enough in the tank, but maybe with the pick, they can find that option. Scout looking for a bubble. Will land onto 369, but he's just going to eat oranges, so it'll be K. And now the poke has to come down from EDG.
Yeah, you can see Scout trying to land it, but JDG just kind of playing at arm's length. You got Yagao who's setting himself up nicely for a flank, just to get some damage on towards Scout Viper. responding, but this is the Rift Tower in the mid lane we're talking about. JDG don't actually have to commit to this dragon. They can just go for the tier 2 mid if they want to instead.
Well, if nothing happens, they get the tier 2 mid by default. The Herald will just do that by itself. And so all they need to do is play enough to deny this Drake as long as possible. But EDG trying to burn it down as fast as they possibly can. It's taken. JJ gets the smite. But now JDG, they're going to move over. And Dagda, I don't know if they're looking for a tier 2. They might get an opportunity to get some damage onto an inhib tower right here. The reset's coming through from the side of EDG. But the Herald will get a charge. Hope is here. Yagao is here. An inhib tower down for JDG at 18 minutes.
Really nicely done by JDG, and that's what we're talking about, right? Like, you don't actually have to full commit for the dragon as JDG. They just go, right, screw it. We'll let the Rift Child do the work in mid. We can then come and join. And Flandre will maybe get the bot lane turret, but I think 369 just clears out the wave, and they don't even get that.
Yep, he's not even going to use the barrels. I feel like that's... Oh, right, okay, I see what he was doing. He was trying to get a cheeky little hit on Flandre as well. I'm not the 5-head gangplank that 369 is, unfortunately. I can't see these plays. As Scout going to get knocked up, slowed down by the cannon barrage, and finished off by Kanavi. Used his splash as well and still goes down. That means Hope can finish this tower off. And we're going from bad to worse here. So it's a 5,000 gold lead, and it's only going to get bigger. As Flandre, though, tries to find a tower in this bottom side. Diving here, Missing moves in, 369 uses the oranges, and great peel from Missing to protect his top laner. The tower does go down, and EDG continuing on this bottom side. You see Mako and Viper nearby as well. They can't get too much, and they've traded for a tier 2 at the top side.
Yeah, Glacial Augment doing so much work there to stop JJ and Flandre from being able to follow up. And as you say, right, you get the kill on top side for JDG. They get both turrets, and JDG are just outplaying EDG on the map. Scout stays way too long in the side lane underneath this turret, and Kanavi's just able to rock up underneath it and get the kill alongside the Gangplank.
Very nicely done here. I like the combo coming out from all three players, the Gangplankle and the Jinxel. So 2 globals. And Kanavi just holds Scout in place with the knockups on that Wukong. It's now a 6,000 gold lead. And I feel like when you've got a 6,000 gold lead and a Gangplank and a Jinx for scaling, that's a recipe for success here for JDG. I was expecting this to be a 3-game banger, especially after game number 1, but right now it's feeling like JDG have downloaded EDG from game number 1. They have read the EDG playbook. Now they're trying to make a play of their own as they start this Baron off, but JJ gets a ward in. That'll stop things for now. Yagao trying to find damage onto Viper. A rocket comes in. They won't be able to find a kill.
But I think this is why, like, when I was talking about my top 4 that I see moving on towards the World Championship, it was V5, RNG, JDG, and Top Esports. But I'm going to hold on. Is this Flandre?
Flandre wants to make a play. He's onto Hope here. The peel coming out from Missing. Hope survives. And now the knockups come through from this Wukong. Look at Hope just free firing. Look at the damage coming out from him. But Kanavi's gone down. Maybe it's winnable for EDG. The resets don't happen for the side of JDG. No picks returned. It will be EDG with a 1-for-0 trade here. No dragon on the map. Baron feels like an overreach. And again, a pick for EDG. But it doesn't quite feel like they can do much off of it.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's some nice go back in EDG's favor. And crucially, you did get both Summoner spells ready to Hope. So, I mean, if you're looking towards, like, potential flank opportunities, maybe at, like, the next Dragon or at the Baron as well, you do have Hope far more vulnerable now. But it did actually end up costing Flandre his flash. So, it feels like now the real onus is going to be on, like, JJ, maybe with Mako in tow. See if he can find those flank opportunities onto Hope and shut him down in the next fight.
Yeah, I want everyone to keep their eyes on Missing during this next fight as well, because usually you think of Leona as this like hard engaged champion, right? But it's really Kanavi that's doing the engage work, and Missing every single fight basically just drops his solar flare on Hope's head. And whoever's trying to kill Hope gets stunned up, and then Missing tries to continue the peel. He was doing it for 369 in the bottom lane earlier as well.
And that's the same story with Kanavi as well in the Wukong. A lot of people kind of forget that the clone does use the ultimate as well. So oftentimes when you end up with Flandre, like in that situation, trying to dive the back line, you can step down the clone in the right spot as Kanavi and ult at the same time, so it denies the follow-up in a lot of situations as well. And that's why I think you've got to be so smart with how you try and find those flanks, like Flandre was just there as EDG, because if you aren't, it's so easy for JDG, to separate Edward Gaming and not allow them to find these moments.
Just look at the difference between... Oh my god, damage out of 369! What can you do? Flandre going to be sent packing here. Hope a full item up while building more expensive items in that bottom lane. Kind of insane. He is massive at this point. 3 items is really where the Jinx is likely to come online anyway. JDG stacking up on this Drake. They'll be able to just start this one off. And it's very difficult for EDG to just push on in. True Shot Barrage comes through. JDG trying to defend. Missing being that front line. Drake down to 2k. And they are just going to brute force this one. Smite comes out. Now the Lost Chapter comes in. The final chapter, sorry, is the cannon barrage over the team. Rocket comes in. Flandre knocked up. And the damage out from Hope as well. It's 2 kills already as JDG punish EDG for too much aggression. It's a fight they couldn't contest, and JDG want to make sure they know it.
And now you have the wave in mid lane as well, and that tower is already taken. So inhibitor exposed for JDG. They have a wave on the top side as well, and you still have 20 seconds until Flandre is up. They don't actually want to commit for that. Instead, looks like they're just going to go for the tier 2 on bot lane.
But an intelligent play, right? Because ultimately, it's difficult to use the supers in mid lane to pressure anywhere else on the map. So rather than give them a bunch of like 90 gold every single wave, play for the other side lanes. You don't need to get that in hit yet. So I feel like that's actually an intelligent decision.
I think the only reason I'd see it is because it can help you get topside vision, which works really well for JDG in the position they're in. But we'll see here in the team fight anyway. You're going to have Kanavi, who's now able to get on towards Mako with the backline there. And this is what we're talking about. The double knock-up from the clone and Kanavi there that ends up setting up super well for that fight. But yeah, the reason why I think taking mid inhib could work here is like you end up getting push, you get mid inhib, and you could, or sorry, you get push in mid, you can rotate in towards the top side. And I think the biggest problem for 369 and like Yagao and stuff is like, hey, trying to face check into a lot of what EDG have may not always work out well for you. So having that like minion push in mid that forces EDG to defend can help you get vision established from Baron, and you can take that so fast with Hope having this Kraken Slayer now.
369 trying to finish off Scout. It was
Wait,
damn
the
close.
shot! There's rockets!
Well. That was a close one. Scout, I don't think saw that coming either. I think that was just Hope overestimating how quickly Scout could get back to that fountain. My goodness, a close one there. 369 knows how to pressure on this Gangplank 2 games in a row now, and he's feeling good about it. That tier 2 we talked about finally going down as the gold lead is extended to 9,000, mirroring that of game number 1. A different way to get there, though, from JDG, and I feel like we're really seeing a team that are coming into their own in summer. They already look good in spring, and they're looking really clean in summer.
Yeah, and it took them a while to come on a lot online in spring, admittedly, right? Like, they weren't exactly the powerhouse team from the get-go, but once they kind of settled into their style, they become very, very good at it. And this is why kind of the conversation started up was, like, why JDG were ahead of me for top 4 leading into Worlds was because you can see on the screen, right? Like, they have a really good understanding of the identity that they want to play, how they want to try and play at the map. They have strong carries. The ability to play through bot side is really good for them.
To JJ potentially. Cannon Barrage is even going to come down. Final chapter to deny further follow-up here, but Flandre has flash available. Can he escape from this one? Because EDG, it feels like they're all just trying to escape one by one, but they don't get anything back in. They're not actually returning any damage. Viper finally arrives, missing low on HP here. A Scout will look for a bubble. He has a Prowler's Claw to work with as Viper jumps forward, takes a massive chunk from Yagao. The Zap comes in as well. Instant cleanse from Viper. A Scout tries to return damage. Big out of Flandre. Maybe this is a fight for EDG. Missing 1 HP right now. 369 Oranges on the bubble, but the poke is there. Finally one for Viper and EDG. They can all jump over this wall. Viper once more, missing, goes topside to try and distract, to try and buy space for the squad as JJ tries to head everybody off, but Kanavi playing bouncer, and JDG, they got away with that by the skin of their teeth, but they will lose the Baron.
That was so well played by EDG. They recognized that JDG had used everything to try and close the gap, but hadn't really succeeded. And then the range from EDG can be used. Now Kanavi and Hope try to see if they can make the play, but ultimate for Hope, nearly up and available.
Nearly, but not quite. Kanavi can't find a way into the pit. That will be Baron for EDG, and just when we're counting them out, Dagda, just when we're saying, you know, JDG, top 4 team, great sprint, No. They get destroyed. EDG, show them how to fight, show them how to kite back, do exactly what their comp wants to do.
You know what? I would like to think my analysis is slightly better than her, But
it's not. I'm sorry to break it. I don't want to have to be the one to break this to you, mate.
but look, as we said, JDG, look, Kanavi using ult doesn't get onto Flandre because he's able to just about eke out. The cannon barrage is down, and EDG here doing such a smart job of just playing it slow, making sure they can get the poke they need. Like, Viper knows realistically here that, look, this is how he needs to play this, so he can try and find those moments to get the damage down. And Flandre, beautiful ult across the board, but Dragon is up and available 10 seconds, and EDG are on the hunt.
JDG with control right now. Flandre the target as he just gets rooted up by the Flame Chompers. The cannon barrage is there as well. Hope is in a 1v1 against JJ though. Flashes away beautifully. And JDG, you know, they messed up one fight, but I don't think it's going to matter. That'll be Drake taken now. Soul in their pocket. And it's a nice attempt from EDG. At least they got something. At least they got... They showed us something in this game, but it's too little and I think it was too late.
Yeah, exactly, and that's it. Just able to close the gap in this fight. JDG get on to the key members in Flandre and JJ, and with JJ having no smite, that's the Mountain Soul going across, and suddenly the ability to try and play this this comp from EDG becomes so much more difficult because you're already struggling with the engage that's coming through from JDG. Now that they have the ability to even become tankier on these fights, just makes it so much more difficult. And Missing, great job to get onto Flandre here, a ton of follow-up CC. And it got a bit scary in the backline there because you think, oh, JJ has gone on towards Hope, maybe that's it, but you've already got too many members from JDG up to turn back. Hope does a great job of dodging away from the Heartbreaker. And EDG now, again, looking down the barrel of a 2-0 loss against JDG.
Be a brutal result to find as Missing. Knows how tanky he is, happy to just walk into JJ time and time again, bully him out of space. And I love how confident this JDG team is when it comes to buying space like that, right? Missing is always the one walking forward, but Kanavi certainly not afraid to do the same. They're more than willing to start a fight by themselves, knowing that the rest of the squad will be on the way or will be there with global ultimates. We saw it with the pick on Scout up in the top side. We've seen it time and time again with Missing moving in for Vision. It's so beautiful to see like how much JDG are just on the same page. And that's often the big difference between the very top teams in the LPL and the rest of the gang. Is just the pure coordination.
Yeah, and that's why I think from like EDG's perspective, they've been able to rewrite history to a certain extent coming in towards like our playoff rematch, right? I think when you look at teams that are like, coordinated in the way you're talking about there, Munch, like Weibo isn't exactly one of them, right? And FPX as well is struggling at the moment. And that's why I think EDG, because they have better coordination, we're certainly able to take them. But I think you're seeing a level up in JDG's stall here, where that early game coordination is just too hot to handle for EDG, because JJ just hasn't been given the attention to Viper and Mako in the bot lane, and they aren't finding these big advantages that we kind of hope for so Viper can take over.
And man, we talked about Hope versus Viper at the start of today. Well, has Hope had a day and a half for himself?
Yeah.
Boy, must this feel good to be Hope right now. 4-0 and 4 items. And Viper struggling to get a foothold in this game on Ezreal. It feels like the punishment coming out from JDG's bottom lane against one of the best bot lanes in the world, theoretically. But Hope basically 2v1ing them earlier on in this game. Like, just such an exceptional performance. And I swear, it doesn't matter what champion Hope plays at this point. He's just insane. He's one of the best in the league.
Yeah, especially since he was denied that victory back in spring, right? Because it was actually a 2-0 victory for EDG back in spring. So now to potentially find it here is going to be kind of a nice growth story. But they still have to close this one out, and EDG still hunting.
They are, but Missing is kind of tanky. Doesn't take much damage from this one, although it's burning on the Leandries. There's JJ with a bit more damage onto him. But they can't really make it happen. No objective for another minute and a half just yet, so feels like we're just playing for waves here. And now we're getting to a point where, oh, hang on, Kanavi going for an engage onto JJ. They're trying to find a way in. Yagao onto Viper, predicts the E backwards. Doesn't quite have the damage to finish it off, though. Viper low on HP, no rocket available for Hope. Feels like JDG are really struggling to find a way to actually finish this game out.
I actually think JDG are doing the right thing here, though, because all they're trying to do is see what they can blow from EDG before Baron, right? Like, Kanavi doesn't commit the ult because he's hoping, okay, maybe I can get Heartbreaker, maybe I can get a flash from JJ once I get the engage, and then just backs away. Same when you look at Yagao, right? Yes, Yagao did go for the ignite, but did get the cleanse out of Viper. It's these like little things that JDG were seeing if they could eke out from EDG, because they know, especially with, you know, Baron in 35 seconds, Elder in just over a minute and a half, there is going to be more of these fights, and having these summoner spells on cooldown is going to give them those little windows of opportunity.
Certainly will, as JJ tries to find vision around this Baron area. And we'll be able to get the Scuttle Crab, which is crucial with this Baron coming up in 20 seconds. Scuttle Crab, so valuable to be able to find that permanent vision, or not permanent, but that invincible vision, I guess, on just the area outside of the Baron pit. But even if you have vision, I don't really know if EDG can fight for this one, being 8,000 gold down, because we're seeing JDG struggling to actually find the fight onto EDG. But if they get the fight, they do win.
Yeah, and that's why they're baiting for these objectives, right? They start up Baron now because they're trying to bait EDG in.
Singh wants to move forwards, big damage onto Flandre, but as the shields has a bit of sustain. Yagao behind enemy lines here, just trying to be an absolute...
Oh, they put JJ
Oh!
in!
He pushes JJ into the pit! That was hilarious! Yagao, the absolute 5-head gamer, and now onto Flandre they go. Knockups galore, Scout chased over the wall by 369 with the Prowler's Claw. That's insane! And he'll fall! Flandre turns golden. He tries to get a combo off onto Hope, but he does not have the damage. Mako will fall as well as two more come through for the young AD carry on JDG. And now that might just be curtains as JJ and Viper trying to escape with their lives. 369 staying a little too long on this one. Has to turn golden, missing blocking for him, but the True Shot Barrage goes straight through anyway. But the wave is cleared. And so the tower will be also. Viper having to E away. There's one inhib. The mid one wide open too. And guess what? Elder's spawning in 2 seconds time.
Yeah, and JDG are going to look for the resets, but that was so nice from Yagao. Toothpaste is too clean on the play, just bopping JJ in. I'm actually to set up for the play for JDG, but JJ now on the hunt. Won't get spotted, but you on the bot lane wave, at least on the mini-map, but I don't know if they spotted just the fact that the Shroud was there.
Kanavi's super low. There's a TP coming in. JJ wants to find the smite. Can he find the game? The answer's no. Kanavi gets it. And JJ burning down to the Elder Dragon. It was a valiant attempt. The game was essentially already over. He had to try and make the hero play, but he can't find the smite. And now with 40 seconds on the death timer and with Elder Dragon in pocket, it feels like JDG can walk this one in.
Yeah, Yagao is going to push him bot side, so at least the moment maybe JDG going to play this still a little bit slow and by the book, which is kind of surprising. Like, they do tend to finish out their games incredibly quickly so far in Summer Split, but they are just going to go dot the I's, cross the T's as Yagao pushes in bot, and then we'll go for the third inhib.
And it shows a level of respect, right? They are against the world champions at the end of the day. EDG have shown multiple times this game that if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And so JDG are like, okay, no more inches, not a single inch for the rest of this game. Third inhib goes down, wards cleared, and now JDG can start to siege because Kanavi rejoining the squad here. With his ult coming up momentarily, it feels like a 5v5 is really not on the cards for EDG. Just about going wide on the Solar Flare. Scout, though, low on HP, watching for Hope's rockets here as he'll try and finish anyone off that gets even remotely low. Remember, with that Elder Dragon execute, Jinx becomes a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, and you can see Super Minions streaming in the top side, so JDG are just going to back away and look for the Baron instead. Just basically knowing that when they get Baron, they can just drown EDG and minions instead. So they are giving a ton of respect to EDG.
This is the safest I've ever seen JDG play, I'm pretty sure. Aside from like 2020, which was a long old time ago.
I will say though, sometimes that can be an issue. Sorry, this is just, that is just actually incredible. Oh, there we go, fight though.
We've got to fight in the meantime, yeah. As
never mind, no fight though.
Baron.
But yeah, I think this is the thing, right? Like, yes, you are playing this incredibly safe as JDG, and it should still net you the win. But I mean, it is also giving time for EDG to like actually find that window back into the game, right? And you are giving like the extra super minions coming into the base as well. Means that you are getting a good amount of gold going back over towards JDG. I sorry, EDG. And you've nearly got the Rabadon's Death Cap. Scout's trying to see if he can pick that up. So, I mean, if that gets completed, suddenly that's a lot more damage and pick potential coming out from Scout.
I'm just looking at the items at the minute. You know, we always know Knight, the man for the Medjais. Well, Yagao from the same town, buddies from school. He's gone for the Medjais. Not quite as good as Knight's one, though, is he? Only 5 stacks. You know, it's still going to be a win. He's still had a great game, but, you know, not quite as good as his buddy on this one. It's 369 trying to get the damage down now. That's one Nexus Tower will fall. Cannon Barrage to force EDG away. As JDG don't even want the fight. They're just zoning. As Hope actually will try and finish these health bars off. The Nexus Towers have fallen. EDG have fallen. And JDG continue undefeated in the LPL.
And just a really nice series from JDG as well. We kind of highlighted at the start of the day that we saw a lack of consistency from JDG in their early game, but a lot of those doubts kind of out the window with this series. Being able to play around bot side incredibly well, getting Hope advantages over Viper, and then being able to play spectacularly in those team fights around the neutral objectives.
Really beautifully done, and EDG a lot to think about on this one. You can see them scratching their heads. And it looks like that was an exhausting game for them because, you know, it was a long game. And those kinds of games where you're constantly behind, it goes on a long time. And no, I forgot again. Those kinds of games where it goes on a long time and you don't have a foothold the entire time, it is mentally exhausting. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board on that one and hope that they can figure out the way forward, because it was Hope that was their bane at the end of the day.
Yeah, and look, that's the big issue here, is that you're kind of going, right, we highlighted, at least from the jungle proximity in our graphic at the start of the day, that look, we're not getting a ton of pressure down towards Viper and Mako. And I think when you're seeing so many aggressive picks come out from them in the bottom lane, especially in this series, like with the Renata and also with the Callista, I think you need to give that attention bot side. Like, it's fine when like Viper's played like 2 games of Senna already with the Tahm Kench. All right, go play elsewhere. If Viper's on something like the Ezreal, I do agree. But when you're trying to play aggressive, you have to try and give that attention bot side. And unfortunately, JJ just wasn't able to do that this series. Game 1, they got punished because they fell behind early. Well, sorry, they went even and couldn't get those advantages early that you need to try and play the Callista Renata. And then in this game, they just fell completely behind, where Hope was an absolute monster come the mid game.
The one positive thing I will say for EDG is, if there's anything we saw in this series, it's that they still have that killer instinct. Like, you saw that fight in top lane, right? Where JDG overstepped just a little bit, EDG immediately pounce and punish. And unfortunately for them, they couldn't get more. Like, if they only got 1 pick off the back of that fight, even though they played so well. If they get just 2 or 3 picks there, maybe they could turn it into something more. And that felt like the nature of this entire game. Every time they did find a pick, weren't able to convert it into any objectives.
Yeah, and even just the fact that we kind of saw them lagging behind, not only in the objectives front, but how they wanted to try and play the map as well, right? So many times we saw a scout like overextending on the top side of the map, he gets caught out, and that means that then you've got all this extra gold that's going into Hope because he gets the kill, he gets the tower, he gets a tier 2 tower as well, and yes, Flandre got like the bot tower, but it's not really adding up to as much. So I think it's just a case of like EDG not being as comfortable on how they wanted to play the map from a deficit as JDG were from playing ahead.
Yeah, but I will say, JDG, when they're ahead, they are just terrifying. Yeah. They're so difficult to deal with. And again, we talked about it right at the very start. Kanavi and Missing as a duo, like the way that they work together to get vision, the way that they are so confident going to contest JJ. Like, so many times we saw Missing literally on his own on the map just walk up to JJ and just start hitting him with his sword. And JJ's like, well, I have to assume the rest of JDG is here because there's no way Missing can be this confident otherwise. No, that's just Missing. He's just an absolute Chad, that's all.
I mean, look, overall, this was a spectacular series from JDG, and not only from Missing, but across the board, right? And I gotta say, I think 369 is the standout performer for me over the course of the day, alongside Kanavi with, as you can see, a 93% kill participation. But I think the gangplank for 369 works out super well, right? Like, the ability to play side lanes, I think he was really smart with how he decided to use his ultimate across the board. And even then you can see, like, finding those moments to go aggressive, like pushing back Flandre, getting poke onto Scout, like burning crucial summoner spells before big fights. It made things a lot easier for JDG. We did have those neutral skirmishes.
Yeah, absolutely. The neutral skirmish is going so well for JDG off the back of that. Just able to snowball like crazy. And I will say, this is a much slower game than I expected off of how aggressive the early game was. But when you look at the composition with the Gangplank and the Jinx, it's not that surprising that it was quite a slow one from JDG. Showing us two styles, right? Showing us an aggressive comp in game number 1, managing to win through that. Showing us a slower comp, still winning the early game, still winning that bottom lane as well. Feels like everything is going well for JDG, and I'm excited to see them against teams like V5, against teams like Top Esports. Actually, we already saw that one, and they won.
That was a banger.
Spoilers. Yeah, that was week 1. It's kind of a shame that it was week 1, honestly, because I feel like that's such an important series that later in the split would have been absolute. I mean, look, they fought tooth and nail in week number 1, but I guess I just want to watch it again. It's the long and short of it. I want to watch it when the standings are close up at the top. Either way, it's a win for JDG. That's the long and short of it. And EDG, a long journey to go if they want to be able to contest those spots for Worlds.
Yeah, I just want to kind of go back to your point of like the early matches that JDG have played though, right? Because we've just saw them face off against EDG. We saw them take down Top Esports. When you look at them, like how they have to play against
LGT.
Yeah, but at least playing against like the top teams that we still have, right? They actually don't face off against a lot of our other top teams until the end of the split. Like in the end of week 7, they have BLG. Week 8, they have V5, RNG, Weibo. Then in the last in week 9, anyone's legend, the best team in the LPL. They have to face off in the last series. So I just think like kind of getting these early wins is going to mean a lot for them, but we still kind of get to see them grow into their full potential before we see them face off against the super top teams in the LPL. So I'm kind of excited to see, you know, how this team is going to grow over the course of the split. And now that we've kind of seen them get over the hump, what do they try and like bring out against teams like OMG and Ultra Prime that they have coming up?
That's going to be one of the big questions is, can they keep this going? And, you know, like you're saying, if they've got a lot of strong teams at the end of the split, we could well see a pretty huge win streak here from JDG. Like, often in the LPL, you see a team with a lot of the lower tier teams stacked up in their schedule, and you see a big old win streak. And then you see everyone on Twitter and Reddit saying that they're the best team in the world, and then they go against a good team, and they get absolutely pounded into the floor. So we'll see if that will be JDG's fate. So far, not looking like that will be the case with just wins on the board. And a 3-0 scoreline. Not too shabby considering we're still in week 2.
Exactly. I think they're going to be super happy with that. And I'm glad to see that they are kind of we actually had this discussion, I believe, in the podcast with Lyric and Ox, whereas like JDG feel like the team with the most defined style at the moment, right? Like play around bot side, then have Kanavi missing link up, like play towards the neutral objectives. Like it feels like they really understand how they want to play the game. And I think that's what's giving them such a big advantage. Like we gave some teams a kind of a bit of a sideline in summer, or sorry, in spring, saying, hey, look, it's spring, new teams, they're going to take a while to figure it out, but it looks like JDG have really just clicked.
Yeah, they used spring effectively, and now they're looking strong. Our MVP for game number 2 is going to be Hope at the end of everything, and rightly so. The man performed excellently on this Jinx, 8-0-5, dominating lane, 2v1ing Viper and Mako. Didn't find those kills, but set up for a dive later on. Really, really well played. And just, I mean, if you can win lane as Jinx this effectively, you know you're going to have a good late game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Kanavi was again able to like influence the spots on the map and set it up beautifully is all that Hope really needed. Like once he got a couple of those kills, managed to get the turret plates for himself as well, he was so large. I think like he was sitting on Kraken Slayer by like the 10-minute or 9-minute mark, I think it even was. Like so big in this game. And I mean, once he got going, there wasn't really any dive potential for the back line. Sorry.
I thought I got away with it.
You never get away with it here. You never do.
I can't see anything. So these are like polarized, I guess, sunglasses. But I figured out I can see my screen if I tilt my head like that. So I've been trying to do that during the B-roll, but, you know, it is what it is. We're going to jump into a break, and then the reigning MSI champions will finally return to the LPL. We're going to see RNG up against FPX for their debut match of the summer split. Do not touch that browser. We'll be back in a sec.
About 5 or 6 in the bot lane. So it is still the lane dominance that we expected to see, but now We're going to see a hook coming out.
Oh.
Beautifully caught out there as they jump onto light. The exhaust is going to be enough. Excuse me, not the exhaust. The ignite may not be enough as Crisp is now taking a bad trade, but they have the Gangplank ultimate to trade it back.
The teams have swapped sides with some disrespect here. It's IG on the top side of the Baron now, and they don't really know how to get home. Weibo denying them entry, and that's massive damage onto the backline. SFM behind the enemy lines. In goes on with a 3-man taunt, and in go the rest of the team. Wink will fall. Shinliu goes down as well, and IG have been torn asunder. Berserker is on Gwen, finds one answer, but it's only going to be the one. Maybe try and look for vision around Baron. They already have decent vision control here, but EDG want to pick as the chomp comes through onto Hung. Looking Kalista ult to save his life, but actually Scout doesn't get to move, doesn't get to play. His Viper has to retreat on the play. Hung flashing forward to try and find more. JJ won't go until the Dawning Shadow arrives. Great kick across the team. Care turns golden, but he's down as well, and it's a kill for Flandre. Mako flashing forward. With a Kalista, it's always going to be hard. There's the Drake taken by Weibo. IG want to fight for themselves, but Wink can't really get in just yet. Hostile takeover goes wide. Yukai into the back, but one bunk pulls out to safety. SFM in the middle of everyone. That's a huge pull-in. Do they have the damage? It's also onto one bunk. He cleanses it. SFM goes down. Double kill for Yukai. In comes the Shy, though, to try and answer. Angel gets one. Dashes out the backside of the fight. In goes the Shy. The solo laners come up huge for Weibo. It's a triple kill. Make it a quadra for Angel.
Oh no! Doesn't matter. He might not be able to stack up any at all. That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh! Ho, ho! Hope with the slam down. Shadow Surge is gonna miss because of the flash. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into Knight. Knight has to flash away. What plays coming out from JDG? They have woken up.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night. We have what it takes. We can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now, don't be shy. Oh, oh, you let me be me, as happy as can be, my shining light. We can last forever. We'll run together. Stay up all night. We can make it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our second series of the day. We had a banger between JDG and EDG, which JDG managed to take 2-0 in the end. And now we move forward towards our second series. And Dagda, oh yeah, I'm Munchables. This is Dagda. Forgot to introduce us. Welcome back, Dagda. Do you know, we need to welcome someone else back as well. We need to welcome back RNG. We need to welcome back the 3-time MSI champion. We need to welcome back the back-to-back MSI champion. The hashtag MSI world champion, which coincidentally, Carlos suddenly stopped tweeting as soon as G2 were out of the tournament. Weird, that one.
Yeah.
But RNG, phenomenal tournament. It's good to have them back.
I'm so glad to see RNG are back, and I'm excited to see what they can achieve, right? Because as you say, just off the back of MSI, these guys absolutely look spectacular at the event, and it's so good to see RNG once more doing the LPL proud, keeping the international acclaim alive with MSI Worlds and now another MSI Championship for ourselves as well. I mean, I gotta say, like, watching that T1 finals was so terrified, but at the same time, I was so proud the boys did so well.
I know. I rewatched to find these clips, and the fact that 2 of the clips that we've got for you are 4v5s that RNG either win or go even in. And that says a lot about the sheer prowess of this team, especially in spring. And T1 getting taken down in the end. Absolute phenomenal performance on that. Diego manages to find the sneaky little smite there, denies the Baron. Again, another 4v5 here, while Gala is down in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think a lot of this, again, coming back to how well the team fights were able to be orchestrated by RNG. Xiaohu putting on a fantastic performance. Bin as well did get his MVP for the finals, but you gotta say, like, RNG as a whole really did step up. But it feels like whenever the chips are down and you do need players to step up, that's where RNG thrive. We see Gala oftentimes, like in finals, when you need a player that really needs to step up, Gala would take to that spot. Xiao as well has been in these situations so many times that experience just lends itself to RNG's success.
Yeah, absolutely. RNG, incredible performance at MSI. And now back to the LPL, playing their first series against FPX. Let's take a look at their roster, because it might surprise a lot of you at home if you've not been on Twitter, if you've not been keeping up to date. RNG are changing their roster coming into this split. Bin, after getting an MVP performance in MSI Finals, has actually been swapped out with Breathe. They have traded top laners with BLG. Breathe is now going to be the mainstay top laner for RNG. Dagda, can you lend a little light on the situation on what is the trade here between Bin and Breathe?
Yeah, I think the big one is just kind of the stability of the top lane, right? Like, although Bin looked fantastic in finals, I think it was very obvious when you looked at groups and even when you looked at parts of playoffs that Bin's trying to play as aggressive as he did in the top side continuously, put strains onto RNG where they felt the need to continuously put pressure up there. Wei was always trying to keep kind of like babysit that top lane to make sure that Bin was able to have a good time. And I think with bringing Breathe in, the idea is, look, we still have someone when we want to give resources to the top side, it can look good, but is able to just play a little bit of a safer time. And Breathe, someone who come across from like WE, OMG's Curse back in the day, but most certainly when he moved on to BLG, one of the big question marks about BLG was, look, this is a squad that has many people that want to try and get resources. Breathe was a guy in WE that took a lot of resources, but when he moved into BLG, he was quite happy to kind of take a step back and take a step out of the big carry role. And I think that's something that RNG kind of favor in this scenario, where you have someone who can be super good and play like that big carry performance, but doesn't necessarily need to receive all the resources that Bin did.
Yeah, absolutely. He's so willing and ready to make these big turnaround plays, to find opportunities in a fight. His Gwen is exceptional. We've all seen things like his Camille as well. He's a really phenomenal player, and so often was the reason that BLG were managing to find wins. So often, back on that OMG roster, I would say he was the reason that they managed to find wins back in 2020. So it's exciting to see him, not just on a good team, like BLG is a good team, but now he's on a world-beating team. Now he's on a team that's just fresh off of winning MSI. And if this is a squad that can make it to Worlds, if this new experiment does work with Breathe, then, I mean, the sky is the limit for this roster. So very excited to see what RNG have ahead of them with Breathe on the roster. That said, we do need to talk about their opponents as well. FPX coming into this one, and this is a roster that's not really been working so far. In fact, Dagda, I'd go as far as to say it's been a bit of a cludaster. I know you specifically are a bit down on Clid right now. Talk me through some of the issues that FPX are having, and most specifically Clid.
Yeah, the biggest problem that I see with Clid trying to slot into FPX, that FPX as a team fired on all cylinders when they were able to play around the bot side, set them up for success, play around the hyper aggression LWX and Hung brought to the table, and then utilize that in the mid game, or in the early game. It was their mid game that was their big problem. Now that we have Clid in the team, Clid isn't able to facilitate as much of that early game pressure as we saw, and that bot lane from LWX and Hung is really struggling as a result. And I wanted to take a couple of clips where you can kind of highlight the fact how Clid isn't supporting the bot lane in the same way. And we can roll into the clips here, and we can set up clip number 1 where you can see LWX and Hung think here, okay, we got the Lucian Nami, level 3, we want to play aggressive. Clid is right beside them, but Clid ends up going to pass back into his jungle, so isn't here to support LWX as he goes aggressive, even could have flashed in to keep that play. Again, here in this clip, you've got EDG's bot lane very overextended. You have a freeze, as you can see from LWX and Hung on your screen, but instead of actually trying to move into the bot side to play with LWX and Hung in this position, where they have no summoner spells, they're hyper overextended, we actually don't get to see it. And there's been a lot of times where Hung specifically is burning his own summoner spells to set up potential plays for Clid, but they're just not taking advantage of it.
Feels like some big issues in communication with this FPX roster. And the thing is, when you actually look at this roster on paper, they have a really powerful roster. Like Clid, we're not trying to say Clid is not a good player. We've seen that Clid is a fantastic player in the right team. This doesn't feel like he's gelling with the team at all. This bottom lane, both Hung and LWX, exceptional players. Xiaolao Hu has repeatedly popped off, and Care in the mid lane has shown that he is a just straight up improvement on what Gory was for this team. So it feels like the pieces exist there. On paper, I can see this team working, but when it comes to seeing them play on the Rift, they don't seem to be able to put those pieces together.
And that's the biggest problem that I'm seeing, right? And I think that's why I've actually been super hyped on Care, because I feel like Care, especially in picks like the Talia, has kind of slotted into the role that I was hoping Clid would bring to the table, right? Where he's actually roaming down towards the bot lane, facilitating LWX and Hung to have these strong performances. But because you're not having Clid in tow, it can get a little bit messy. It can lead to uneven fights in that bot lane, and that's why I think we've seen FPX like struggle as heavily as they have been thus far in the summer split. Like they're now 2-0 after losing both to EDG. EDG is a little bit more of an understanding one, but IG, that definitely should have been a series that FPX could have picked up.
Yeah, it felt like it could have been, but when it came to it on the day, couldn't convert it, right? It felt like on the day, there's things that are missing. There's things that they need to shore up. That said, though, Dagda, we have to approach the elephant in the room, which is always dangerous. They always tell me at school, don't approach the elephant in the room. If there is an elephant in the room, it's dangerous. They can kill you.
What school did you go to? What happened?
I was schooled in the
Oh,
Congo.
it was Clown College you went to. That makes a lot of sense now. Sorry, go on.
The funny thing is, I didn't go to college. Yeah, the elephant in the room is the fact that RNG are fresh off of MSI, right? They're going to be exhausted. They haven't had a big break. I'm sure that they're not going to be super practiced on the current patch, and it was a very big patch. There is a potential advantage there for FPX, but honestly, my expectation is that RNG are just going to pretend that it's MSI patch and hope it works.
Yeah, and I think they're going to get away with it. Honestly, like, there hasn't been massive sweeping changes coming in onto the new patch as we're about to get into draft, right? Like, your jungle is still fairly much the same, with Wukong being the big pick in the jungle, which is banned away by FPX. Your AD carries are still very similar, and we saw a lot of Renata. We saw Kalista starting to come into the meta as well. Like, I don't think there's going to be anything too surprising for RNG here. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see Xiaohu go back towards things like the Galio and these kind of things where they can still, as RNG, just play the map much better than their opponents.
We'll have to see if they can. As the bans coming through. Gwen, Wukong being banned by FPX. The Lucian, the Senna, and the Kalista. Well, Shadow Isles going on here from RNG. Shadow Isles based ADCs. Take it away from LWX here. See what FPX are going to go for their last ban. Could be something like a Viego. If you don't want to go up against that one. I mean, what else? What are the other first picks that you think could be taken off?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of them have kind of been taken off the board already. I mean, yeah, that's why the Ezreal are going to be taken off the board. But I think the Viego, yeah, is probably the standout one for Wei. And honestly, one of Wei's best champions, as we saw at MSI. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them just go for this here. And just make sure that Wei's going to be on a comfort pick.
Let's see. There's the Ezreal gone. That Viego, it's been first picked consistently, and if not, it's answered on the other side almost every single time. It's something Wei is exceptionally good at as well. We've seen it internationally from him time and time again. So the Viego locked in. Now for FPX. Things like the Ari available if they want to go for that. Some teams have liked that as a first pick, other teams not so much. But Clid, going for a Lee Sin, that feels pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and it's a good matchup again into the Viego, so not surprised to see him go towards this. And now I'm curious to see, like, what do they want to try and take for LWX in the bot lane? Because it feels like that's probably going to be your next best bet, right? And I think securing a strong, aggressive bot lane for LWX is going to be your best point of call. But Twitch, not exactly very aggressive, but I think Zeri definitely could fit into that wheelhouse.
Yeah, Zeri certainly could work. I mean, I'm just saying Kai'Sa is not played massively right now, but LWX is real good on her. I'd love to see a cheeky bit of Kai'Sa gameplay come out from LWX. It's actually going to be a Xayah, which we've really not seen much of this split.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't been a super high priority, but still a very strong champion on the patch. Like, the crit build means that you still get a lot of damage off. You got good self-peel as well. So, especially when RNG, you look at them and what they played at MSI, a huge amount of dive with things like that Galio that we were talking about. And I think having Xayah, the ability to peel for herself, is going to make things a lot easier. Gallo, though, we're going to have to see what he decides to go for in response. And so, yeah, I mean, RNG kind of just going, hey, yeah, I mean, let's just go MS.
Yep, that's what it feels like right now. They're just playing for the MSI patch. It's going to be Tom Kench as well, alongside the Jinx here. You could go for the Rakan for Hung if you want to. Hung's certainly a powerful Rakan player. We'll see if that's going to be the option. But yeah, it feels like, honestly, both teams, this is basically MSI patch.
Yeah, and now you're just going to have the response here with the Rakan. I think Rakan works super well in towards the Tahm Kench, and also kind of sets you up as that super strong Xayah Rakan, which is just perfect for the ability for FPX to try and play aggressive on that bottom side. I think, though, you're kind of going, okay, well, what do RNG have now to kind of follow through? Because as we said, like, Xiaohu, big Galio player, so that's going to be taken away. Maybe you get rid of something like the Ari as well in that mid lane too, to just make sure that Xiaohu is off of what has been his kind of comfort coming through from MSI, and see if you can set up something nice for Care.
Yeah, I will say, trying to remove comfort from Xiaohu is basically impossible. He's been playing for so long that I feel like no matter what the meta, he will have picks that he can pull out of the bag. Even something like the Corki that we have seen, like doing B bringing the Corki in, there has been some presence there. If you do just want to go for something safe that also has roam potential. We'll have to wait and see though. There's Swain taken off by RNG. Let's see what the last ban is. It's actually going to be Xiaohu's Fiora, which a reasonable respect ban, honestly. Xiaohu's a hell of a Fiora, and if you don't want to deal with that, fair enough.
Yeah, I think I'd love to see the Talia here come through for Care in the mid lane. I think she's incredibly strong, good push, and the ability to try and play towards side lanes is going to work out super well for you here. Even just making sure that you can try and keep the Xayah Rakan safe in that bottom lane could work, but they're actually going to just take away that Ari that we're talking about. So instead of banning away, make sure that Care has this opportunity to try and play this.
Immediately answered by Xiaohu with the Lissandra. It's a pick we've seen him play time and time again. And Preeth going with the Gangplank. So we pretty much have the composition that we just saw from JDG on that side. Not well, a couple of slight differences, but overall not crazy different. And now FPX toying with the idea of a Kayle. This is something we saw a lot right at the very start of the LPL, and it feels like it started to vanish a little bit. Xiaohu confident to take that Kayle into a Gangplank up at the top side.
I like the idea of having some sort of late game scaling on FPX's side, because when you look across at RNG, right, like they actually have a pretty strong mid game with Xiaohu being able to set up for a bunch of these plays. Their scaling is absolutely absurd with the Gangplank and the Jinx, so at least the Kayle gives you some option to have a little bit more of that late game scaling, but and actually like try and take these fights. But it's going to be interesting to see, because I think with RNG's setup, it's just so strong, and the ability to close the gap onto FPX is going to be insane for FPX to try and deal with.
It certainly is. FPX, though, a lot of all-in, right? They can definitely make things happen if they can find players around the bottom side early on. Especially, like, imagine the situation where they get to play around the bottom side of the map, and you get a bit of time for Xiaohu to be a lone top, right? If the Gangplank leaves that top lane, that's dream scenario for FPX. Unless they 4v5 and lose because they've got a Gangplank in their face. We'll have to wait and see. I'm excited, though, because FPX have some proactivity. They have some priority. We'll see if RNG are going to be able to match that early game. But like you say, RNG, plenty of scaling and a lot of safety in that bottom lane as well. Like, if FPX want to play bot lane, well, you're against the Tahm Kench. It's always going to be tough.
Yeah, I think the big one, though, is just even if you could try and get some plates, some pressure on that bot side for FPX, it's going to work out great. And you want to just try and leave the Kayle alone in that isolated 1v1 so she can scale up into the later portion of the game. And especially if you can try and make plays happen pre-6 so Breed doesn't have access to the cannon barrage, maybe you can make some magic happen on the bottom side. Because one of the reasons I really like Rakan into Tahm Kench is because even if the Tahm Kench does Devour, you're pretty much guaranteed the knock-up regardless, right? You get the 2-for-1 deal regardless, and it makes it so difficult for Tahm Kench to actually have as much safety as you would like in that bot lane.
Yeah, it certainly can be. As Wei is going to have to flash at level 1. Nice charm as well come through for FPX. They're actually going to get first blood here. Wei goes down, and LWX getting the kill credit as well. This could not have been a better start for FPX.
Beautiful start from FPX, and that's exactly what I wanted to see, right? You get the extra longsword now for LWX in that bot lane. Should be able to get some good push now into the bottom side of the map against Gala and Ming. And one of the downsides, of course, of having Ming on the Tahm Kench is that it's kind of hard for RNG to play around this bot side in a lot of situations. With Wei also having no flash, that becomes even more difficult. So FPX should have a roaring start on this bottom side of the map.
They certainly should. And you know, I've wanted to move the focus onto this bot lane 2v2 next anyway, because when you look at the names in this lane, like LWX versus Gala, extremely exciting between the two AD carries. Ming versus Hung as well. Ming kind of like the old guard, one of the best supports in the history of the LPL, up against Hung, a player that a lot of people are really hyped on, a player that's trying to make a name for himself. I was expecting a spicy bot lane 2v2. The Tahm Kench kind of ruins that to some extent, but with an early kill for LWX, maybe not. Maybe more pressure can come out from FPX.
And this is where we got to look at Clid, right? Like, you know that you have the advantage of the matchup over Wei. You now have the summoner spell advantage over Wei as well. This is where Clid should have his run of the mill in the early stages of this game. I want to see if he's going to be able to make stuff happen. The biggest worry that you've got to have, though, is Care in this mid lane, because already you can see he has no flash, taking a good amount of damage from Xiaohu, but that tower shot evens things up nicely.
Yeah, it does. Like, Care losing out in the mid lane early because he went charmed for the level 1 play, right? But then Xiaohu gets charmed onto the towers. So I guess you don't need a Q when you've got tower shots to do the damage for you. Nicely done by Care to even things out there and survive the early stages.
Yeah, my biggest worry is, like, when you actually have Wei... you have Wei able to make his full clear, then maybe look for some sort of repeat gank. But because you don't have Wei with his own flash up, he will be relying heavily on Xiaohu getting the damage down and getting that CC set up so Wei can make it into lane. We'll have to see if it can happen, but if not, I mean, Care's flash will be basically back up the exact same time as Wei's, so he shouldn't be under too much duress at that stage.
Definitely not. As Wei thought that last chicken would burn down, it did not. He has to go back and clear that one. Now looking towards this mid lane, which is, by the looks of things, pushing towards Xiaohu. If he lets it, he has Lissandra, though, so can clear those waves very effectively, should he need to. But it means that Wei just moves towards that bottom Scuttle Crab. Xiaohu could be under a bit of pressure as Clid, hovering around that mid lane, but looks like he sees better of the situation, goes towards the Crab himself.
Yeah, he's just going to take the Crab, but hovering there in case Wei tried to go for some sort of funny business. You can see Wei actually, like, hovering in the bush as well. So I think Clid might need to take a quick trip back towards the mid to protect his Care on this play.
We'll have to see as Wei moves in. Care could be in trouble. No flash, remember. The root comes out from Xiaohu. The follow-up, but a great charm once again. And here comes Clid to try and finish these kills off. Wei low on HP. And it won't be a kill, but it's a nice bit of counterplay from FPX.
I see without Wei's flash there, wasn't able to get into a position to actually get onto Care before the CC from Xiao had gone through. So nice job from Clid, as you said, just to protect Care in this mid lane, stop any of those plays from coming through while Care doesn't have the flash. And with Wei dissuaded now, Care should be totally fine now with his flash coming back up soon. 6 only just around the corner as well. And FPX have weathered that kind of early potential plays from RNG in the mid lane.
Yeah, very nicely done here by FPX, and a positive start, right? I think a lot of people walking in today thinking this is going to be an easy one for RNG. FPX, a team that really struggled last split. RNG, fresh off a win in MSI, The expectation is RNG are the heavy favorites. So it's good to see FPX firing on all cylinders here in the early game, finding themselves that early kill. A level 1 cheese strat, always going to be nice to start the series off for themselves. And now answering the play in the mid lane as well. It's a good start.
Yeah, but I will just say, RNG never, renowned for their impressive early game. It's more about those big game plays, but here we go.
Oh, all in on the bottom side. Ming starting it off as Gala with the damage, trying to follow up on LWX. It's just going to be health bars traded, but Gala just free firing that entire time. It's a positive summoner trade in favor of RNG.
Yeah, Hung and LWX still hovering here. Klid on the way.
You'd say they're hugging around for a little bit more here as they find a knock up onto Ming. There's the shield. Heal going to be used as Ming gets into the brush, but taken down. Hit with the feathers from Hung. And Klid wasn't even needed in the end.
It doesn't matter though. This is what I wanted to see at a Klid. Actually being able to support both mid and the bot side, though Care might still be in trouble.
Yeah, Care gonna have to answer for Klid being in that bottom side. Oh, gets under the tower though. He actually survives. Care gets out on 1 HP. And that's gonna be super nice for FPX. They get the play bot. They survive the play mid. Beautiful stuff.
God, Care had to have felt the cold breath from Xiaohu's Q as he just barely dodged away from that. I actually thought it might have hit his model, but just able to avoid the hitbox. And now Care actually relatively safe, but round 2?
Yeah, Way's still hanging around. The chicken gonna reset there, but Care gets the charm out, finishes that wave off from Xiaohu. We'll just clear this one in the end, and we'll go for a reset likely himself here. As Breathe crashes away in the top side as well, let's check in on this top lane actually. Xiaohu on the Kel, you've always got to keep an eye on how he's doing. After this wave, he's going to be up in CS. Not a bad start for the Kel.
Yeah, I mean, it's wins across the board for FPX right now. I mean, Kale is totally fine in the 1v1, so she's just going to continue to scale up. You got your bot lane already with a nice lead as well because of that early kill. The Dragon now going to go the way of FPX too. Mid lane is going pretty well for you. Like, all in all, this is a great start from FPX. And what I was hoping to see, like, it may not be as explosive as it used to be, but I'm certainly glad that we're seeing Klid, like, supporting mid lane, understanding that he needs to be there, and even being there when LWX and Hung want to make the aggressive play balls.
Yeah, it makes me hopeful that the issues we've seen so far for FPX this split were just like, okay, we've had a bit of time off, we were a little bit rusty. The start of this game feels, as you say, so much better. Klid supporting the bottom side, even if he didn't get an assist in the play, he was there for the play, right? He was aware that the play was even happening, which is not what we've seen in previous series. So definitely feels positive for FPX, and they get that first trade for themselves as well. 1,000 gold lead, Care doing well in the mid lane, a 10 CS lead up top for Xiaohu. Everything looking pretty peachy. RNG, fresh off of MSI, having a bit of a struggle for the first game.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not overly worried about RNG here because, honestly, great late game scaling. We already talked about it. Their early game has never been their strong point. It has been their mid game decision making. And that's where I think FPX have, at least in spring, had a little bit of a lackluster performance. I will say, though, in summer, I've actually been much more impressed with their decision making in the mid game, specifically around how they play around Baron. So we'll have to see if RNG are going to be able to fight back just a smidge. It is only 1,000 gold lead at the moment, so not a huge amount to write home about. But still at least a nice start for FPX to try and springboard this advantage.
We'll see if they can, as Xiaohu looks to springboard a lead top, but won't find an opportunity to do so. Xiaohu gets the reset, crash that wave, and knows that he doesn't want to stick around on that one. Breed having a bit of a struggle up in the top side. And again, a good start here for FPX. And so positive to see when this is a team that, you know, the FPX organization, ever since 2019 when they won the World Championship, it's a household name in League of Legends. Everyone knows FPX. And this team in spring really didn't feel like they were living up to that. It does feel like they are, as you say, finally starting to find an identity, starting to live up to the name a little bit.
Yeah, and the fact now that you've even got Klid moving up to get control over Rift Child means that, like, you should start to see them continue the success, and I think that's the big one for for fans of FPX, is seeing them return to the pride and joy that they used to bring to their fans with like World Championships, and even just seeing them do well in playoffs, I think would be a big boost for a lot of people that become fans of this organization.
And I think, you know, the focus for a lot of people that are talking about FPX as an organization is LWX, right? He's kind of the only remaining franchise player. And this bottom lane have been doing well. Like, even if FPX haven't been getting wins on the board so far, they actually won 2v2 versus Viper and Mako this split, and now winning 2v2 against Gala and Ming as well, showing that actually this is a bot lane to be feared in the LPL.
Yeah, and they have been doing exceptional. You can even see here, because you've got Gala and Ming who roamed up towards the Rift Child, at least they get two turret plays for themselves. Good guy Hung as well, blocking that ult from Gala, so then he can still get the reset off as well. So
how broken is Zaya Rakan, man?
I know. But
I think that's the most under-talked about mechanic of the entire game. Breathe is... He's okay. He's fine. He's got oranges. He's alright, I guess, but he's struggling.
Yeah, not exactly having the best of times, but again, like, you have both scaling opportunities up here in the top side, but maybe getting a little bit of help for Breathe might help work out. I mean, Xiaohu did try to roam up, but unfortunately just wasn't able to try to find anything. So Xiaohu having a great time at the moment and well on his way towards level 11 and level 16, as we all know. We'll have to see if he can get to that point.
I have to see some clock emojis are going to be needed in chat very soon, because he's headed towards that level 10. As you're saying, getting closer. Time is ticking on. And a slow game, honestly, feels all right for both teams, really. You've got good scaling on both sides of the board. And FPX, try and make a play in the jungle. They've gone for a deep invade. There's no vision from the side of RNG. As Care will move back towards mid lane. Spectral Morph could find a stun, but Cleared has found the jungler instead. Straight into the charm, beautifully done. And Hung is there to make sure nobody's getting away. Xiao, who wants to return some damage, but taking a lot of his own. Sonic Wave not going to be followed up on. His mind is telling him no, and his body agrees.
Clean is having a fantastic game. I love how FPX are playing around this bot lane. They already have the advantage there. Use the fact you've got the push on mid and bot to look for the pick onto Wei. Gorgeous stuff with Xiao, who's trying to respond.
Certainly is. Cannon Barrage on the top side. Xiaola, who uses his ulti, wants a kill onto Breathe, who's forced to flash. Now Xiaohu closing the gap, wants to find this Kale, and well, playing against Lissandra just ain't fair, is it? The Glacial Tomb is going to be precisely that for Xiaolahu.
And now, at least Breed's getting a little bit of respite in this top lane. Getting the kill as well. Should get the turret plate for himself. That's a big cash injection into the gangplank. And maybe even gives him the Triforce off a reset.
Yeah, that'll be 2 turret plates taken by Breathe, the minion.
Oh no!
That's going to be 1 HP between that plate right there. Xiaohu. Man, Xiaohu versus Xiaolahu. How hard is this one to cast? Plate goes down in the mid lane. The Herald charges for 2 more plates as well. That's a lot of plating going the way of RNG.
Yeah, nicely done though by RNG. You can see this is what we're talking about. Like in the mid, at least in the mid game, they can start to get some gold swinging back in their favor, but it is still an advantage for FPX. Even when you look at the items, right? Care having his Everfrost now completed. LWX already with that Gale Force, and Care using that Everfrost to get some nice trades onto Xiaohu.
Yeah, Xiaohu knows that the cooldowns are down though, so goes for the W before Eing away. Just to clear that wave and reset once again. But Xiaohu just continuing his absolute domination of this top side right here. He's already got 3 plates for himself and wants some more as well. And Dagda, I just want to return to something we were talking about. That play in the mid lane there from Clid, Care, and Hung. Like, we were saying how Clid doesn't feel connected, how Hung and Clid aren't really working together. Wasn't that play just a perfect example of improvement? Like, it's so rare that you get to see such a clear example of a team having a big weakness and improving on it over a week. Like, what a pleasure to witness that live.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, right? That's why it's so frustrating to watch, because we know what FPX can be like, and to seeing Clid kind of struggle to get these advantages, to communicate with his bot lane and set up well, like, that was the sad part. But to see FPX now once more firing all cylinders, this is what we wanted from this squad. And as you say, Clid, I mean, we've seen him now playing around mid super well, shutting down any sort of play from Wei. The bot lane set up as well, making the play in the mid lane. Like, this is what we wanted from FPX. And now they've actually got a bit of a gold lead for themselves. 2 dragons in their name. Rift Child is going to be up in about 2 minutes time as well, so they can look to try and play around that. Like, you can start to explode open this game as FPX and just take it out of the hands of RNG.
You certainly can. But RNG, not a slant, right? RNG is a team that will not go down without a fight.
Oh, Xiaohu.
but I don't think that this is the fight that they were looking for. The charm, the knockup, everything comes through, and FPX find another. And it's that three-man squad once more to find the advantage.
Yeah, really nicely done. And as you say, it means that Xiaohu tries to take a step too far in the mid lane, they get picked. Now you got presence on mid turret. As we said, that Rift Tower is just about to spawn, so you're going to get lane priorities and vision control for that objective as well. Xiaohu doesn't even have the TP to get back either, so he's going to have to make sure that he gets the mid lane push in order before he can go. Like, FPX get a huge amount off that pick.
Interestingly, it's going to be this AD Kale as well up in that top side. Not going to go for the AP. I feel like almost a majority of players in the LPL preferring this AD build, as we get to see a clip of Xiaohu trying to dodge the charm, but the CC chain, once it all lands, I mean, there is no counterplay to this.
Yeah, there is absolutely nothing. But yeah, we've actually seen a bit of a mixture of the AD and the AP Kale. I know Flandre and the Shy have been playing the AD versions, and it kind of just depends on what you're looking for. It feels like the AD version can give a little bit more of that upfront burst. FPX.
Yeah, he's cleared the wave. I think he'll be okay. Gala and Ming being a little too aggressive maybe on that one. Not decided to go for it. In the end, Everfrost charm. Oh my god, Xiaohu just cannot catch a break in this one. Clip jumps on forwards. But, I mean, there's skill shots just waiting for that Glacial Team to end. Now RNG want to answer in the bot side. Counter barrage is not going to be enough to close the gap.
I mean, FPX have come alive in this game. Picks in mid, you still got Xiaohu pushing top solo, like he's in a phenomenal spot. And again, Rift Out is still there for the taking, so they're just using the time advantage that RNG have committed to the bot side to actually just get more stuff on the map.
You know, we always talk about level 16 Kale. I'm not even waiting for 16. Xiaohu's already online. He's beating the crap out of Breather from the top side right now. Won't even let him get a barrel off at this rate. As Gala pushes down in the bottom side, at least he'll get a tower, but they're losing a tier 2 at the top side, or at least a lot of pressure onto that tier 2. There's a Herald being taken by FPX, and as you say, this team has come alive. RNG come back into the LPL, and boy, do they have a challenge to start it off.
Yeah, and look, even our objective bounties are up and available. Just says how far behind RNG are, but we're going to catch it in the replay here. Care putting Xiaohu in his place. And this is what I was saying, right? Like, I was actually really excited to see what Care could do. It feels like Care has really stepped up massively for this squad. The first series that they had, him on the Talia, roaming around the map. Now we get to see him strutting his stuff against Xiaohu as well.
Beautifully done. Honestly, Care, really exceptional play. And Clid has been so much more on board with the rest of the squad. He has been so proactive in this game. Like, whatever Care wants to do, whatever Hung wants to do, Clid is there alongside them, making it happen. It's beautiful to see. And now he's the one with a Herald in pocket. We've got to see where he's going to place that one, because 2 Drakes already on the board. 40 seconds until that next Drake. I'd love to see that Herald used in the bottom lane just to buy some space on the side of FPX, but mid lane instead.
I think you can actually just threaten the tier 2 here, and I mean, FPX have realized it, right? And now RNG, they have to back away or at least try and contest this midway push, but that gives time to Xiaohu to continue his presence on this top side. Gonna reset, looks like Xiaohu should have the wit's end, but actually just gonna stick here. This is the right call, right? Like, threaten both the inhib and that tier 2 mid at the same time.
Yeah. Like, look, we already got the first 2 Drakes. We really don't care. We really don't care if you get 1 Drake, because we're going to take your entire base for it. Counter Barrage is going to be used to stop Xiaohu pushing here, but there goes a mid tier 2, and with a Herald charge, with a Xayah hitting away onto this tower, that'll be an inhib tower in the mid lane, gone down in favor of FPX here, and a bonus wave for Xiaohu up in the top side. He'll have to back away, but man, RNG not winning that trade.
And this is... Oh, hang on, Ming.
Clid trying to go for it. Good flash from Ming and from Gala there to keep themselves safe.
And this is why I've been so impressed with how FPX have kind of elevated their play coming in through summer, right? One of the big issues that we had with FPX, and we always joked about it, was like the FPX bar, right? We get to 20 minutes, we're just going to go and try and make sure that we can fight at Baron, because we have no idea what we're supposed to do.
Are you trying to cast a kiss right now? We've still got a minute and 9
No.
seconds. Like...
What I'm saying is, I actually think FPX have really elevated their mid game coming into the split, and we're seeing it there, right? They don't actually decide that they have to fight at the Dragon. You could see Xiaohu was thinking, hey, we reset, maybe we can try and take the 5v5, but instead they go, look, we're going to take mid inhib, we're going to take top tier 2, we got a ton of damage onto the top inhibitor tower as well, and we never end up throwing away the the potential in a 5v5 situation to just close out this game cleanly. And I think that says a lot about Stake as well, who's the coach in this team. Like, this guy used to be the Flash Wolves coach, then moved on to RNG, then LNG, and now is on towards FPX since the start of 2021. I think this guy has been doing such a phenomenal job with this squad.
He certainly has, based on the start of this game. Only 20 minutes in, though. It ain't over just yet. RNG still in the mix on this one. 3,000, 4,000 gold leaders. Hung caught up, but flashes out to safety here. And now Care wants to re-engage on this one. Everfrost going to go wide. Is the tower taken by Breed? Care once more. Charm comes in. On to Ming. It's a good target because he can't devour himself. And now the Charms is the rest of the team. Hung finds a knock-up and goes down for his trouble. Care trying to do the damage, but he's low on mana right now. LWX wants to pull the feathers and finish the fight. In goes Clid to finish another off. And Breed left alone on the top side. FPX, they've got a lead and they know how to use it.
And now they can actually just go straight towards the Baron as well. Kare's going to reset, has his TP to get back into the fight. You can see that Wei is hovering around, has the ultimate if he wants to try and get in, but, I mean, there's wards galore here.
The thing is, this is a good 20-minute Baron. This is a 20-minute Baron that they have an opportunity for. Care going to play zoning, going to get onto Wei. Maybe not zoning, maybe playing for killing right here. But the Baron goes down, and FPX, they get a 20-minute Baron, and it's a good one, Doctor! It's happening!
And this is why I've actually been excited about FPX, if they can just fix the early game. It's why I was so annoyed to see that they weren't having the early game come together, because when you get these leads, now it really does feel like FPX understand how to try and play through the mid game. A Baron now at 21 minutes into the game. Dragon is up in 2 minutes, so they can actually set up to try and push in waves and look for that as well. And a lot of this, as you say, coming off the back of Care here, understanding, look, I can try and help Hung out. They've overextended as RNG, and the cavalry is on the way.
Great little chase down here from FPX, and as you say, look at the minimap right there. Clid on the flank. He's making sure nobody can escape as the rest of the team wins with a numbers advantage. It's so nicely played by him.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see. Great team fighting, great use of the ultimate coming through from the KO to keep Clid up and standing, and Breed just completely separated from the rest of the team. And now we get the full presence on the spot side. And don't forget, we're still 2 levels away from Shella, who hitting level 16. It's not like this is going to be just a pushover if RNG can get to the later portion of the game. FPX are in such a good spot.
And look at Care's build. Death Cap second item. That's more like it. None of this Banshees nonsense. He's got damage. He's playing to assassinate people. And rightly so. With how FPX have been playing this game, he has been a crucial piece of the puzzle. Every single pick that they're making. Almost 100% kill participation so far this game.
Yeah, and he's just going to go and push in mid now, create that pressure across side lanes. Clid as well, trying to play bodyguard between the 2 lanes. And Shadow, with LWX, this is kind of where it gets a bit tough because you are pretty short range trying to attack on towards these turrets, but once they can try and keep the cannon minions alive, that should be relatively easier. But here, let's be careful. RNG trying to set up.
Oh, he's been caught out here, but Hung trying to get the charms on through. There's a pick for RNG, and maybe more as LWX pulls the feathers and keeps himself safe. Can they find more? Xiaolahu getting chased down. Level 15, he's getting close to that all-important mark of the KO, but crucially, a pick for RNG will buy them breathing room.
Yeah, and now you see Xiaohu TPing up to the top side. They know that Dragon's in 20 seconds, and with the flash and the ultimate burnt by Xiaohu in that last fight, they're not going to be able to try and contest this Dragon. So trying to see if he can at least set up some pressure on side lanes, where maybe RNG can look to revisit in just a moment's time. You can even see Xiaohu canceling the recall there. They see members of FPX and Dragon, they're going to go for the turret instead.
Yeah, Xiaohu playing very intelligently there, channeling the recall in case somebody comes to answer. Once he realizes he's safe, continues with the tower. Very nicely done. As LWX will just solo this Drake out, has the feathers to pull back to finish it off. 3 Drakes on the board now for FPX. A 5,000-6,000 gold lead in their favor as well. RNG trying to answer, but really have the split push damage. You know, it is a Lysandra at the end of the day. Not exactly the greatest champion for taking down towers.
Yeah, they tried to move way up as well, but because both Care and Shella who are missing, they didn't want to try and overcommit. So now you end up with 3rd Dragon for FPX, a 6,000 gold lead for themselves as well. Pressure across the board, and I mean, honestly, when you've got Shella who as well, very close to hitting that level 16, just 1 level away. RNG not looking so hot in this one. I mean, pretty much if you look at AD carry and the top lane, you're going to be looking at 2 levels nearly across the board advantage for FPX.
So I've got a question for you back there, because we've got 3 items on LWX. We're about to hit 3 items on Gala, you'd assume. He's already got that BF sword, getting very close to finishing the IE. Are we more scared of the level 16 on Kale or of the 3 items on Jinx? Which one's the more OP scaling?
I think definitely Kale in this scenario. I think the biggest problem for Gala is just trying to see how he's going to set up in team fights, right? Because if Kair is diving at you, Hung's coming at you as well, you don't get the opportunity to just free fire the whole time. Whereas with FPX in the position they're in, Shelahu should have that ability to, and even just his presence on side lanes as well alone means that you need 2 people to deal with him, maybe even 3 with the way RNG are posturing on the bot side of the map, and that's where you're able to draw more attention to Shelahu.
Look at the vision. There is 2 wards, 3 wards, 2 of them which are just in top lane right now, and 1 pink at Raptors here for the side of RNG. They are struggling. They are completely blind. They're playing in darkness. Xiaolao Hu wants to take advantage of that fact, so close to level 16, but I don't think he wants it. I don't think he cares about level 16. He wants it all in here. Drops his ulti, flashes forward, doesn't get the damage, but it doesn't matter. Xiaolao Hu solo killing Breathe on a Kayle.
And with that, the level 16 is hit in FPX. They now know that there's blood in the water. Moving in towards the mid lane, they should get the inhibitor. You're getting the push from Shelahu on the bot side as well. This is so well played by FPX.
35 seconds, still 30 seconds until Breathe comes back as Hung goes for the engage. The rest of the team following up beautifully. Way's already gone before he knows what's happened. Clid turns golden to Xiaohu. Doesn't go in, doesn't pull the trigger, and Clid will survive. FPX another pick here. They took the inhib, and now Baron is up in 30 seconds. They might just go for a second one of the game.
And where is the jungler for RNG? Another 20 seconds until he's up and available, so won't actually be able to get towards the objective. So FPX go for the quick reset. They're going to move over towards the Baron. And RNG, you need some sort of miracle play. But, I mean, we can see what Shelahu is capable of. Where does that come from, right? Breathe knows there's funny business going on, but Shelahu auto-attacks every single barrel, so Breed doesn't get a chance to actually get a barrel to connect to Shelahu. Even the last one not quite able to work out for him, and Shelahu just takes him down.
Very nicely done. Bit of a fumble on the flash, but that's okay. We allow those when you're finding solo kills against Breathe. Breathe in his first game on RNG as well. Having a bit of a hard time of it so far. Look at this engage as well from Punk, right? Onto everybody, and denies the Spectrum more, actually, from Way.
Here we go, though. Baron has been started by FPX. RNG are moving in. If Way can make a steal, maybe it can happen.
He's going to try, but Hung finds the knock-up. Way has been found. Tries to escape through the rest of his team, and it's Ming to be sacrificed, but Way ended up falling as well. Anyway, that's a big bit of damage for Breathe. My goodness. Gangplank is definitely a champion in League of Legends, that's for sure. As Baron will be started up again. This time, no contestant available, and this time, it's taken down once again for FPX. Next straight coming up in a minute as well. It feels like just everything is turning up FPX this game.
Yeah, I mean, second Baron for them now. You've got the mid inhibitor already down. Bot lane is in a position where FPX can go and join. Breathe may actually get caught out here.
He might. LWX dodges the barrel. Xiaolao, who's there, Hung on the flank potentially, but doesn't have quickness available. So I think Breathe will be fine on this one as Gala just desperately trying to clear these supers. Remember, Gala doesn't actually have his tier 2 boots just yet. So yes, 3 items, but fairly slow on attack speed compared to what you're used to from a late game Jinx at this point. Barrels come out onto Hung once again. Remember, the healing from Rakan has been improved, so he'll have a little bit more sustain than what you used to.
Wave bottom, wave top. FPX playing this so slow, so well orchestrated with both waves crashing at the same time, and RNG just kind of looked and go, what the hell are we supposed to do here?
Yeah, Way gets a stun, but it's at the cost of Gala's health bar. Has to ult out himself. Xiaolahu just walks forward and basically 2-shots Gala. He's in a 1v5 while the rest of the team takes the rest of the base. And the rocket is blocked by Hung. It's too beautiful. Double for Xiaolao Hu and FPX. We criticize their coordination, and they give us the biggest team win we've seen of the split. It's a quadra for Xiaolao Hu, and scumbag LWX ruins it.
Shadow, I'd throw that coffee at LWX. Get him back. Can't believe he stole it. But really well played by FPX. And honestly, I think they're just going to be super happy with the way that game went. Like, the fact they got off to this early lead with Clid setting up these plays. The mid-game was beautifully orchestrated, like playing so well around that third dragon. FPX, that was so well done.
Absolutely magnificent game here from FPX. I'm kind of just mind blown, honestly. I did not expect this today. I was looking at the schedule and I was like, you know, we're going to have a really close first series. It'll be 2-1. Don't know who takes it. Probably JDG. Second series, easy 2-0 for RNG. We'll talk about how they're going to be rough coming off of MSI and then they'll walk over FPX. No. This is a different FPX today. This is an FPX that know how to play as a team. This is an FPX that know how to take advantages. And this is an FPX I'm excited to see more of this split.
Yeah, I'm the exact same. Like, this was why we did that section at the start, was because it was so frustrating to see how FPX had the players, had the potential to be a really good team. Especially when I look back, because I'm actually blanking on what their first match was. What was their first series of the split?
EDG?
EDG, yes, thank you. When they played against EDG, that game where Care had that Talia game looked absolutely spectacular. We started to see them even playing around Baron incredibly well against EDG, where Xiaolehu was threatening the base on Fiora as FPX were playing around the Baron, and they just had this really, really well played map presence. And that's why I was like, oh, maybe we're actually seeing a different leaf or a turnover to a new page for FPX when it gets to their mid-game. And now we're starting to see that the early game is coming in hot, so now their mid-game gets to shine as well. Like, the way they played the map here was really well done.
Yeah, honestly, exceptional. And, you know, we always talk about RNG having kind of a weak early game, right? Well, if FPX come firing on all cylinders in the early game like that, I could see this ending up being a 2-0. RNG really needs to change things up. They need to find a way to win out that mid game, because if FPX are good at the early game and they're good at the mid game and they can snowball a lead, it's going to be really tough for RNG to find a foothold.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It felt like this was RNG just not really figuring out how they wanted to try and set things up in the mid game. Now, I will say, I've always kind of been more of a fan of Ning being on something that's a bit more of an engage tool. It feels like that's the way that they can find picks and find very quick ways to set up these fights. But honestly, when you have Xiaohu on the Lissandra, I can't really try and make that excuse, because I think Xiaohu, in theory, should have been able to set up plays and set up picks very well, but we just never got to see it done because FPX were playing so well around vision control in the mid game. Around the mid lane in the mid game to make sure that Xiaohu couldn't actually make anything happen.
Yeah, really, really good stuff coming out from the side of FPX, and I'm pleasantly surprised. And now we need to see a little bit more from RNG, right? This is a team that's fresh off a win at MSI. And, they're MSI champions, back-to-back MSI champions. I think we can give them leeway if they come in and have a bit of a rough first game. I think that's fair enough. We'll see if they can button things up for game number 2 here. Even if they can't, for me, I'll give this one. If they get 2-0'd by FPX, fair enough, RNG. I hope they've taken a bit of a week off before today, right? I hope that they're not super practiced today, because if they want to survive summer, if they want to be looking good by the time playoffs comes around, they need to have had some time off along here.
Yeah, exactly. And I do agree with that. I just don't think that we should try and mitigate what FPX have done, because I think FPX look absolutely spectacular. And honestly, I think even if RNG aren't firing on all cylinders, I think FPX should be incredibly proud of what they're putting forward here today.
Absolutely. RNG is still an exceptional team, even if they're not on their best day. This is still one of the top teams in the world. We're going to jump to a break, and we'll find out what FPX have in the tank. Can they finish this one off 2-0 against the MSI champs? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, today's series was better, but AL did put up a fight. I do think AL looks like a respectable team now, but, Rob, since you were on that game, how did it feel? How did it feel casting? How did it feel watching it? What do you think of LNG?
Rough. Not rough. Like watching it, it's just like, you know what? I'm kind of like, oh, you know, LNG, they're doing the right things. They've got like Doom Beyond Clay, he's roaming all over the place. It kind of looks all right. And then you just kind of see them collapse in the mid game where no one really seems to want to be on the same page as to what they're going to do. Like Ala gets caught out. They had like the opportunity to kind of go for some of these team fights. The team fighting has been a bit hit or miss, especially when you're looking at like the fact that they used to play split push, now trying to see if they can go for the team fighting style. It's definitely taken a bit of growing room and teething pains first. So I don't know. I haven't fully convinced, especially when they're going up against relatively weaker opponents. They should have been able to smash these games, but they really didn't.
I do gotta say though, I love the Kled
actually-
Sejuani. Sorry, I just had to throw that in. Kled Sejuani, super pod.
Yeah. I thought it was really good into Swain because it's so easy to set up ganks in them early. You have the healing reduction from the Kled. I do think because like Swain's best scenario is when you're into a bunch of short range champions. So I feel like that's kind of where things got a bit messy. There was that team fight they lost because like, you know, when everyone's up close to you, Swain really thrives there. You had to like put him behind the lane, which they did. But my favorite moment was the bot lane fight for the inhibitor tower when you saw the Swain ult, like you saw Forge, it was timing out. Because, you know, you get the red bar under the health bar. I'm like, oh, it's about to go. And he's running at them like, please come back. And then LNG, and they just run into him. And you just see the ult extend. And then he gets like this Zhonya's with the ult on where he like heals to full. And I'm just like, do they know what that bar underneath does? Do they know how... It was so mind-blowing to me. But other than those like moments where they really helped the Swain out, I think game one was pretty good. But again, this is a weaker team. And even if LNG continue to win... The last two splits, they literally went like 7-0.
Yep.
And then just flopped. So, like, even if they keep winning, I still would not hold my breath on this team.
I don't think they'll get to the... They've got like... Oh, actually, yeah. They got top esports at week 4. So I feel like that's going to be their first one. But even then, if they like somehow... Look, top esports aren't exactly most convincing. Let's be realistic. So, I mean, if they manage to eke it out against top esports, I mean, it's... Anyone's legend, they just be TT, OMG, LGD... IG, and then it's like week 5 before we get them against JDG. So they just seem to keep like getting these really easy roads into LPL where everyone builds up false hope and then it all comes crashing down.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep
back, everybody. You can see the sun is setting on Shanghai as we move slowly towards the end of our evening. But here in the UK, it's still glorious. We're still in our summer shirts. I say here in the UK. Dagda, of course, not in the UK. Part of the Anglo-Gaelic Isles.
Archipelago. Come on.
It's not an archipelago. The word has a definition, and it ain't this.
No.
I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda. We're going into game number 2 between MSI champions RNG and FPX, who have just won game number 1, believe it or not. Clid is finally meshing with the team a little bit better. The bottom lane looking absolutely cracked. Everything looking good for FPX.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you got to go back towards that bot lane because our MVP is none other than Hung from that bot side. The Rakan working out beautifully for the man himself. Like, being able to find so many of these fantastic engages. The charms were on point. The picks were looking great onto people like Shout, who Hung had a phenomenal game in making sure that he was able to just kind of dot all the I's across the T's that FPX needed.
You can see on the picture, he looks like he's about to do a bit of a dad dance in the way that he was dancing around those fights. It's just beautiful to see. 1-1-14, as you say, 90% kill participation. There's nothing more you could want. And also, regularly blocking the Super Mega Death Rockets. Blocked the one in bot lane to let the recall go off. Also blocked one on Shallow, who during the final fight.
Yeah, and again, like, he was so good when it came towards how he was finding these picks in the early stages and also in the mid game, and it just let FPX kind of continue to grow this lead that they found. And I think like the I know it's kind of weird to talk about mechanics with the Rakan, but there's so many different ways that you can use like the W versus like when you ult versus like how you can even use your shielding to like get you into position to get the charm off. Like, I think his decision making within fights around how he uses abilities was super good.
Yeah, really, really solid stuff coming out from Hung. And great follow-up from the rest of the team. Like we said, Hung, Clid, Care. That is the trio that we're looking at coming into game number 2, because the way they played together in that early game was really something beautiful to watch. And RNG clearly were not ready for it. Xiaohu and Wei consistently getting caught out by that trio. So I'm excited if they can keep the ball rolling, because we'll have to see once we get into the second draft if they're able to get, like, Lee Sin Ari turns out really good mid-jungle 2v2. Rakan turns out really good at all innings. So feels like this was the perfect storm for them. And I'm curious if they can do that if they don't get that kind of draft.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see the Tam Kench gone to the wayside in this next draft. I think Ming, seeing him on more of an engaged champion always kind of helps out and gives them a little bit more in the 2v2 power in that bottom side of the map. I think the biggest problem is when you actually give FPX's bot lane the ability to like dictate the pace of that lane. You can see that it becomes a lot more difficult to kind of keep FPX in check. So I imagine RNG coming into this will be much more focused on trying to make sure they can get that stronger bot side matchup. And definitely have Wei being able to lean into that more as well.
Yeah, we'll see if Wei will focus more on trying to get the bot lane ahead and maybe have a bit more aggression down on the bottom side. But once again, like, that's not what we know RNG for, right? Early aggression is not RNG's bread and butter. This is not the way that the team historically finds wins for themselves. So if they do lean into their standard ways of playing, where they do like to play it fairly slow in the early game, kind of come back into things in the mid game. Quite often they're at a deficit going into the mid game in the games that they win. If they play that style, FPX might be able to just snowball another win. We'll have to wait and see once the draft comes on up how this one's going to go down. I will say I want to move the conversation onto the top lane here. Xiaohu, what a game on the Kale. Had a good matchup, right? Was able to just snowball up the entire game, or just farm up the entire game, sorry. Finds a solo kill up against Breathe in Breathe's first game on RNG as well. Had some fantastic team fights later on. Like, just commendable performance there.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's the big thing here is like, now you don't have that safety net of the gangplank coming in on blue side if you want to go for a blind pick, because you've got to deal with the Kale. So maybe we end up seeing some of the bans mixed about here. Like, I know at least on red side, you had a little bit more flexibility for FPX because they did ban the Ezreal, which honestly I don't think is really a big bannable champion. But when you have things like the Kale that you can still go back to, that you don't really on red side have to worry overly much about like being that big first pick. I think you're still relatively well, or will do relatively well. Is why I think we're seeing a lot of teams shift over from Spring, which was blue side dominant, to a preference for red side.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because it does feel like Red has been the lead side here, where if you can get the counter pick on the top side, it has been exceptionally strong. Hopefully we'll be able to get this game going for you guys shortly. I left the start button in the other room, and I'm on camera, so I can't go get it. Rob, have you got your game start button with you?
No. I think I left it in Usheen's. We were actually, me and Hysterics were talking about this the other day. I think I left it back in Usheen's when we did finals, because it wasn't there. So we wanted, like, because obviously we had the analyst desk and then we had the casters in separate rooms, so we needed 2 of them. And I think I left it. Yeah, so yeah, it's just unfortunate.
If you guys in chat could spam Lyric, spam Machine, spam Orc, spam Hysteric, spam Mazel, any of those guys could start the game. They're choosing not to right now.
Yeah.
They are choosing to make you guys wait.
Well, like, that's the thing, right? They just like to put us under pressure, like to feel us a bit hot under the collar. And look, I'm not surprised.
I'm more than hot under the collar. It's boiling in here.
If there is one dude that I could see, it is Lyric sitting there with his fake cat called Mo.
Yeah,
I just stroking his cat, go, oh, they heard us.
Well, we're in to pick some bands. It's going to be Callista and Ari and Swain banned by RNG as they opted to the blue side once more. And FPX banning the Gwen, banning the Wukong. We'll see if they rinse and repeat like before, and the Lucian is gone.
Okay, so Lucian swapping sides here as RNG actually opted to ban the way last time. We're going to see them going back towards the Viego first pick here, which I don't mind. I think that wasn't the issue with their draft last time. I think it'd be curious to see, though, what they decide to go with in this next rotation, where I think they probably need to take a bit of different direction. Like, the Jinx just wasn't really sliding into what they wanted to do.
Yeah, a little bit too slow, I think, honestly. And let's be honest, Jinx has not exactly been standard recently. But looks like slow might be the name of the game, as FPX going to lock themselves center in. Wouldn't be surprised to see Tom Kench locked alongside that, because, I mean, we just saw Ming playing Tom Kench alongside a Jinx. You know RNG would be happy to steal the Tom Kench away.
So the thing is, though, if you take the TK here, which they have, you now have the option to take your AD carry and actually take a mid laner here for Xiaohu. So you go towards something like they say the Galio or something along these lines for Xiaohu in the mid lane. Or take the Ahri away, which, I was actually banned, my bad, but something along those lines anyway in the mid lane. And then you're kind of putting Kerr in an awkward spot where he doesn't want to kind of be left on his own. Clid could end up having his jungles banned away, but we see neither of them. So I imagine we will just see Clid taking the Lee Sin here, and then everyone on FPX should be pretty happy.
Or we could just see a blind top lane Kale, since you got a couple of bans to work with here. Perhaps FPX just going to set up for Xiaolahu to have a comfortable laning phase again. It worked in game number 1. Granted, the kill was a counter pick in game number 1. We'll see if blind picking it can work out when you've got those bans.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see this kind of just taken blind here, because even we've started to see like counter picks coming out a little bit, like Rare Adam brought out the Nasus there the other day. Like we know that there are picks that can do relatively well into it, so that's why we're getting the Vladimir and the Jackson Lee's banned away from the get-go. But RNG responding with those jungle bans, because as we talked about, Clid is kind of been left out to dry here as a result of this. But maybe we'd just be happy to go back towards something like the Xin Zhao, unless that's banned away here, or maybe a Jarvan to provide that engage tool, because right now FPX are severely lacking any sort of big engage champion.
But the Vi is going to be banned. I feel like we've seen a lot more Vi bans than we have seen picks, right? But it has always been when there's an Ezreal, right? Whenever there's an Ezreal, it's the team with the Ezreal that bans the Vi. It seems to be the go-to in general in the LPL right now. That Galio you talked about before could be locked in for Care rather than Shout.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised to see it. Like, I thought they'd leave the counter pick here for the mid lane, but obviously just going, hey, look, we want to try and just make sure that we can play around this top side and not really worry about like anything else that's there. I mean, you're still kind of lacking some sort of engage though, so I feel like Clid is more than likely going to go back towards something like the Jarvan. Breed though, taking the Fiora, trying to play aggressive into this matchup, which I think is the right call, and then maybe take something like the TF if you wanted to for Xiao here, maybe even something like the Rise, so you can try and play towards sides, but not going to do it. Instead, going to opt in towards the Lissandra again.
And up towards the jungle now, we need to see something that can actually start a fight for the side of FPX here. The Wukong and the Viego have been the only picks we've seen from Clid so far. The split aside from game number 1, it's a Kindred Certainly not engage, but I guess if you just play counter engage, that could certainly work too. Plenty of scaling.
Yeah, see, the thing is, I'd agree with that if they had, like, more long-range champions on the team, right? But, like, Kale isn't exactly super long-range. Kindred isn't either. Galio definitely not. Like, LWX can have some. When you're looking at, like, the poke from both Ezreal and Karma, that's going to be able to do so much more in these fights than FPX are going to be able to dish out. So I'm a little bit worried about them. It does mean that you're heavily reliant on Care, like, finding smart angles to come in at to try and find these big engage tools, especially if RNG are able to shut down this Kale in the early stage, but then you just don't really have a side lane to play around it.
Yeah, I feel like this Tom Kench is going to be a battle Kench. I think that's what's going on here. I think their intention is that Tom Kench is the one to just W in, Galio on top, etc., etc. The issue is, if you miss the W, well, that's everything. That's all you had. And then RNG could do whatever they want. So on the other side then, what's the game plan for RNG? How do they make things happen? How do they redeem themselves from game one?
Yeah, I think the big one is going to be a case of, like, trying to push in mid, use Xiaohu then to start roaming around the map, try and play up towards this Fiora, because bot side is going to be totally fine. Like, Senatam Kench is not really going to be able to do too much against the Karma and Ezreal, so leave that to its own devices and actually start to get this big Fiora ahead, because I think if you can actually try and play side lanes here where the Kayla just isn't strong enough to deal with the Fiora, I think you're going to be in a relatively okay spot, and even just the ability to use that top lane pressure to play for things like the Rift Herald is going to set up RNG really nicely.
We'll have to see as we head to Summoner's Rift for our fourth game of the day. And if FPX have their way, it'll be our final game of the day, but MSI champions RNG are gonna look to push us to 3 games. I'm gonna say MSI champions so many times today. You guys think that we're done. You guys think that this was just an intro thing. I don't know if you know this, Dagda. RNG are the MSI champions. Not only, they're back-to-back MSI champions and 3-time MSI champions. Did anyone know that? Has anyone said that before?
True. The transitive properties, though, of the unofficial MSI champion. FPX are currently the MSI champions, though, because they just beat RNG.
Well, no, they won a best of 1. And here in the LPL, we don't believe in best of 1.
Well, that's
this
the
is
thing,
a best
right?
Of 3 region.
RNG have to now beat them either way. Like, I'm still right? Because RNG have to beat them twice, which means they reclaim the title, but FPX currently have the title.
No. Yeah. That's not how that works. They have to win the series. I disagree, Doctor. I respectfully disagree with your opinion. But you know what? That's okay. That's called civil discourse. You know, something that Twitter's never heard of. I just want to quickly mention, Care going with the Predator in that mid lane has started boots as well, so you can anticipate, you know, pre-6 plays from the Galio, which is always quite exciting.
Yeah, I think it just works out super well. Just having the opportunity, if ever needs be, to go for some of these aggressive plays where you can't just Predator straight at Xiaohu. Now, Xiaohu should be relatively okay once he has access to that Claw to escape away from that. And just because you can create so much distance with the Ice Claw, but or the Frozen Path, that's the word I'm looking for. But you'll have to see. I think, honestly, the biggest issue for FPX right now is like how Clid actually tries to have the early game that he wants and trying to get these stacks going, because I'm looking at Breed controlling top side, Xiaohu has pushed mid, Gal and Ming completely decimating bot lane.
Oh my god, LWX in trouble. Ignite popped onto Hung there. Bit of a misclick from Ming, trying to find the kill to LWX, but just going to be a bit of a wasted summoner. So actually a positive summoner trade in favor of FPX. Not ideal for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit unfortunate, but it doesn't matter too much. I still think RNG going to be able to get a ton of pressure down in this bot lane, and realistically, you're never actually going to be able to kill LWX or Hung unless they make a very big mistake. So the Ignite is kind of just there as threat to try and push LWX out of lane rather than actually kill him. It is just unfortunate went on to Hung, but Hung having the TP as well, even if he does get bullied out of this lane, should be able to get back down there to pick up a good amount of the CS.
And remember, we've got a Kindred in this game, so we're going to have to keep our eyes on those Kindred stacks. I believe Wei currently having the mark on his head. The Kindred stack going to spawn on the bottom Scuttle Crab here. So Clid up on the top side right now. Potentially, we'll have to move down towards that bottom side of the map, but doesn't have priority in any lane. So I don't know if he'll really get a window to go down.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, Wei knows this, right? So he doesn't, like, panic and try and move down towards the bottom side super quickly. Actually, we'll run into Clid here, but they've all just got to back away. And again, you can just piece your way through mid here as way, even make a quick transitional gank if Clid isn't careful, and now you get that bot lane scuttle regardless.
Even helps Xiaohu push this wave mid as well. Very nice. Good guy, Wei, as he moves down and will deny this stack onto the Skull of Crab. So, tough one for Clid to start things off. See how it's going to go. I'm just curious about this Kindred pick, how Clid's going to do on this kind of pick. Because this is a pick, like, you know, we've been talking about the coordination for FPX. If there's a pick in competitive that you need to be coordinated for, it's Kindred. Like, your whole team has to work with you to get you these stacks.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is that I don't see a way for FPX to work with them, right? Because at least in the early stages, Care very far behind on CS. Bot lane is struggling as well. Shello, who isn't having the best of times on top either. So Clid going to see if he can now punish RNG with the fact that they pushed in, but Wei is on his way.
Wei is on the Krugs right now. As LWX goes slightly wide on the binding. Can they find an opportunity? Ming and Gala trying to escape. There's the mark going to come down. They're looking for Ming. He's spotted his target here, but Ming just flashes away. And well, that's going to be that one, isn't it? As Gala gets himself first blood. And it's a bit of a disaster for FPX to start us off.
Yeah, that's just an over push there from Clid, trying to see if he can make something happen, because his camps had only just come up off a respawn, but not knowing that Wei had already reset, made his way back down to the bottom side. I think just a misjudgment from Clid there as to where RNG's jungler was going to be.
I think the thing is, I'm pretty sure he knew Wei was because they dropped a couple of question mark things on the Krugs. Like, that's kind of the only place Wei could have been on the map currently, unless he was ganking somewhere else.
I didn't want to bash him, but yes. Like, especially with the fact that you'd, like, ran into Wei on the top side of the map, and Clid knew that the bottom scuttle was down. You knew what the path team was. So yeah, just a big misstep from Clid there, not respecting the fact that Wei was on the bottom side.
Clid going to go down on that one. A bit unfortunate for him. A bit unfortunate for the FPX bottom lane as well, because now you're up against an Ezreal with an early kill. And we talked earlier about how important it can be getting an early kill on Ezreal. Like, once you can get that reset off, which we'll see Gala doing now, should be able to pick up like a Sheen or something. He actually started with the tier, often kind of greedy, but against a Senator Kench, you can easily get away with that. Means now he can pick up some AD, he can pick up a Sheen, and you don't have that dramatically terrible early game that it feels like you have if you have to get your tier as your second.
And the thing is as well, that poke becomes even more obnoxious on the bottom side as well, right? So just overall just feeds so well into how RNG want to try and play out in this bottom side. And again, like RNG just off of lane states, 1,500 gold lead for themselves. Xiaohu controlling mid, bot going well, Shello having control, Xiaohu falling behind to breathe in top side. And now you start to pick up the pace with things like the objectives, right? You can see Wei coming back in off reset. I wouldn't be surprised with Xiaohu as he gets into mid and pushes it again. You look towards Dragon. You've then got another minute until you look towards Rift Tower as well. And with Gala Ming having push, and you don't even have to send Gala in this up towards Rift Tower. You can just send Ming, because realistically Hung needs to be the one that stays bot side, and that just sets up nicely for you to try and take Rift Tower's energy.
And let's just take a second and remember what happened in the finals against T1. We saw 2 clips in our segment earlier that showed that RNG won 4v5s against T1 while Gala was staying bot. That was all for First Herald. That is like the bread and butter for RNG. Send Ming up towards the top side, play 4v5 for the Herald, let Gala just get players.
And I like that RNG are going for the for the Dragon now, because it stops the cross map from FPX. Oftentimes when you see teams go for the Rift Herald, you'll get the team that's behind in the play, take a Dragon and go, well, at least we get something for our troubles, right? That's not the case here, because we have Wei solo pushing on, or solo taking the Dragon. He now rotates up towards the Rift Herald. You've got that push we're talking about in the mid lane. Ming can kind of roam up whenever he wants after get this plate on the bottom side. This is all RNG just dictating the pace of this early stage.
Yeah, and crucially, it's a very quiet early game, which is what RNG wants, right? They are playing to control, but maybe not control enough. The Xiao who flashes forward to try and make the play here. It's going to be knock up across the team. Wei low on HP, as is Clid. The Kindred ult is going to save Clid, though, and it's Wei to go down. Xiao now trying to escape, but this Galio from Care should be able to keep the CC rolling. As I say that, the rest of the team doesn't seem that bothered about trying to kill Xiao.
I mean, they're just happy to get the Rift Herald. Clid, great flash away And great response to keep himself alive when Wei went for the ultimate. Breathe though, now moving in. Xiaohu trying to see if he can wrap around, but 0 mana for Xiaohu.
Wei still a long way off on this one. No smite available for Clid. This is stealable, but Breathe isn't going to go for it. Xiaohu getting the last hit on that one. Clid clears the vision and will be able to get his reset off in the end. Still, I don't think finding any stacks just yet, although he might have got a stack off of Wei though.
I think he might have as well, and at least regardless of stacks, just nice coordination from FPX to put up a response, right? We already kind of highlighted, Dragon into Rift Tower was very much what RNG were looking for, but Care and Clade just stack up in the bush, make sure that they're able to catch out Wei and Xiaohu. And watch here, as Wei goes in with the ultimate, you just barely in time get the ult coming out from Clade so he doesn't fall, and with the flash away, there's no way to follow up as Clade is able to get the heal, get out of Dodge's way, and make sure that he's going to be good and dead.
Very nicely done. It is still a big lead for FPX, for RNG currently. There's about 1,500 gold lead in their favor. FPX do have to get some stuff done. They have to work something out. They do have a lot of scaling, like we'll say, but so does RNG, honestly, with an Ezreal in there with a Fiora. It's not going to get any easier later on into the game, but you can see RNG pushing their vision line deeper as they move into the jungle. Ming and Wei getting so much vision. Clid cannot move without the second he sneezes, they're going to know what's going on.
Yeah, the ward that went over the wall there into bot lane, though, was spotted by Hung, so that's why you can see Clid back away, and Wei is actually going to make his way out of here. Jesus Christ, that was a sentence, as Gala is going to just try and get another turret play for himself in bot lane.
Yeah, certainly is. We're on game number 4. This is where things tend to get a little bit wacky, so bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, as Care getting aggressed upon by Xiaohu. Wei trying to close the gap as well, but Care actually going to turn around and taunt Xiaohu. Wasn't sure if that would even give him a distance or not, but it does. Just Care then dodging away from the Maw as well. Nicely done there. And Xiaohu, once again, just chilling in this top side. Breathe having the counter pick this time around, but doesn't seem to be making a big difference.
I mean, it did at the beginning, but just with the plays that have happened around this top side, Breathe has had to back away and not give as much, hasn't been able to put as much attention into focusing down Xiaohu, and now, as you say, getting up towards level 9, level 11 just around the corner. It's AD build for Xiaohu once more, but Breathe feeling it.
Oh, Xiaohu has to use his ulti quite early on, flashes away as well. And that's the power of the caster curse right there, just as I say it's going great. Xiaohu forced his ult and his flash away. As Gala trying to predict the Q there. Goes slightly wide, and Xiaohu being forced away in the mid lane as well. Feels like RNG really want to muscle their way in for the second Drake that's coming up in a minute.
Yeah, trying to deny FPX access to River and get vision control down, because as you already talked about, the vision control is set up nicely for RNG in this bot side jungle of FPX, but if FPX are able to get their vision in towards River, it becomes a lot easier for them to set up some sort of defensive play around the Dragon. I don't think it's going to be the case at the moment, though, just with the way everything is set up. Gala and Ming having so much push in the spot side, it looks like FPX are just going to give up Dragon and try to make the play into Breathe in the top side instead.
Xiaohu just continuously pushing these waves in. Clid has that Herald in his pocket, remember, so Breathe needs to get out of here. You don't get to stick around for this one. The tower will very likely go down. Another auto or two will do the trick, but Wei wants to make a counterplay. There's no ult available for Xiaohu, but it doesn't matter. They have so much invincibility on this team with the Dawning Shadow as well. They've turned it around. Xiaohu survives. Oh, no, he doesn't. Breathe finding a window. It's 1-for-1.
Breathe actually ended up messing up the riposte there, so it doesn't get the double stun as Care comes in with the ultimate. So RNG not able to get as much as they would have liked in that turnaround play. Ming and Gala still push on bot though, still going to get river control. That neutral objective has still been available, but again, it's FPX finding these early plays to get themselves back into the game.
Hung having to use his dive just to get out to safety again. The Scuttle Crab denied once more, which means these Kindred stacks remain on the Scuttle Crab. It's been tough one to play in that regard. Take another look at the play.
Yeah, watch the riposte here, right? It's too early, so it doesn't actually get the stun onto Care, so you can't get the damage onto a Shadow in the backline. Both of the RNG members end up taunted, so might have been a very different look if they'd managed to get that kill onto Xiaohu. Then you get the reset for Wei, and suddenly that fight can look a A little bit more wonky for FPX, but just not going to be the case there. FPX now 2-2 and kind of bringing back the gold lead to just a 2,000 gold lead when it started to balloon a little bit more in favor of RNG.
Yeah, it's feeling good for FPX, especially with Shyla, who getting a bit of that gold. Played getting an injection of gold off of that top lane play as well. Kraken Slayers for both of them at this stage. RNG will be able to get that second Drake that we talked about. When trying to walk away with it, as Clid wants to aggress on this one. Care with the Predator boots can close the gap, but nicely done there by Shao, who just drops the Glacial Tomb, keeps his jungler safe.
And again now, because we're kind of going back to neutral states in lanes, it gives RNG the opportunity to continue to bully at least through bot side, right? They want to try and answer for the turret that was taken in the top lane, but they just haven't quite been able to get the controls that they want to on this bottom side to actually look for that play because Clid has been spending so much time down here.
Well, we've got 4.5 minutes until the next Drake. 20 seconds until this next Herald. You see Wei already moving over in that direction. Ping's coming out on that objective as well. As Gala's moved to this mid lane, look where LWX and Hung are on the map right now. I don't think there's any world where FPX can test.
Yeah, Gala having that TP for himself means that he's able to get in towards the mid lane a hell of a lot faster. So that will set up RNG at least to take that. And it does mean they should be able to just pop it straight in towards the mid lane to take that tier 1. You got Shella who as well, who is going to be careful, has to be careful, sorry, on this top side, because Breathe is there with Wei in tow, Ming as well, even moving up there. Like, there's a lot of RNG members on this top side.
Certainly are. Wei will finish the Herald for himself. In the meantime, take a look at Breathe, just hammering away on this tower, denying as many CS as he can in the meantime. As he'll just let the minions finish that one off and can just push that next wave. Nice little advantage for Breathe there. Hit level 11. He's very strong in the side lane. I'm not sure anyone can match him 1-for-1.
At the moment, he's going to be pretty good, especially if he can create these like long side lanes where he can chase Shallow down, because Shallow has damage, but just not enough to deal with the survivability and the sustain, sorry, that can come through from Breed on this Fiora. So FPX trying to ramp up in this mid lane to stop Gal and Ming getting this tier 1 without the help of that Rift Herald.
Care and Clid trying to find a play onto Gala and Ming here as Care comes in from behind. Predator boots pop, looking for the taunt onto 2. Flashes forward, gets onto Gala. Everfrost is there, Dawning Shadow. Everything landing beautifully. And that's 2 kills for Clid. The rough early game is being smoothed out by some smart plays.
And Xiao, who on the bottom side wasn't able to get hung as well, was able to flash and W away from the Lissandra. So RNG thwarted across the board, and FPX now might be able to amend some sort of offense in towards at least the top side jungle of RNG. A stack for Clade is going to be well looked forward to because it's only his second stack of the game.
That's his third, I think. I think it takes a second to appear.
It popped from 1 to 2. That's why I was...
Oh, okay. Yeah. My bad. As we get a replay on the bottom side, it was Hung just about escaping in the 2v1. That mid tower just about surviving. Stiff Breeze will knock that one over. But a good game so far from, or good mid game, sorry, so far from FPX, as they're actually managing to find some opportunities.
And that's exactly what I wanted to see, right? Like the fact you've got Shellahu and Care with the Galio and the Kale means that you're going to be able to try and play this out through side lanes. So finding these opportunities where you can pick members of RNG off with Care like this is going to be super good. And you can see there, just following the flash on towards the Ezreal, the Everfrost to keep him locked up in place, the Dawning Shadow over the top. There was just so much damage that came through so quickly. Now though, with a minute and a half again until this next dragon, RNG trying to play towards their own strengths of the composition, setting up for team fights as this 4-man unit while Breed pushes sides. It's about establishing vision control now for that next dragon.
And I love that once again we're seeing Care being an instrumental piece when it comes to setting these plays up for FPX. Like, it's so good to watch Care with this team. He feels like it feels like maybe Care was the thing that FPX was missing, honestly, because he's this facilitating mid laner, very mechanically gifted, but constantly in the right place, constantly setting these plays up.
Yeah, he has been such a nice addition to FPX, especially as he coming into place Gory, who unfortunately just wasn't able to kind of match up in lane. Care, even when he first arrived in the LPL back in spring, wasn't having the best of time in lane, but now his lane has gotten stronger, his understanding of what he needs to do on the map is so much better. Like, Care has really become an integral part of FPX, and we're going to have to see again if he can do it, because the engages rely on Care. Not having flash available means it's going to be a tough one for him to get in, especially with the amount of vision control FPX have set up. And if Gala and Ming can just play at range, continue to get the poke down, that's where RNG can do well.
FPX looking for a route there, but won't find it as Breathe tries to clear some of the vision on the top side of the play. FPX just want a fight. They want Gala right here. His E is on cooldown. He's knocked up. He's CC for the rest of the team. Aggressed upon by Breathe here. Kindred ult, keeping everyone safe. LWX flashes over the wall. He's chased down Breathe. Takes the kill. Damage across onto Clint, but they chase down Breathe. They find one. Care goes down as well. RNG looking good in this one, but it's a damn close skirmish. 2 kills go the way of Xiao Lao-Hu. Oh my days, this is impossible to cast. It's a 3 for 2 in favor of RNG.
Nicely done by Breathe in that fight. The fact that he went directly in onto the core members of FPX with the Fiora ult on top meant that he was healing enough that he actually forced the ult out from Clid, bought a ton of time for Gala and Ming to deal with Care, and that allowed RNG to continue out the fight. Third dragon now for them, and we'll see it in the replay here, right? Gala, again, brilliant from Care. Spots that Gala has no arcane shift, but Breathe alongside Xiao, who goes directly onto LWX. Clid preemptively pops the ultimate because he's worried about LWX going down, but Breathe still just about able to get in onto the back line. And with LWX dead, Care taken out, there's just no real support options for Clid in these fights.
Damn close fight as well as Xiao Lao-Hu actually getting the kill on way before his ult finished off there. So Xiao Lao-Hu getting 2 kills in the fight. Definitely important for FPX. Gold lead, only 3,000 in favor of RNG, but they have 3 Drakes on the board now. They have that soul point, and it's going to put a timer on FPX's game, a 4-minute and 9-second timer to be specific. Now, as we do have a moment here, Dagda, I want to quickly bring something up that you mentioned earlier. We were talking about unofficial MSI champions. Well, Ashin has very kindly messaged me and let me know that RNG are actually currently the unofficial world champions as well, as it was passed over to them from T1 in the MSI finals, which means the FPX are actually fighting for the unofficial title, as Xiao Lao-Hu fighting for the unofficial I Survived the Dive medal. In fact, he gets the official kill under the tower medal, but does lose the tower at the end.
I mean, a 1-for-1 trade in that scenario, not a bad way to go, as RNG now trying to see if they can get onto LWX, but you can see Breathe is starting to become an issue, and I mean, Care didn't have the ultimate up and available to try and help out in that bot lane play, so RNG finding that nice window to actually fight back, and this seems to be the story of how RNG are kind of slowly getting control and wresting control of this game from FPX. It's like using their tempo advantage where they can to set up early on objectives. Look for picks just before key abilities are up on FPX. It's just these tiny little things that are giving RNG these advantages.
FPX now, oh my god, are they actually going to do it? Oh, in true FPX fashion. No, okay.
No,
okay.
they've learned.
They're back away.
This is a new FPX.
They've evolved.
They've been reborn.
I don't know. I just see all 4 of them grouping up like that. And there were some pings, but yeah, no. They decide against that, and rightly so. RNG knew what was going on as well. Drop a Scry's Bloom onto Scry Orb, sorry, onto that one, making sure nothing's going down. I do just want to quickly mention the fact that Gala now on 3 items. Big spike for the Ezreal. You got Breathe spiking pretty hard on 2.5 as well. It does feel like RNG's comp is really coming into its own, and it's going to be quite difficult for FPX to win these next couple fights, because yes, you've got a Kayle, not yet level 16, only on 2 items. Senna a long way off doing as much damage as she needs to.
And there's just so much vision for RNG as well, right? Like, we talk about how you need, like, Care to find these big engages, which he nearly got in the last fight, but it just is so much more difficult when you've got vision control galore in FPX's bot side. You even start to see RNG creep that vision control in towards the top side of the map as well. If you're looking at this dragon in a minute and a half's time, like, you need to be able to clear out all that vision behind you, FPX, and then establish yourself in river so you can have Care come in on these cool angles. Otherwise, RNG just kind of get to poke you down with Gala, Ming, and even as you see, like, they're so good at backing away and buying time in these fights thanks to Xiao.
Certainly are. Xiao-Hu doing a lot of work. I mean, Xiao-Hu and Care essentially have the same job in this game, right? Xiao-Hu is not really the guy that's trying to dive in too much. He's more trying to set up for the rest of his team, either by finding a pick if the situation does occur, but also, like you say, peeling for the rest of his team. Make sure Gala is going to be safe in these fights. Does FPX continue to try and control this top side? LWX at least, or in fact, it might be Clid that gets the red buff. I guess he is a Kindred.
Yeah, and I think as well, Clid especially going to be doing a lot more damage than LWX at the moment. I mean, the amount of... Sorry, you've only got like a lethality item and a half completed for LWX, whereas when you look at Clid, 2 items fully completed. But still, the big problem with the Kindred is such short range, and as you can see, this poke is going to stick.
Bit of a knock-up coming out from Care here. Big damage onto Xiaohu, actually. As TP starts to come up through, Xiaohu trying to get over there. Xiaohu, low on HP. There's a good amount of sustain on this FPX roster. Remember, 20 seconds until that Drake comes up. Now, RNG, the ones in control right now. And if they get this Drake, that's Soul. I don't know if FPX can come back from that kind of deficit.
And that's why RNG are playing so far forward, trying to land this poke before they get in. Gala's making a stick.
Flash forward from Care, but he gets no one. Has to E back out of the fight. And now Xiaohu goes in. Keeps himself safe with his ulti. Can't find the pick for himself. Gala trying to just get as much damage dished out as he possibly can. His True Shot Barrage almost halfway cooled down. And remember, that just did like half of everyone's health on the side of FPX a second to go. But again, they have so much sustain here from LWX. And actually, FPX can stick around.
Yeah, Care even TP back in as well, and now looking for the flank. RNG might get caught out.
Care has his ultimate available if the rest of the team does get engaged on. He's on a blast cone right now. Dragon on 3k, neither team confident to just try and brute force this one. Way going to be rooted. That's Drake for FPX, and maybe a fight as well. Dawning Shadow sets up for Gala's demise, and Ming forced to flee.
And the instant pings onto the Baron as well. FPX played the fight slow, they played it proper, and with the sustain from LWX coming through, they may have netted themselves the Baron.
I can't believe they're actually going to pull this one off, Dagda, because that felt like it was going to be sold for RNG. RNG had complete control of the bot side jungle for FPX, but it didn't seem to matter. And now FPX move on to this Baron, and RNG, they've got to make a desperation play here. Xiaohu moving in from the bottom side, Wei getting a stun onto Care, but the Baron down to 3,000. FPX are just going to burst this one. They're just going to get... No, they're gone! Wei manages to find the steal. I cannot believe that's just happened. And now RNG, they're chasing FPX through the river. They won't let them escape. They won't let them recall. True Shot Barrage onto LWX. Chunks him out. Everyone half HP. Gala chasing forwards. The Qs flying in. Everybody has to dodge. They have to be so careful as RNG moving in Clint on the bottom side of the fight, trying to threaten. Xiaohu, 1 HP, and Wei wants to finish him off. Care's trying to block. There's a good taunt, but it's not good enough as Gala free firing on the top side of the play. The Kindred ult will keep people safe. It's pure carnage, and Gala is the king of carnage.
FPX end up in the RNG meat grinder, and RNG will spit them out. Bloodied, battered, triple kill for Gala, and RNG now are looking at the base of FPX.
I cannot believe that this has been a roller coaster of emotions, Dagda. I couldn't believe FPX got the Drake in the fight. Then they go for the Baron, and Wei finds the steal, and then RNG chase them across the map. What a turnaround from RNG.
Just that steal from Wei, so clutch. But even there, you can see, right, Wei gets pinged by the CC off of the Senna, and that just sets up beautifully then to get on towards Gala. But here, I mean, a miracle play by Wei, flashing in just on the edge of his smite range to steal that one away from Clid. And from that point forward, RNG, they know Gala's about to TP back in. They have the health bar advantage. They're off of the resets. And FPX are just destroyed by RNG.
And man, just watch Gala. Like, the True Shot Barrage does like half of LWX's health anyway. And just watch Gala throughout this fight. He's untouched and just free firing the entire time. And Clint's ult turns this into an absolute fiesta, by the way. Everybody's so close to going down and kept alive.
And that was the thing, right? RNG thought they smelled blood in the water, so they commit everything to the Clid ult, only to be like, oh, well, I guess we're stuck in here now. But now, 2 minutes until the next Dragon. Baron, going to be faded in 50 seconds because of how long that replay was.
Yeah.
But maybe RNG now can actually start to get one tower on the outside here. I know Breathe is on the bot, might get the mid one as well.
Shahu, Master Chief in the mid lane with his 117 scoreline. And I will say, that fight was perfect for him as well. With everyone grouped up like that, the frozen thralls doing big damage across the entire team of FPX. But now, the siege is going to be unrelenting here from RNG as they brute force into this mid lane. FPX desperate to try and defend, want to clear these waves out. I think they will be able to survive one more wave. But now, with pressure in the bottom side from Breathe as well, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, that should be it. With 9 seconds left, the wave won't hit the tower. It's just going to be this cannon, which should die in just a matter of moments, so I think they're all good.
Right, Breeze's just going to push the bottom side. Baron or not, they're going to be able to take the tower here. Breeze forcing everyone to go down bottom side. And Gala now getting some time onto the inhib, actually eating forward to get damage onto Clid here. Gala has no fear. He knows how strong he is. He knows that he has the protection of his team. He's got a QSS in pocket, and he ain't afraid to get the damage down.
Also, just the fact that, like, without care there, who's really going to CC him up, right? He'll have a ton of time to react to LWX, so he's willing to play forward. FPX now, trying to see if they can make stuff happen.
Yes, behind enemy lines. Wei will just go for the 1v1, make sure that Care can't get onto the whole team. He will be knocked up. Clid has some big damage, but a stopwatch denies the play. Dawning Shadow doesn't do much as Clid has to flash over the wall. It's the first one for Breathe in this fight as he wants a bit of the glory. He wants a bit of the spotlight. Clid having to ult, but goes down to Gala anyway. And RNG showing us what a clean game looks like, aside from the one dragon fight, right? Aside from that one little hiccup, the laning very clean from RNG. The mid game relatively clean, and now these fights are confusing.
RNG just showing that they do have a better understanding of how to play the map in the mid game. Xiaohu pops forward, gets Xiao Laohu. Now LWX is left on his own as RNG will go for the win.
LWX will survive, but his Nexus will not. We're going to 3 games, Dagda. RNG, don't slouch too hard from it.
And I think that was a great performance from RNG. As you say, in the mid-game, the fact that they were able to find those moments to actually get vision control down around the dragon, like play towards their win conditions, make picks off in side lanes. Like, it may have not looked like it was that it was as dominating as we're kind of hoping for them from the MSI champions, but definitely playing out towards their strengths and finding a win for themselves to push the series to game number 3.
Yeah, really nicely done here by RNG. And FPX, I'll be totally honest, I don't know why they locked in scaling across the board. I really don't feel... Like, after game number 1 went so well off of the early skirmishes, they're like, okay, Senate and Kale on our side lanes and a Galio mid. It's like, that's not really... What happened to the early pressure? What happened to putting your foot forward, you know? But hey, look, RNG feels good for them. Feels good to get that win on the board. It feels good for them to have a bit of a slower game because that's the kind of game that they prefer.
Yeah, and I agree. I think it's a much better look for RNG being able to have some sort of plays that they can make off of, like Xiaohu, being able to work with, I think, nice counterpick for Breathe as well in the Fiora. I just think that, like, if you hadn't got the Kindred here for FPX, that probably would have been a much better look for you. As you said, like, even something like the Jarvan that may not necessarily be, like, quote-unquote, like, the meta pick, just providing that big engage tool, you can set up for care, you at least have some engage that you can then try and work around. I think the biggest problem just in this game was that they were so reliant on care trying to find fights and find picks that it was just too inconsistent for it to really work out.
Yeah. I'm a little worried now, Dagda, because we're going to go to game number 3, and we'll see who takes this series. I'm a little worried we were celebrating a bit too much for FPX a bit too early. And, you know, I've seen this before in the LPL, where there's a heavy favourite and an underdog, and the underdog takes game number 1 in an amazingly clean fashion. I'm mind blown, and then I watch for the next 2 games as the favourite just decimates them. It was what happened with LGD versus JDG the other day. It's what happens time and time again in the LPL. And I'm really worried for FPX that that's going to happen here because they looked so good in game 1. Please, please don't let that just be a flash in the pan.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they just need to give themselves the tools to actually set up properly for it. I think the biggest problem again is that, like, we saw the Kindred like, cool, let's have pushing lanes. No pushing lanes for the Kindred. It's like, okay, well, let's try and, like, set up so then we've got, like, good engage. So Shelly who can pop off later on. Not really any good engage. Like, they had some good healing and stuff with LWX, but I just felt like if they could actually set up properly any sort of team fight, then you have the ability to carry. Like, I mean, look at the damage percent for Shelahu, right? Like, he had 3 items, he was level 16, he had the ability to actually try and carry this game, but they just never really gave themselves the tools that they needed to try and make plays happen.
Yeah, felt like a tough one for FPX off the back of this draft. And, you know, again, RNG feeling very confident with just playing what worked for them previously, not really having to adapt to any kind of current meta, sticking to stuff that they've played at MSI and feeling good about it. Breathe feeling like he slots into this team well as well. This doesn't feel like, you know, top laner on a totally different page. It doesn't feel like we're having any synergy issues so far at very least. We're only 2 games in. We'll have to wait and see how that develops. But we're going to jump into game number 3 right after the break, and we'll find out if RNG are going to start this split strong or whether FPX do begin the redemption story. Join us after.
I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because in this game, even though I hate V5's draft, if V5 just do nothing, like that game could have been easy. They could have just chilled. Their bot lane won when they shouldn't have. And yeah, TT.
that's the thing, is that when enemy TF is playing scaling and enemy bot lane is playing Lucian Nami so afraid, then yeah, it would have been easy just to sit there and do nothing.
Yeah, I definitely think a more proactive thing coming out from mid would have been good. And I don't know. That series was so sad because it didn't feel like TT were really doing much. I will say, to be fair to TT, they're obviously bringing in 2 new members, which is huge. Who knows how much like Baytron's stepping up to try to like call or what impact Xiaosheng's having. So I'll kind of give them the benefit of the doubt since they have more roster changes than most teams. And then obviously we have you know, them coming over with Hoya as well. So I don't know. The only depressing thing about the TT series in my mind was just their bot lane not performing well. And V5, my God, this proved that they really are the rookie show. I didn't want to believe it. I don't think any of us wanted to believe it, but this proved it. This is the rookie show.
Yeah, I feel like you just need Rookie just to tell Cast to stop. You know, like just give up, let me carry, play for me. And like you can kind of even see it from the fact that they were picking these utility mids for Dream, like very much mids, like the Galio game 1, the Lissandra game 2. This is very much like you're playing for your team to have set up with CC and potential roam timings. It just feels like such a different team. I feel like even if you look at like I feel like RNG with our Xiaohu, Ming still, I feel like is such a pivotal piece of the communications. I feel like even if top esports lose Knight, I feel like as much as it might be painful, I feel like Rookie out of this team just feels so weird. Yeah. And you can see it on the Rift.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Dream because I actually think Dream played pretty well. It just is that like it is just going to be the rookie waiting room, and it's I don't want to. I'm trying really hard not to like scathe him, or at least like, you know, kind of take digs at him because it's not his fault. Like he is actually playing all right, but it's just like you just need Rookie for this team. Otherwise, it's just like.
You know, we like to do some things sometimes. All these beats and rhymes. You know, we get it in. So we're gonna start it like this.
Wave waters, we a pair of erudite men who grab the pen and then we Eric right. Meaning we do it easy above you parasites. He in a mic 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus is an artiste with smart speech. Move smooth as a car thief and start beef. Black Panther with sharp teeth. We keep the moving while our music's pumping like a heartbeat. We did it once, now we checking in with a second win. When it comes to lecturing, they call me Malcolm Excellent. My record spin of veterans is dark water. Competition is wishing we set the bar shorter. Seems like they can never get ahead of us. We be catching flights, stay on the mega bus. Take it to Maryland, you'll recognize my rep strong. You a pillow, you soft to get slept.
Yeah, we coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here. Wave waters, brother brothers yelling black pride. Take offers, budget on the black side. Your girl can act shy, she been looking. Sleep, get your ones, fives, and tens took it. Real gains take labor, I've been pushing. Still turning haters into pin cushions. Catch me in Brooklyn, mainly Columbia. You better lace up quick, baby, we running ya. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Thought it was over, but I'm right back at you. And I'ma flip the whole scene over like a spatula and get it french fried for the extra crunch. And all you suckers that's hungry, take that for lunch. Cause I'm off the clock. I clock miles though, and I see them Angela Davises wanting miles though. That's why I keep it stepping with the samurai precision. I'm trying to change the color, David Banner, my decision. Blow it up and make it all green and break it all down and share it with the team. So I ain't got time to sing Kumbaya till I'm cooping two-seater, just blew by ya. Travel at a high speed, it's me, you in my rear view. Still wanna sing, but honestly I can't hear you. Unless you talking as loud as the bass hit. It's Krilla and the boy Frank Nick G.
We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We coming to a theater near. Burn it up, turn it up, so the people can hear. Yeah, we the cats they secretly fear. Cause I can spit slang and still speak clear. We here.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL for our final game of the day. RNG are back from MSI, and it took them a game to warm up, but they're firing on all cylinders once again, winning out game number 2 and pushing us to a third game to finish things out. My name is Woodsballs. I'm joined by Dagda. As you can tell, we're dressed for the summer weather. It's still a beautiful day outside where we are in the world. And it's a beautiful day for League of Legends as well, because we've had some bangers.
I will also say it's like it's beautiful, relatively speaking. If you're from the UK or Ireland, beautiful day is like a solid, 21, 22 degrees Celsius. Whereas I think that's like an average day for a lot of places in the world. But we take what we can get.
I'm just gonna say it is not 20. It's 28 degrees today, dude. Like,
Jesus,
it is warm here. This is like, if this isn't a beautiful day in your mind,
no, that definitely is. All right, see,
like,
it's 19
who wants
degrees.
more than 28 degrees? Who wants more than 28 degrees? I ask you. This is already too hot, honestly, in my mind. We get one nice day, and I'm like, it's too hot outside. Let's look at our MVP. for game number 2 before I rant too much about the weather. If there's one thing us Brits are good at, it's ranting about the weather. Let's look at our MVP, because I can't remember who it was. Production did tell me, but I forgot immediately. It was Way on the Viego, getting that steal, saving the game.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big one, right? Like the steal coming in to managing to just bring back what had been that complete misplay in the team fight for RNG. Massive play from Way to actually bring that one. Sorry, I've got the hiccups now, and I don't know why. There we go.
Yeah, massive one from Way to pull the game back for RNG off of that one weakness they showed. FPX almost taking it. Way was the one showing down.
Sorry, I had to hold my breath for a second. But yeah, Way doing a phenomenal job. We're actually just going to get that clip straight off rip. The fact that he just barely gets the flash in to get the smite just about in range. And then as well in these team fights, even though we end up falling behind quite a bit.
Just dies.
I mean, yeah. I mean, not exactly the highlight clip that I was expecting, but look, you got the one play. That's all that mattered. That's all that he really needed, you know?
Yeah, it happens. It happens, okay. It feels a bit rough with production to pull that one in, but it happens. Way getting the MVP off of his miraculous smite. And RNG pushing us to 3 games. RNG holding on and showing that, you know, maybe the MSI curse isn't real. Maybe they will perform well immediately off the back of the break. We'll have to wait and see as we'll head towards our 3rd game. Dagda, what do you want to see change as we head towards Game 3's draft here? Because for me, it's FPX with some proactivity.
Yeah, I think that's the big one. I like having a little bit more solid engage options is probably going to be your best bet. I feel like that was missing greatly from their last play, where they weren't actually able to find these easy engages without care. And I think honestly, if you have a strong bot lane that you can play around as well, if that's where engage tool is, I think that's probably where your best bet is as FPX.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to work for them. Swain banned, Gwen banned, kind of standard bans, honestly, coming out. I think this is the exact same bans as the last game, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. And it will be Way going for the Viego once again. And now FPX, are you going to go for the set of Tom Kench? No, is the answer immediately. A totally different draft. We've got an Ezreal. No. We've got Elise.
Why'd you give Gala Kai'Sa? You gave Gala Kai'Sa. That was what was always going to happen here. God, I don't. All right.
Let's be realistic here. Kai'Sa's been open this entire series and he didn't go for it. It's not like they've been denying Gala Kai'Sa the rest of this series.
Kai'Sa is like a really good answer into Ezreal. Like, you are able to, if you ever leave Ezreal alone in lane, post 6, Kai'Sa's able to go for the 1v1 potential. She's got great push against them. She just has like everything that Ezreal excels at, like when it comes to like trying to keep himself safe and everything in team fights. Kai'Sa just shuts down. It's a super good answer to the Ezreal.
We'll see if Braum is going to be able to protect that Ezreal, or whether when Hung leaves that lane, it'll be LWX that's doomed. I will say LWX certainly played that matchup before, so hopefully he'll be okay. The Kayle actually being banned from Xiaolahu now, deciding he does not want to have to deal with that one again. Now, maybe could be something like a Lissandra ban here towards the mid lane, because Xiaohu was real scary on that Lissandra.
Yeah, I know Xiaohu's been doing really well on the Lissandra, but I've kind of been a bit underwhelmed from it. I know in the last game it did pretty well. It's just a case of like, I think having things like the RE, things where you can actually have a little bit more answers in the early game will actually help out. And it looks like FPX are going to make sure that he actually is able to do that, because they're going to get rid of the Lissandra. And now you got to see exactly what the plan is with Galio and Liss off the board. I'm wondering what Galio wants to try and bring into this mid lane now.
See. Wait, what Gala wants to bring in the mid lane?
Sorry, what Xiaohu wants to bring in.
I was like, wait a second. Do you know something I don't know? We're going to cheeky little lane swap. That certainly spiced things up. The Fiora being banned away, I'm a little surprised by, since it was Breathe playing last game. But we do know Xiaolahu loves a cheeky bit of Fiora if he can get his hands on it. Now over to FPX. They need to go for a blind pick. Very likely that mid lane.
Yeah, and it's going to be the LeBlanc. So maybe Xiaohu actually just goes back towards something like the Victor here, especially with Ahri taking off the board, Lissandra, and the Galio. Victor is kind of the last one that you kind of go, oh yeah, this can do relatively well into the pick. We've also seen Zoe kind of come out as a somewhat answer, but they actually just go over towards the Twisted Fate instead. So still trying to play towards that heavy roam style that we kind of got known for in MSI.
Yep, and Xiaohu played alongside this Twisted Fate a lot when it was Twisted Fate versus LeBlanc every single game. Remember, the Twisted Fate was kind of the option for a lot of teams to try and defeat that LeBlanc. So Xiaohu going to be locking that one in, trying to control the game. Not a pick that we've seen a ton of across the course of this split so far. And then that GP going to be locked in for Breathe.
So again, Breathe kind of going back towards what we saw in game number 1. Kale is banned away, so we won't get the Kale matchup as an answer into it. But I think Xiaohu's still going to have a lot of answers that he can go for here. The Fiora is banned away as well, so you won't get a lot of split push options there unless he wants to try and go for something like the Camille. But I mean, the Aatrox can still do pretty well into the GP. You have a lot of sustain, so it's harder for the GP to bully you out. And then as well, kind of lends in towards that team fight aspect.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Aatrox, Xiaohu, I'm excited. This is the kind of draft I want. You know, game number 2, I saw the Senna, the Kale. I was like, nah. Game number 3, we've got Lisa LeBlanc mid-jungle. We've got an Ezreal from LWX, which we know he's extremely competent on. We've got an Aatrox coming out from Xiaohu. I'm excited to see what FPX can do. Feels like they've got a little bit more, I don't know, they've got more tools in their kit this game.
I think in the early stages they do, with like the mid jungle being pretty strong, and you the ability to play up towards Xiaohu. But honestly, I think as they get in towards like the midpoint of the game, that's where I think they're going to struggle. Like, they're straightforward. Their composition isn't as straightforward as RNG's, right? Where you're trying to play poke with Ezreal and LeBlanc. You don't, again, have great engage tools. You're kind of relying on like the Lee Sin kick to set stuff up for you. So I'm kind of waiting to see exactly what the game plan is going to be for FPX when we get into the mid game. I think on RNG side, it's just far easier, right? You got double globals with the TF and the Gangplank ability. Super easy to try and play around down bot side. You got a good jungle that can work towards skirmishes as well. It just feels like everything fits a lot nicer on RNG side.
Yeah, I mean, and RNG are a team that, let's be honest, if there's any team in the world that can play around TF, RNG is that team. Like, they have played so many TF games as a group that it's just mind-blowing, honestly. I'd love to see the stat of, like, how many TF games RNG have played over the last 2 years versus everyone else, because I bet it is ridiculous. So, feels like this kind of pick style definitely can work out well for them. And also can make life very difficult for Care on this LeBlanc. Like, the second you go forward, Goldcard comes back in, the rest of the team can jump on top.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're going to see a lot of the ease of access for RNG play a big part in this game, especially since you're kind of looking at, okay, if we can try and go for like a mid-jungle gank mid lane onto the on towards Care, see if we can burn some early flashes, get a little bit of wiggle room there for Xiaohu in the early stages, and then suddenly you can start to put pressure down towards this bottom side. Because you also have to remember that, like, it's not only the fact that you get Xiaohu who has access to the level 6 as well, it's Breathe who will have access to the Cannon Barrage too, and that combo underneath the enemy turret is going to be so difficult for LWX and Hung to try and hug their tower and play safe there.
Certainly will be a difficult one for them. And honestly, I just want to see how this one pans out, as we'll see Clid and Wei starting up on that top side. I wouldn't anticipate too much action in the bottom lane too early, since, you know, Nautilus versus Braum, neither necessarily going to be able to find big angles on the other. Nautilus can all in, but then Braum's invincible. Could be a tough one to find any angles on. So we could see quite a quiet early game, honestly.
Yeah, I think there are moments where if you actually overextend as Ming, you could turn around something for LWX and Hung. Like the damage that you can get out, especially against the Glacial Augment and Nautilus, if he does overextend, can come through pretty quickly. But I think the big thing is going to be just Gala Ming farming up, then having Ming start to roam around the map, because realistically Gala is fine to just farm solo against an Ezreal and a Braum, and you're more so going to be trying to see if Hung matches that, but then Gala looks for the all-in kill pressure at level 6. So I think that's where you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place as Hung, whereas you have to stay in lane, whereas Ming is much more open to being able to roam around the map.
Yeah, certainly opportunities for Ming to be able to find plays, and that's been kind of the theme of today, honestly. Especially in that first series, we saw just consistent ganks towards the mid lane. I'd love to see a little bit more of that here in game number 3 as Breathe looking for some very aggressive trading onto Xiaohu, utilizing the buffs to his passive.
Yeah, just trying to get as much of that burn damage down. And I think, again, at the early stages, Shellahoo will get bullied a little bit by Breathe, but certainly as he starts to get up to level 5, level 6, that's where Shellahoo should be totally fine to sustain out in this matchup and kind of match that early pressure from the Gangplank. I'm going to be keeping my eyes, though, on Clid to see how he can make things fall in FPX's favor. Ooh, hang on, Care.
Ooh, great little gold card there onto Care. Nicely done, Shadow.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much damage Care was about to take from that tower, but kind of got lucky with the way the tower shots were aimed at that minion that had just arrived in. But go back to the point, I think Clid, it's on him to try and make some early plays happen, because Shellahoo would like to get a bit more of a lead early in this lane. Same when you look towards Care. Otherwise, as we said, RNG, once you hit 6, can start to cross map so effectively.
Oh, Clid wants to get into that top lane, I think. The Skull Crab is about to spawn as well. I'm not sure, Clid. Kind of sneaking around for the time being. Not been spotted at very least. I think he just wants the Scuttle Crab. Wants to go for the double crab. Oh, maybe. Wants to go top. I don't know. We'll have to see. Get spotted by the ward. Nobody pinged him, though. I don't know if they actually spotted him. Now he's definitely spotted, but can Breathe survive is the question. Knockup's going to come on through from Shellahoo, but actually Breathe dodges everything beautifully.
Yeah, and as well, Shellahoo, because he was invested damage in towards Breathe, actually loses a couple of those creeps underneath the turret, so it will cost Breathe his flash, and it can be a repeat gank for Clid. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to punish the fact that Breathe did stick around that bit too long.
Yeah, the issue for Clid is he won't be able to go for that crab now, as that's going to be the knockups onto Breathe, bit more damage. Good trade from Shellahoo there. Clid hadn't actually done his Krugs or his chickens just yet, so is a little bit behind in the jungle, and Wei could look for a double scuttle off of this.
Yeah, he definitely will, and should even get the quicker reset as well, because you still have to do Raptors here as Clid, so you're only going to just about hit your 6 camps, which honestly I think is a bit of a mistake from Clid, like especially when he ward hopped over the wall. Investing that, meaning that he didn't have it to actually get into the lane to try and gank Breathe, it was just Clid kind of overestimating what he could achieve in the top side.
Trying to be proactive, but now he's stood on a ward here. Xiaohu baiting the play. Gets damage onto Care, forces the flash, but in goes Clid anyway. Xiaohu way overestimating what he can pull off on this one. Clid on the wrong side of the map, though, as Ming looks for a hook, but the ward hop means Clid can get to his bottom lane. Care needs to look for an execute at this point. Honestly, Wei is here, but Care actually has flash available. There's a route. Gonna W. Oh, no! Care! That was so greedy. He had flash the whole time.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting the snipe coming through from Gala. Just clips him with the killer instinct. And that'll be Care going down. So 1 for 1. And still you're seeing that Clid hasn't got his reset off. You just got Wei going back. So Clid now going to go for a reset of his own. But a huge amount invested, honestly, on both sides to try and make that play happen mid.
Yeah, really nice shot from Gala as well. I was too busy flaming Care to compliment Gala. That was a great W. Great for them to roam up from that bottom side to make sure that they can react to the play in the mid lane from Clid. But ultimately, it turns into 1 for 1. And ultimately, we're even on gold right now.
Yeah, and I think a large portion of that was because we had Gal and Ming like fully pushing bot. They had roamed up to try and make this play, as you'll see on the replay coming through. They thought they had the numbers advantage, which is why Xiaohu goes and tries to bait this as much as he does. But Ming can't actually get into place before Clid is able to get the kill. Xiaohu's down, Wei is way too far away. And Care, I kind of agree with you here. I think if you want to, you can W over the wall, flash over, and then try and get away. But holds on to his summoner spell and just gets popped by the killer instinct. Really nice job from Gala there.
And also just like, I get that he's trying to walk to the wall to W over and escape, right? But you're walking past a Viego in melee range the entire time. Like, he just gets wailed on by that Sheen. So, really tough one for Care. I don't want to go too hard. He has had a really good series, generally speaking. So, we'll see if Care can have a bit of a better go of it, as he's gone very deep on this one. Once again, the gold card comes on out. Does have flash, remember, because he didn't use it in the last play. So at least there's a small silver lining for him there. Clid moving in to make sure that his mid laner can return to this tower and catch the Wei.
Yeah, Wei allows Xiaohu to push in though. Level 6, looking for the TP top, and you can see Xiaohu instantly is like, I need to get back to my turret, because he knows that Xiaohu is now on the run and looking to see who he can pick off.
Yeah, trying to find them, but not going to be able to get them for the time being. And we're kind of even Stevens on this one. The only significant advantage really being that FPX have that Drake for themselves, so that's one boon for their side. And obviously, the kill on Gala going to be very nice. But that's kind of evened up by the kill on Care. So we'll have to see how this mid game is going to go. And I'm glad that we're even, Dagda, because if we can get into a mid game between these two teams, see a proper even scrap, man, that would be so exciting.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem is that RNG are we're waiting for these level 6s to happen, right? You wanted Xiaohu to have Destiny, you wanted the kind of barrage for Breathe, and Wei just sitting here on the top side to make sure Breathe can successfully push in this tower. I think off of resets, we're now going to start to see pressure in bot lane, which is why Ming is looking to see if he can burn summoners.
Ming finds a hook, but it's just going to be a fairly even trade. Gala, I think, had already taken most of that damage before the trade, so even Stevens on the bottom side. And this is what we talked about in Chap Select, right? Nautilus will go for the all-in, Braum will block everything, and we reset to the status quo.
Yeah, but look at the mid, right? Xiaohu again pushing in. You've got this wave in a horrible spot for LWX and Hung. Oh, well, sorry, I thought it was frozen in front of the tower, but at least now, if you're going to push in as LWX, this actually does open up for Xiaohu to try and look for this play on bot side. He's just going to reset at the moment, so it may not go for it just yet, but you just have to be so careful now as this FPX bot lane.
You certainly do. And I will say, I'm really excited for what's to come in this split for both of these teams. You know, we've talked extensively about FPX and, like, if they can make this team work on paper, they've got the power, right? But on the side of RNG as well, like, when you think about Xiaohu, people talk about Xiaohu all the time because, and rightly so, last year winning MSI as a top laner, this year winning MSI as a mid laner, like, this man is one of the most decorated players in the history of League of Legends, but yet to win a world championship, you know? And I would love to see this RNG squad have that opportunity to make it to the world championship again, win spring. Like, right now, they're on track for a golden road if they could win summer, if they can make it to worlds as well. That's a long way away from them just yet, but I think Xiaohu would be making a serious argument for himself as one of the greatest players of all time if they're able to win the world championship.
Yeah, I agree, and I think even the fact that we've seen him rotate from mid to top and back to mid now and still have a similar impact speaks volumes to just how much of a legend he is at this game. Still though, RNG now pushing in with Xiaohu pushing in mid to see if they can get this Rift Herald.
Ooh, hook slightly wide from Ming on this one. With Xiaohu, I'm not sure he can jump into 4 of them. Especially with a Braum there, they can just go for the knock-up immediately. It's enough, though, to buy space for RNG to just brute force this Herald. I think FPX are going to go for this one anyway. Look at Hung trying to protect his jungler, but he just cannot do it. RNG all over FPX like a rash right here. Care will fall. LWX just forced to flee. And that is 3 quick kills for RNG. Very nicely played.
And that was just the fact that they used the Destiny to spot out Xiaohu. They knew the Aatrox was on the top side still, hadn't wrapped around, so they know if as long as they can get the engage, they got the 4 versus 5. So 4 kills now for RNG. The Rift Herald going to go in their favor as well, and 2 of those kills going on to Gala is going to be so crucial for the RNG AD carry. You'll see it here, right? Clade walking in completely blind. You get the reposition here with Gala thanks to that killer instinct. So he not only gets the help on the kill onto Clade, gets the kill onto Hung, and picks up 1 more on his way out of here as well.
Yeah, really nicely done there by both Gala and Wei doing, I think, a huge portion of the damage there onto Clid. So very nicely done by the side of RNG, and just such a simple bait as well. Like, when you look at it, they just get vision control, all stack in Pixel Brush. But for the side of FPX, it felt like they needed to. They felt like they had to try and contest that Herald, and RNG just completely punished.
LWX will get a tower play for himself on bot side, and a good amount of minions at least lost to that bot lane tower, but now Wei trying to see if he can make a play.
Oh, LWX is walking towards Wei there. Just needs to be a little cautious. Wants to buy space for his team, though, who've started this Drake off. This will be the 2nd Drake of the game for FPX. And Wei not able to get in position in time to be able to contest that one. So 2,000 gold lead for RNG, 2 Drake lead for FPX, and it will be that Infernal Soul once more. I feel like we've had more than our fair share of Infernal Souls today, Dexter.
Look, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining the slides, you know. How do I like to start off my week with a little bit of fire, you know? That's or my weekend even. That's how I like to do it.
It's Friday, mate.
Look, it's my weekend, all right? I've done a couple Monday, Wednesday, Friday casting. This is my weekend starting. I'm gonna have some fun with it. And I'm glad that the map has decided to help out in that regard. I will say though, RNG not being able to contest the dragon because they rating Xiaohu's destined to come back up. His now just come back off cooldown. So I'm expecting him to try and push this wave, and again, try and look for side lane plays, especially look towards the bottom side. Wei is already in position. They have full vision control, and Xiaohu's already leaning that direction.
We'll see if we can find a play. Wei going behind the tower here. But Hung spots him on a ward. It will just be the Herald play towards this bottom side, right? Trying to get Gala a whole chunk of gold. This is not an unusual play for RNG. Giving a Herald to Gala, giving a bunch of plates to Gala, this is their bread and butter.
Exactly, and I mean, it's going to work out well again, right? Gala already has the Kraken Slayer. He's in an incredibly strong spot, and you don't even have to worry too much of Xiaohu about what you want to do here, right? Because you can see, okay, we have the pressure on bot side. Xiaohu just leans slightly to the top half of the map and goes, well, if FPX show up here, I can Destiny in and keep Breed safe. They don't show on Breed, instead they show mid and start to lean bot. Xiaohu clears the wave and just slowly starts to lean to the right hand side. It's why it's so hard to play against Xiaohu on this Twisted Fate, because he's just so good at covering pretty much every play the opposition wants to make.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, he's just such an intelligent player when it comes to how he plays the map. It feels like that's always been one of the biggest strengths of RNG, right? Not just the Twisted Fate, but like they are so good at playing side lanes. They're so good at playing the map in general, which generally, in my mind, is what has always set them apart in the last couple of years. He's starting to take some really heavy trades here. Who's starting to get the best of this top lane matchup, honestly. But it doesn't really matter that much, because yes, he can get some positive trades, but ultimately, behind in the game overall, right? 0-0-0. And when you look at the teams comparatively, 3,000 advantage for FPX. Maybe a chance on to Breathe here if Xiaohu play on the top side, exactly what you're saying.
And that's the thing, right? They hadn't, Eclid and Hung hadn't even shown on wards yet, but the spidey senses were tingling for Xiao, who was like, right, I'm popping Destiny, I'm getting in position, and instantly able to get there. Doesn't even have the level 11 yet, so doesn't have that extended range, and still, Xiao, who's like, this isn't over, now he's playing for the top side still.
Certainly is. Gala will get the first tower of the game, though, in the bottom side in the meantime. That's a good chunk of gold for him. And RNG just completely in control, it feels like. Like, FPX are trying to make some plays, but realistically, they've not been working out. And ultimately, when this Drake comes up in 2 minutes' time, I really don't know if FPX are going to be in a strong enough position to properly fight for this. I think, to be honest, the next Drake, I think they might just forego entirely and then try and fight for the one after.
Yeah, I think if I'm FPX, what I want to try and do is like trade this for a position top side. Like if I can look for a dive with Care, Klee, and Shelahu onto the top lane tower, I think that's your best bet. Even if you don't end up getting that top lane turret, right, you're still going to get a ton of positional advantage then for Rift Herald. And maybe you can look to fight Rift Herald or something instead. Because that's just going to be up in a few moments as well. So I think that would be the way that I try and play it as FPX here. But RNG at the moment, they just have such a good advantage on like, okay, we've got midway pushed in. You got Breed still who's in a decent position on bot side. And even if Xiao, who is in any sort of struggle, he says,
Cares caught. That's a hook. He's gone before the hook animation even ends right there. Hung now will be rooted up as well. And RNG want to snowball one singular pick into a big old team fight. Gala getting onto Hung, dealing the damage that's necessary. 2 picks now as a flash forward. Oh, look at that cleanse from LWX. That was pixel perfect. Or frame perfect, I suppose. As LWX will get out with his life. That's going to be flash and cleanse burn for TP and flash from Xiaohu.
Yeah, LWX empowering the soul of Captain Jack there to make sure that he's going to be safe on that. Really nice cleanse. And now RNG, great position on towards the dragon. FPX trying to threaten on mid tower, but this is the problem that we were talking about, right? Like once you've lost a few people, suddenly this is a lot of bite and no roar, or sorry, a lot of roar but no bite. But I was going to say FPX actually, I mean, they push RNG off.
Yeah, they're actually going to have to go for the Drake themselves, I think, because
Breathe
trying to pressure. FPX, go for the Drake. Who cares about Breathe right now? Surely the Drake is more important than this top laner. But I guess if they can find the pick, that's a kill for Care. Maybe they can get the Drake as well, but RNG might be able to contest, or at least
I think they're just going to go Rift
get
Herald,
the Herald instead,
Yeah, they're just going to trade it for Rift. And honestly, a little bit weird. I thought RNG would have been in a position to try and like go for the dragon, but instead, because they end up overcommitting trying to look for the picks after the play had already happened, means that FPX have enough time to reset, remount, and get themselves into position. You'll see it here, right? Like this, phenomenal pick. Really, really strong. But if they just use that momentum instead to turn directly on towards the dragon, I think they'd be in a pretty good spot, because you had the scout already TPing down to the bottom side as well. But because they spent so long trying to kill Hong, LWX ends up getting out as well. You can see that Care is just ticking back up on the clock. So by the time they actually managed to get down here,
Oh my god.
yeah, that was beautiful from LWX. That was actually insane. Frame
He literally
perfect.
didn't stop, not for a split second.
Yeah.
That is exceptional. Like you said, channeling the spirit of Captain Jack, and hilariously, Breathe channeling a different Captain Jack. I'm in the top lane currently. So, but yeah, amazing stuff from LPX there.
So I actually want to, just for the Captain Jack game, I don't know if maybe LPL fans are a little bit older like ourselves and like remember who Captain Jack is, but I actually heard
refined
the story.
gentleman.
Yeah, I actually heard the story that people don't know who Insect is anymore. So there's a bunch of people on TikTok who are saying, yeah, he got the insect, as in like the bug, off because they don't know who Insect is. They just think it's an insect. I'm like, oh god.
He's just
So
a big Kha'Zix player, that's all.
yeah. Yeah. But that's the thing, you know? Like, it's kind of sad to see that people like Captain Jack and Insect are already being forgotten.
I just remember when, like, back in the day, people used to call it a mad life when you predicted a flash with a hook. And now that's just, like, standard play. Like, if you can't do that, it doesn't get named anymore because it happens literally every game, you know? Like, it's just what you do if you're playing a hook champion now. It's like, man, so many legendary players that created the way that everybody plays now. That literally every League of Legends player has to abide by it. It's kind of crazy to think about these legends. Captain Jack, for anyone that doesn't know, he was the one to like instant cleanse the CC as it's coming in, to like predictively cleanse.
Yeah. And even like when you look at players like Vade, who literally had to get the entire goddamn game changed because he was so good with vision control. Like that Samsung White team was just insane. But Care?
Who's going to be rooted up here, but I don't think they quite have the damage to finish it off. Clid's going to be knocked up. There's a gold card as well. And Clid goes down. And Dagda, I don't know. Game number 1 looked so good for FPX. But ever since, it's all been about RNG, right? They're just completely in control. I said it earlier. I'm worried that this is going to be one of those games like JDG LNG, right? Where LNG, sorry, LGD, where game 1 looks really good for the underdog. For the rest of the series, not so much. Gala with a bit of a dodge here. Can he dodge the concussive blows? The answer is yes.
Nice there to get away from that. Did force out the cannon barrage though, as they're a little bit worried about how deep FPX were going to go. But I think I agree here. I mean, RNG looking very in control. Clid even going that bit too far forward. Had Hung on the way, but just diving in that bit too far before he could actually have the team help. Doesn't get the kick through onto Xiaohu as well, and just ends up giving his life for his mistake.
Not ideal is what I would say.
I'd say
it's a
suboptimal.
Suboptimal. Yeah.
I know
you.
you.
Like you and me. I think we may have cast together before. Just a sneaky suspicion. Wei is going to be pulled in. That's a lot of damage onto the RNG jungler, but it doesn't matter because he can turn invisible. And he sneaks out into the river once more. A minute and 20 seconds though, until this Drake comes up. We've got 2 items just finished for Breathe. Is this winnable for FPX Dagda? Can they fight for the Drake?
I mean, technically any game is winnable, right? Like realistic. But I think if we're looking at it, it's definitely up a creek without a paddle. But maybe they can find a branch to try and replace it. They just really need to get a big pick onto Gala. At the moment, Breathe isn't big enough to actually try and carry these team fights solo. As long as you're able to avoid some of the barrows. So if they can maybe get Clid on towards Gala to get that big kick, potentially. But Gala is so hard to try and lock down in this place.
We'll see. Because the thing is, they may be up a creek, they may not have a paddle. But it's possible that they're in a speedboat and they don't need no paddles. We'll have to wait and see. Is Hung going to have to be the one to face check here? 30 seconds until that Drake comes up. And the whole gang from FPX is here, as they rightly should be, because they got to try and muscle their way into the river. That's the 3rd time RNG play with Darkness and look for a hook. This time it goes wide from Ming. It means Care can try and clear some of this vision. The control ward in the brush. They don't need to sweep before, so leaving that one to last. Nice little dodge from Care, but a gold card and Everfrost. That's a lot of damage onto the mid laner of FPX. I think that might be enough to buy the Drake for RNG.
Still, though, FPX just trying to see if they can test. Honestly, even if Clid just gets the steal, this is worth. But I don't know if he's going to be able to get in, because it's already gone.
Yeah, That's already taken by RNG, and maybe a fight as well as they get the pull onto Hung. The rest of the team jumping on top. Xiaolahu trying to be the front line for FPX. But that's it. That's all they've got. They didn't really manage to contest that much. They didn't push mid lane. They don't really find anything. And we're starting to see a little bit more of that indecisiveness that we saw last split from FPX.
Yeah, and RNG aren't hesitating at all. Xiaohu moving into the mid lane to make sure they still have to protect the push. You've got the big wave crashing in the top side as well, so RNG know they're relatively safe to back off. They're just going to let Gala collect this wave in mid as way, put pressure down as LWX will arc and shift back, but just nicely orchestrated by RNG.
Very nicely done here, and Gala will just sweep this wave up as well. Look at Gala's scoreline, by the way. 3-0-1 on the Kai'Sa, on one of his most comfortable champions, headed towards that third item. LWX, I will say, farming up his Storm, beyond 10 CS per minute currently on this Ezreal. However, not able to get any kills, not really able to impact these fights so far.
I don't know what you're supposed to do here as FPX. The problem that you're having, right, is that... oh, why didn't I say all that? Yeah.
Sorry, I should have told you that before.
It's like you don't really have the opportunity to look for picks, right? I think Clid and Care technically can, but they just don't have a huge amount of damage. Your vision control is incredibly shallow right now, so trying to make that work doesn't really happen either. Then when you look towards like ability to find engages, this is something that we talked about at during Champ Select. Like, you just don't have these big engage tools on FPX's side. Like, yes, Xiaolahu technically can, yes, Clid can, but they're all quite like situationally based rather than actually having these big opportunities like this.
Oh, it's a kick from Clid. Maybe a chance. Wei ults over the wall, dodges all of the skill shots. There's a Sonic Wave. There's a knock-up coming through. Can they find more? Ming pulled back in. They need to find a kill. Oh my god, they've used so much and they haven't got anything. Knockups across the team. Ming still surviving.
Oh my god.
Wei turns golden. RNG are invincible. And now the chase down from Xiaohu. Gold card comes up through. Hunk falls. It's a double kill for Gala as LWX tries to escape, but the killer instinct is in. And Gala takes another.
And Breeze is going to tank the terrace and take that down. A triple kill. And RNG will move over towards the Baron, but they are quite low, so this actually could be a little bit spooky. Clid is still around and does have Smite.
Well, we're nowhere near October, but I love a bit of spookiness in my games. FPX moving over. Ward over the wall here. RNG just going to commit, though. 6,000. Oh, wait, did Clid just miss his Q?
No, he hit it. He hit it.
2K. Oh, it's taken. The Smite is good. Clid locked in by Ming as well. They get a bonus on top of the Baron. I mean, RNG, they've basically just sealed the game.
Yeah, I mean, if this play wasn't going to work, it's doomsday for FPX. But this is what I was talking about, right? Like, great engage from Clid, but it's still very situational, right? And even then, Wei still have to get out. He has Flash, he has the ultimate to get away. And now you've just got RNG, despite the fact you've got 4 members of FPX wailing on them, are still able to turn this around because you've got this, the Destiny coming in from Xiaohu, TP from Breed, the Cannon Barrage is raining down hell as well. Like, it's just nothing you can do here as FPX.
Do you know what I just saw in that replay that I didn't notice the first time? Because of the TP on the minion from Breathe, all of the damage from LWX is just cancelled. All of his Qs are blocked by a minion that's just stood in the middle of that channel being TP'd on. So LWX can't do anything on Ezreal. That is, I mean, it's a little bit lucky for RNG, I'm going to be totally honest. But that is absolutely tragic for LWX.
I thought you were about to go really harsh. It's like, do you know what I saw during that team fight? The hope in FPX's eyes died. I was like, oh god.
Well, I did see that as well, but I wasn't going to talk about that one. Yeah, FPX, it's not looking great. I mean, they're 11,000 gold down at this point. That is at 26 minutes. It doesn't get much more brutal than that. Care needs to be careful, ironically, as he dips up towards the top side, but with the Baron wave, this is just RNG going to be knocking down towers like nobody's business.
I mean, you got the Baron buff there, push in, Breed's on bot side. They're just making sure to spread the love around. You've got a big wave that's trying to get stacked on top side, but Care goes to deal with that. But it now does mean you are going to have to give up one of these inhibitor towers because you're trying to make sure that you're not going to lose everything on this Baron push.
Into the mid lane they go. RNG just going to be taking towers here. I don't think FPX can fight for the time being. Maybe they'll look for something. Clid is on the flank right now, as the mid inhib will fall. And now they can move over towards the bottom side as well, where there's still a cannon going. Breathe pushes another wave in. This will be a second tower taken, a second inhib being threatened right now. FPX, if they're going to do something, they've got to do it. But with the Destiny used from Xiaohu, Clid can't find a flank. It's 2 inhibs, and they just walk away scot-free. Nothing FPX can do about it. It's just beautiful to watch.
Dragon is up and available as well, so RNG going to move over towards that. Maybe FPX were trying to look for a fight, but I don't think they're even going to try and do that. Just going to give Dragon, but honestly, their windows of opportunity have long since closed, and even any crack that they had, and maybe looking for a fight back, are kind of dwindling with 2 Dragons now picked up. Their base in shatters. You got Xiaohu on topside as well, like clearing out waves. Like this is RNG making sure that they're kind of just covering all their bases to make sure they bring home their first series win.
So if the windows of opportunity are now closed, any play that FPX makes to pull themselves back into the game, that's a break through the window is what it is. This is straight up vandalism from FPX if they manage to get themselves back into the game at this stage. And one random thing I just thought of, like, Gala is such an insanely good Kai'Sa, right? Do you know who else was an insanely good Kai'Sa? Uzi.
Munchables.
It's one of his best champions. No, I suck at Kai'Sa. But Uzi, one of his best champions was this Kai'Sa. It feels kind of, I don't know. There's not that many similarities between Gala and Uzi in my mind in the way that RNG plays, but I think that's a nice convenient coincidence for the 2 players that's one of the things that they have in common.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Gala has definitely stepped up, even if it's not like as much of a resource heavy style or like as play make heavy. I still think Gala's like stepped up to be a very strong AD carry, and we'll have to see now as RNG sit down 6-0. We said you don't give Gala Kai'Sa for free in Champ Select, and you're kind of seeing the reasons why LWX just not been able to shut down the RNG AD carry, and now they're threatening the last inhib of FPX.
Yeah, we're seeing a few cautionary tales here, aren't we? You don't give Viego to Wei. Xiaohu, you don't give TF as he gets into the backline. And Gala on this Kai'Sa in the middle of everyone just as he likes it. It's Xiaohu trying to get back to the fountain, but it's a triple. Make it a quadra. No! The fountain laser stops the extra kills coming on through. Gala goes down. Bit of a disaster for Gala to finish the game out. He had a perfect KDA, and it's all gone to waste. But you know what? I don't think he's going to mind all too much as the Nexus towers fall. Clid will have to retreat. Care will just about get back onto the fountain. But ultimately, RNG, they come back as MSI champions, and they net themselves their first win.
And their first win with Breed on the roster as well. So getting a little glimpse of what RNG can be capable of with this new roster. And honestly, I think it worked out pretty well, right? Like you saw Breathe coming in, being a much more of a stable point on the map from the top side, not getting caught at any point in time, even getting a nice little shoulder rub there from the manager saying good job. Like, this is kind of what we wanted to see from RNG, where it is much more stable and very much a case of them understanding how to play the map together to set themselves up for success.
Yeah, really, really great stuff coming out from RNG. And I'm excited to see what this split looks like. If they can bring us clean games like that, I think this is going to be a great split from RNG. If they bring us games like game number 1, maybe not so much. We'll have to wait and see over the course of things.
Yeah, I mean, look, get the rust off, give themselves a bit of a break. Like, it's only been 2.5 weeks since they were in that MSI final, so I'm not really blaming them too much for having one bad game, but certainly when it got into game 3, that was back to business for RNG. Like, having these roaming champions from Xiaohu, covering all the bases, across the map, making sure that you can get Gal onto a big hyper carry, and Breathe, I think this is kind of the new style I imagine we'll see, right? Again, playing that kind of weak side top lane that if you want to give resources towards a gangplank or you want to give resources towards Breathe, they work out pretty well. If not, Breathe is perfectly happy to just play his game off on the side and have that ultimate play, the extra factor that you need for RNG.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll have to see as the split goes on if they can continue that style. But one thing I do think we need to mention is the fact that RNG may be MSI champions, but they are also going to maintain their position as unofficial world champions. FPX this close to stealing that title away, but denied in the end. And I will say that there are positives to take away from this series for FPX, right? We did see good stuff from them. It just feels like they didn't necessarily acknowledge that that style in game number 1 really worked for them. Like, the difference between game number 1 and game number 2 was so stark to me in the way that they wanted to play the game that I feel like they do need to go back to the drawing board and acknowledge that, like, look, game 1 was really good. We like that style. Let's have more of that.
Yeah, I like this, but this, it's just a case of, like, I don't know. When I'm watching FPX, again, like, the reason we brought up the whole Clid thing at the start of the day was, like, I think FPX work best when LWX and Hong can go absolutely nuts on the bot side and have that support from Clid. This is a style that worked from them in spring, at least in the early stages of the game. But when it got to the mid game, that was where we started to see the cracks in the game plan. Now that FPX have actually gotten a lot better at fixing their mid game, it feels strange to me that they're not kind of leaning into, hey, we can go for these carry bot lanes, play this aggressive style, and actually use that to set up these early leads that then feed into that stronger mid game that we're seeing from them. Unfortunately though, because we're not seeing LWX and Hun kind of have that early lead, Xiaohu was able to do a lot more on the map. Gala was a lot bigger in team fights as well, like being able to have that killer instinct to tear through FPX and dive onto the backline was so key.
Yeah, really, really great. I mean,
Oh
I
my
can't believe LWX actually topping the damage shots at the end of this. They're 41%. Oh my god, I'm dying.
It's alright, I got it. The other one that surprises me is we're starting to see like a lot of the junglers really take a step back when it comes to damage. 8% here for Clid. That actually isn't incredibly unusual from what I've seen from junglers. Even, I think, wasn't Kanavi, it was JJ as well. Up until today, only had like a 9% damage average. It's kind of interesting to see how, like, we are massively seeing the junglers take a step back in damage, but we are seeing like these absurd numbers pretty consistently as damage percents across the game. Like, as you look at Breathe, you look at LWX in this, these like 30 plus damage numbers don't seem to be that absurd anymore, because once you send to get ahead, there's so much damage you can churn out now with the meta the way it is.
Yeah, definitely the case. Like, if you are the premium carry for your team, it's very likely that you're well over 30% of the damage. And LWX doing a good job to keep that damage dishing out on the Ezreal, but unfortunately, the team not really tank. It's kind of like, it's like watching Ezreal in Teamfight Tactics, right? You can be a big damage dealer, but if you don't have the big enough front line in front of you, it's just not going to work out. And then they managed to find Shyvana really early on in the game. Yeah, it's like, what can you do? You got Mort Dogged, basically. FPX got Mort Dogged, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, look, we'll message him on Twitter, say like, what the hell, you know, this is disgraceful. But yeah, I think the thing is though, like for FPX, unfortunately, we're still kind of seeing that although they are getting better at their mid-game decision-making, there's still a long way to go from the likes of like RNG, JDG, these kind of guys that are just very clean with the way that they play out the map. Even when they're behind in this game, right? There was moments where they didn't really need to fight for dragons. We talked about how they could have like gone for a top lane dive, set up for Rift Herald afterwards, like actually set up the map so they had moments and ways to get back into the game, but we just never really saw them go for it. And it always felt like they were hyper focused on neutral objectives rather than looking at how they could try and like find ways to get gold back in their favor or like other ways to try and play at the map state.
All right, Dagda, I'm going to put you on the spot now, because we're going to wait until we got MVPs and all that kind of good stuff, and we'll finish out the day. But I want to have a more interesting conversation. Who's your best team of the LPL right now? Hot takes. Who have you got going? Because for me, I'm saying JDG right now. I feel like JDG are on fire currently. I think they're a team that, like the games we saw today, I feel like they've shown that they are a team that can really top the table if they can keep that kind of performance up.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be JDG or RNG for me at the moment. Like, I want V5 to do well. I was very unconvinced by their win. I thought they looked really shaky, even though they got the 2-0. JDG, so like, if I could take out like game 2 versus Top Esports and like game 1 versus LGD, I'd be like, hell yeah, JDG, like they're the squad. But it's just the fact that you have that shakiness there where I'm not certain. That's why I think I'd actually edge RNG just slightly above them. Just because I think RNG, even though they had like a little bit of a shaky game 1, I think it was a lot closer than LGD versus JDG, and then you got 2 kind of clean ones from them. So probably RNG, then JDG, but I mean, look, I'm a fan of both these squads. Like 2020, JDG kind of won me over, so I'm pretty happy to just have RNG and JDG sitting at the top, you know?
Yeah, for me, it's JDG in number 1. Second place, Absolute Legends. You know it. 10th place currently in the standings, but that'll turn around pretty quickly. I guarantee you that. Let's find out who our MVP was for game number 3 as we round things out here today. I believe I heard it was Ming, but I'm not 100% convinced on that one because I always seem to be talking whenever this comes through, and I never quite hear what's happening. Ming is the MVP there. 1-0-12. Very nice scoreline. And that fight in the mid lane especially, where he finds the hook, uses the stopwatch, sets it all up for the team. Just beautiful.
Really, really well played by Ming. And this is what we were talking about, right? Like, having Ming on something where he can be a little bit more proactive than we saw in game one. The time count's not really a big factor, but when you can have Ming set these plays up, it is absolutely gorgeous. And having that Gala paired alongside this to make sure that you're always able to follow up on that depth charge is just really, really well played. Did miss time the hook a little bit there, but actually was just baiting FPX into their doom, you know? All about the baits.
They knew that they could TP on that minion and block all the Qs from LWX. Very intelligent strategy coming out from RNG on this one. Great clip from Gala as well. Feel like, you know, I always felt like Gala kind of robbed Ming of that finals MVP back in 2021 spring. And now I feel like Ming's robbing Gala of MVPs because I feel like that game was a Gala MVP game for me. You know, I guess it's all just circular at the end of the day. Let's take a look at our results as we finish things out today. I don't know if I've agreed with a single MVP today. Maybe I'm just feeling cantankerous, you know, feeling contrarian. Either way, JDG 2-0, RNG 2-1.
And look, 2-0, very nice for JDG over EDG. I think kind of solidifying a lot of confidence in JDG, as we were just talking about, like top 2 probably at the moment in the LPL. And then for RNG as well, being able to solidify that first victory for themselves on their campaign to see if they can make it to Worlds, make it into an opportunity to try and get a golden road, or at least finally pick up that World Championship that's been eluding them for so long.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. Let's take a look at tomorrow's games though, because we're moving into one of our 3 series days tomorrow. There's not that many 3 series days across the course of this split. Our schedule a little bit kinder to us casters and to the players than previously. It's going to be LGD versus V5 to kick us off, then into top esports against IG. Jackula versus Old Team. That was always exciting to watch. And then WE versus Weibo. My heart in absolute shambles is game number 3.
I'll have to see who will end up coming out to be the king of Munchable's heart. But that will be our last game of the day. I think there's a couple of bangers in there to see exactly how things are going to go out. Seeing how V5 are going to pair up with LGD's Flash in the Pan against JDG, maybe can turn into a little bit more of a sizzle and a spice against V5. But yeah, I'm excited to see how those games are going to go.
We'll see if they're going to be a sizzle and a spice. I certainly hope so, Mr. Dagda. It has been a pleasure serving with you, sir, as we round things out. I'm going to crack my sunnies on one last time to end this broadcast out. It's been a pleasure, Dagda. It's been a pleasure, audience. Thank you from us, from production as well. We will see you guys in chat tomorrow, but until then, we'll see you in chat.